Signed. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item on the order paper is member statements. A member wishes to make a statement should do so by rising in their place, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your statement, and there'll be no interventions or points of order committed until the item of business is finished. Alex Easton.
Raise the shocking issue of the Bangor PSNI Inquiry Office. That is one of 17 to close right across Northern Ireland. What's particularly worrying about this situation is that North Down has a population of over 162,000 people, and we're only going to have one police station to be able to be open to the public, and that would be Newton Ards, which is a 10-mile trip for residents from Bangor to have to go to give in documents or to report crimes or to be able to go to an actual station. North Down, we have a huge problem. We've seen the closure of Donaghadee Police Station. Hollywood Police Station is no longer open to the public, and now we're going to be left with just Newton Ards, and it's a deeply worrying situation. All of this is happening to save £400,000. Now, in the scheme of things, £400,000 isn't a huge amount of money to keep all these inquiry offices open. So I would implore the Justice Minister to contact the Finance Minister and to raise this issue at the Northern Ireland Executive, because I believe this would be a disaster for policing right across Northern Ireland if we cannot keep these inquiry offices closed. I'm also deeply worried about the situation with recruitment for the PSNI. There's hundreds of PSNI officers that vacant PSNI officer posts, and if we do not do something, we're going to have a very difficult time in the future without proper policing, because we don't have the numbers and we don't have the stations. Thank you.
Well, Philip McGuigan.
Last week, a report by Fáilte Ireland concluded that the Wild Atlantic Way had an economic impact worth €3 billion per year in tourism revenue to communities along the west coast of Ireland, and has led to the creation of an additional 35,000 jobs and supporting 80,000 jobs in total. That is some positive impact for those communities. The marketing of the Wild Atlantic Way stretches 2,500 kilometres from Kinsale in County Cork up to Donegal, and there it stops on the Donegal to Derry border. The Atlantic Ocean doesn't stop at Donegal, so I have to ask, why should the Wild Atlantic Way? All promotional material which is used to attract visitors in international markets are designed and delivered by Tourism Ireland. The island is marketed as a whole to an international audience, so in my view it makes perfect sense that major regional tourism experiences such as the Wild Atlantic Way should also reflect this by being cross-border in nature. There is a clear rationale for doing so, and it would undoubtedly help the North develop further the economic potential of its tourism. Why should we in the North miss such an opportunity as extending the Wild Atlantic Way from Donegal through Derry, the North Coast, along the Glens of Antrim to Belfast? The case for expanding the Wild Atlantic Way to incorporating the Causeway Coast and Glens coastal route is compelling. With the likes of Dunluce Castle, the Carrigareed Rope Bridge, the Giant's Causeway, why should the local communities of Ballintoy, Ballycastle, Bushmills in my constituency not benefit from the boost that being marketed as part of the Wild Atlantic Way would bring, increasing visitor numbers and spend in the local economy, benefiting hospitality and tourism businesses? Or the cafes, restaurants, pubs and tourist attractions in the likes of Cushendon and Glenarif. This Fáilte Ireland report is a timely reminder of the successful impact tourism can have in terms of job creation for the local and wider economy, creating opportunities for people and communities to prosper and thrive. Extending the Wild Atlantic Way into the north is one such opportunity.
Speaker, in just 2 days' time, the 18th of April, it marks 5 years since the senseless and brutal tragic murder of Lyra McKee in the Craigan area of Londonderry. That evening was one of utter turmoil as many of us watched on with horror at the violence and the destruction that ensued within the Craigan as rioting and scenes of destruction unfolded. Innocently watching those horrific scenes of utter recklessness alongside her neighbours and friends, Lyra, described by her sister Nicola as one of the kindest, most beautiful souls ever to grace the world, was shot dead by a terrorist. so close to her family, her friends, her place of love and safety. Those responsible for the violence on the evening that Lyra was murdered, and many violent nights since, do not speak for the wider community and the city that I am proud to represent. Only a few days after Lyra's murder, many people gathered at the Guildhall, civic, religious, political leaders in condemnation. The then First Minister, Dame Arlene Foster, alongside Gregory Campbell MP and myself, joined with many people in the Craigan as we stood in solidarity with people from all walks of life and backgrounds, demanding peace and justice. Sadly, although the police know the identity of the murderer, he continues to walk on the streets and remains free, not facing justice and protected by the anonymity that comes with the lack of charges that has been brought against him. Lyra's family and the community at large are unable to properly grieve or have any sense of justice, as they do not know who this person is. This is simply not good enough. Members, it is imperative that we do not let Lyra's name be forgotten. 5 years on Thursday, the 18th of April. We as an Assembly must unite in our stance against terrorist activity, condemning the actions of illegal terrorist groups, masked gunmen, and those who continue to choose to wreak havoc and destruction on communities and upset the peace that exists within them. So today, we as an Assembly remember Lyra with the hope that one day soon the terrorists involved with her murder will feel the full weight of justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Samuel Holt.
Speaker, I rose in this chamber a few weeks ago to congratulate local homegrown talent on their nominations to the BAFTAs and the IFTAs. Just last night, we had actress Laura Donnelly, who incidentally studied drama and theatre studies in the very same drama department as I had, and that's my tenuous link, nominated for an Olivier, having previously won the prestigious award. And I hope that many, like myself, were glued to the BBC last night for the return of the amazing Blue Lights. From Ballymena man Declan Lawn, the writer and producer, to Hannah McLean playing Jen, to the exceptional performance by Cushion Dunman, Seamus O'Hara as Lee. The links to my own constituency of North Antrim are strong, as Annie would say. However, as we celebrated World Art Day yesterday, that positivity was not felt right across the board in the art sector. Notably, the Waterside Theatre, who announced their closure with 4 staff being made redundant, follow other production and theatre companies who have had to take similar action recently. For too long, too often, the art sector have had to do too much for so little. Ironically, and I'm not being dramatic when I say this, we are on the precipice of the decimation of our art sector. At last month's All-Party Group for Arts, we heard that artists with decades of experience are having to leave the sector because they cannot sustain both their families and their careers. Either that, or they're moving across the border or across the water, where public expenditure on the arts massively dwarf our pitiful offerings. Every member in this chamber will have heard those statistics. Every time I reference the arts and arts funding on social media, I'm met with, but what about health? But what about social housing waiting lists? What about issues with our education system? Typical alliance focusing on the cushy arts. Let me be clear, this should not be an either-or endgame. The arts are not a hobby or a nice wee add-on to pass the time, or even an interest solely of the middle classes anymore. They are a key driver of economic success in Northern Ireland, contributing millions to our economy every year and employing over 3,500 people. And yet the percentage of public funding they receive is absolutely pitiful. The arts can be life-changing, and I have seen with my own eyes, life-saving. I am making a plea today to the Minister for Communities and the wider executive. Please give the arts a lifeline. It will be, having had more than a decade of real-time reductions in funding, it will be a death by 1,000 cuts next time. A cut, no matter how small, will represent a huge swathe of shelved productions, artists moving elsewhere, and a society bereft of those to tell their story. Thank you.
Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will come no surprise to this House that I rise again today to raise the important issue of the A5, particularly after another life was lost on the road last week. Una Burns, aged 35, died on the 7th of April, travelling from Derry towards Strabane, when off the road and sadly lost her life. Her death marks 50 people that have died on this treacherous road since 2007. 50 deaths, 50 families left with that pain and sense of tremendous loss. It also, this month, Mr. Speaker, marks the year anniversary since the terrible death of the 3 members of the McCain family that died just at the end of April on the Achnacoy section of the A5. This road leaves devastation in its wake every single stretch. There is no family in Tyrone and beyond that hasn't been touched in some degree by this road. There's delays and delays and delays, and those delays, Mr. Speaker, are costing lives. We cannot afford for any further delays. And I don't stand here today to make a political point. I stand here in desperation, actually, because with every passing day, further lives are put at risk on the A5. Just this week, for the last 3 consecutive days, at 3 different sections of that road, Mr. Speaker, there has been serious accidents. 3 days in a row. People are desperate to see this road delivered. And the report from the public inquiry, which was very well attended, has been sitting with the Department for Infrastructure since November and with the Minister, John O'Dowd, since February. We need a decision. We need progress to be made. And we need to ensure that this road is made safe. I have listened to people online every time I talk about this, and people are sick hearing me talk about it, but I'm not going to give in until I see work begin on this road. Because it could be my family or anyone else's that is affected directly next. And when I attended the funeral of Una Burns, or the wake of Una Burns last week, her father said to me, "You never expect this to happen to your own family member, your own daughter." And I'm thinking of the Burns family today and the community in Strabane as we grieve another loss on this road. So my plea to this House today, Mr. Speaker, is that whatever can be done must be done, because we really do not know how many more lives will be lost if we continue to see delay on this road. Thank you.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to raise the critical issue that is significantly impacting on families in Derry, West Tyrone and other areas, and that's the accessibility to social and affordable homes. Just last week, the Chartered Surveyors report indicated a continued rise in house buyer inquiries and increasing house prices across the north. Yet, as we see the statistics, at least 46,500 households on the social housing waiting list, 34,500 of those deemed to be living in dire need, and over 26,000 of those are statutorily homeless. Behind those statistics are tens of thousands of people unable to access housing, and they are living each day with uncertainty and anxiety of homelessness. Back in November 2020, Carol McCullaghan outlined on behalf of Sinn Féin a vision and a plan for housing, with emphasis on the urgent need for revitalisation of our housing executive to enable our largest social housing landlord to start building again at scale. We consulted on the housing supply strategy, which advocated the building of well over 100,000 plus homes over the next 15 years, including 33,000 social homes in both our urban and rural communities across the north. Additionally, the Assembly, we delivered the Private Tenancy Act. It was the first package of reform for the private rented sector to enhance the safety and security of renters. Now we must continue to work to enhance standards, deliver affordable rents and enhance security of housing, including consideration for tenancies of indefinite duration. We now want to see real delivery for people on these areas and a focus on supporting our struggling homeowners and renters alike, alongside the prioritisation of ending long-term homelessness within our society. This should include the delivery of multi-annual budgeting and expanding homelessness services, including Housing First and projects such as Complex Lives in the North West. House building projects must target areas such as Derry, where housing need is the greatest, so that people who have been failed by the provision of housing for decades have the opportunity to live in their communities. I am asking the Minister for Communities to urgently publish the housing supply strategy and for cross-departmental collaboration with the support of our four-party coalition here and the opposition on the prioritisation of housing. The British Government needs to get serious about the investment it must provide to our public services, and this requires a new level of serious engagement on the assurances around securing the additional funding that is required for the Housing Executive to not just maintain its current stock, but crucially to remove the historical debt and begin bringing new social and affordable homes to meet the level of need across all our communities. Thank you.
Well, Deborah Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity today to celebrate Northern Ireland and this fabulous, unique tourism product that we have, and that is its people. One man has shown that spirit of friendliness and hospitality as he weaves his way around Northern Ireland, and that is Timmy Mallet. On his circumnavigation of Northern Ireland, Timmy has a real zest for life, and over the last number of weeks he's really showcased Northern Ireland to his social media followers across the world in the most enthusiastic way. Going off the beaten track, he has spent his time acquainting himself with our history and our way of life. He spent quite a bit of time in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and can you blame him, because it really is one of the most beautiful parts of Northern Ireland. He's now found a friend in John in the Impartial Reporter. He's went to Balik Pottery. He met the Archbishop of Armagh, Olga in the Derg Arms, and our very own Deputy First Minister. He has celebrated people the length and breadth of this place of Northern Ireland, and he even showcased Jerry from Northern Ireland Water, who was collecting the samples in Lough Erne. Northern Ireland is a place to come and visit, and who would have thought that 30 years ago? And we've come a long way in opening our doors and showcasing ourselves to the world. And we should support and encourage our tourism and hospitality sector in what are challenging circumstances. But Timmy has made me very proud of Northern Ireland in the last few weeks, and it has showcased Northern Ireland in a way no tourism strategy ever could. And I want to say thank you for all the laughs and the joy that he has spread on his social media about Northern Ireland, even in the glorious rain.
Call Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for calling me. And I'm disappointed Timmy Mallet didn't give me an invitation to go and meet him, but I'll probably get over that. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring to the attention here today the issue of the closure of 2 police inquiry offices in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, one in Dungannon town, which is obviously an extremely busy inquiry office, and can't for the life of me understand why the plan is to close it. The second one is Lisnaskea in Fermanagh, which serves a huge rural area around that south and east Fermanagh area. It's going to be a considerable distance for those people to travel from Rusley and the edges of Newtown Butler and wherever in Derrylin to go to Enniskillen inquiry office, which is obviously not open all the time either. There are times when it's closed, so they have to plan now significantly their inquiries to the police in that sense. I think it's a huge drawback to the police. It's a huge blow to the public confidence in policing, and this is clearly a financial issue. It says it on the letters that this is a financial decision. So it gives a blow to confidence from the public in police, but also to police officers as well. They feel a sense of almost disloyalty from their own organisation, that they can't provide this public service, public-facing service to those people in Fermanagh and South Tyrone who they feel will deserve it. That only leaves one inquiry office in all of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, that large area which is in Enniskillen, and I feel that this is a huge drawback. I notice the police have indicated that this will take place. There is no consultation on it, and I'm surprised that there isn't even a reasonable discussion with public representatives, with the wider public and with their own police officers as to why those areas and those particular stations have been earmarked to close their inquiry offices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, 0 checks, 0 paperwork was one of the headline sales pitches for the tainted Donaldson deal. And in that regard, the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations were trumpeted as the passage to that. Those regulations, which give the Secretary of State power to issue instructions to DAERA, came into effect last Friday. We still await publication, promised in the legislation, of those directions. When one studies the regulations, it seems clear to me that the promise of zero paperwork is undeliverable by those regulations, because the regulations only give power to instruct DAERA. DAERA is not the responsible authority. According to DAERA, it is HMRC who are responsible for paperwork and customs declarations. And of course that fits with the fact that they all arise under our subjection to a foreign EU customs code. Operates on that basis that goods coming from GB are coming from a foreign territory into EU territory, namely Northern Ireland, hence the necessity for customs paperwork. And one will watch with interest to see if that bold promise of zero checks, zero paperwork will be met under this. One will also look to see how the 5% minimum set forth in EU legislation is allegedly going to be overcome. Or was it all just so much spin and hype? Because that seems to be the fundamental defining hallmark of the tainted Donaldson deal.
Nicola Brogan.
Concorla, I want to take this opportunity to highlight the significant increase in insurance prices, which are crippling workers and families, many of whom are already struggling with the cost of living crisis. Over the past year, many people have seen their car insurance quotes increase at unprecedented rates, even if they haven't had an accident or if they haven't received speeding fines or a change in circumstances. Some drivers have been unfairly charged based on a postcode lottery, with people in some constituencies being charged significantly more than others based on their home address rather than their driving history. In January, it was reported that the average car insurance prices for this year are £383 more expensive than last year, and these costs continue to surge. The average insurance policy for motorists here is now £1,000, which would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. This has a deep impact and knock-on effect on workers and families. I've heard countless examples of first-time drivers passing their test and then being unable to afford to get onto the road. People are struggling to pay these high insurance rates alongside high fuel prices and other costs. Insurers say that these costs are due to inflation and the cost of car parts and replacements. But during the pandemic, when there was a dramatic drop in travel, we didn't see insurers issue the same dramatic drop in insurance prices. The reality is that the insurance industry is making huge profits while workers and families struggle to cope with increasing costs. Unfortunately, the executive has no power over financial regulation. The Financial Conduct Authority and the Prudential Regulation Authority in Britain are responsible for challenging insurers for unfair hikes in insurance premiums. It is beyond time that these regulators hold insurers to account. This needs to happen urgently. The British Government should explore ways to alleviate these costs, such as reducing the 12% premium insurance tax, which has been lumped into people's renewal quotes. Sinn Féin will continue to press the insurance industry on these spiralling prices, and we will continue to stand up for the people who are struggling to afford these costs. That
brings to a conclusion member statements. Now move to the next item of business. Members could take their ease just while the Principal Deputy Speaker takes the chair.
Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion from the opposition on removing the universal credit two-child limit. I'll ask Clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly acknowledges the findings of the recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report on child poverty, that nearly half of all children living in relative poverty come from families with 3 or more children. Recognises the pernicious role that the Universal Credit 2-child limit has played in increasing the number of children in poverty. Understands that the majority of those negatively impacted by the 2-child limit are working families. Notes that removing this limit is within the powers of the Northern Ireland Executive. Believes that the consequences of childhood poverty far outweigh the cost of removing the cap, and calls on the Minister for Communities to present a plan before this Assembly to remove the 2-child limit before the end of 2024.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Matthew. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Matthew, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. When we entered opposition in February and in the weeks since, we have consistently said that we wanted to be a constructive opposition. Recognising the scale and long-term nature of the challenges facing the Executive, we would seek to offer constructive accountability and solutions, as well as robust challenge when necessary. We also want to use our platform as an opposition to give a voice to people who have been failed by our politics. And as a party with its roots in social justice campaigning, the SDLP was determined to use our opposition platform to address the moral shame and blight of poverty. And I want to thank, before I go on, all the campaign groups, the Cliff Edge Coalition, its members, and indeed all the campaign groups who have come to Parliament buildings today to make their voice heard in support of our Opposition Day and our motions. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, poverty levels in this society remain far too high, unconscionably high. This is most acutely the case in relation to child poverty, where the Northern Ireland Audit Office report recently found that 1 in 5 children in our society were living in poverty. Those statistics mask the reality of empty tummies, anxious children and anxious parents. This is not solely a local phenomenon. Across the UK and further afield, the effects of more than a decade of austerity have combined with a post-pandemic spike in inflation to create a perfect storm of rising costs and suppressed incomes for the most vulnerable. But while successive Tory governments and their austerity agenda have squeezed welfare spending without regard for the human consequences, it is wrong to imply, as some in this chamber have done, that little can be done to alleviate or mitigate the pernicious effects of these policies. Indeed, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, different parties in this chamber will at some points want to give the Tories even more power to inflict harmful policies on the North, either by allowing them the power to legislate for welfare reform directly in Northern Ireland, allowing local hands to be washed clean of responsibility, or by boycotting ministerial office, as both main parties have done, so that the only people to take decisions in this region, for this region, were those same Tory ministers. I would note with some regret today, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the opposition is the smallest of the 5 main parties represented in this chamber, but we still have more MLAs in the chamber now than the 2 main parties combined, who have nearly 60 MLAs between them. I recognise that they may not want to give the Opposition Day much credence, but I would say that it would do them some credit to do the issue of poverty a little bit more, give it a little bit more respect than to have such a paltry turnout today.
Will the member give way?
I will give way.
I think the member raises an important point, and I thank you for giving way. Maybe it's the case that their track record of failure around poverty and actually resolving some of the problems is an embarrassment for them, and that's why they haven't showed up in this chamber. Would the member agree?
Well, as always, my colleague puts his case forcefully, and I think there is an argument to be made there. But we do have a choice, and I do want to, though we'll make political points, I do want to build some consensus around this in the chamber. And I would also say that I recognise that we are making the Communities Minister sit in the chamber for an awful lot of both today and yesterday. But I do hope that we can make some progress in terms of the debate. Despite, as I said, we do have a choice. Despite the political difficulties involved in getting there, Northern Ireland did introduce a package of welfare mitigations which most experts acknowledge has mitigated some of the worst of austerity, though sadly not all of it. But we do have a clear template for how, when we turn up, do our jobs and make serious choices, we can improve the lives of the people we serve. So today, the first item in our Opposition Day package is a call on the Executive to remove the pernicious two-child limit and universal credit. That policy, introduced by the Tories in 2015, is an indefensible and direct punishment of children. Our former leader, John Hume, often talked about the accident of birth in relation to identity. Of course, that accident of birth also applies to the family in which a child is born, and indeed the order of their birth. But the effect of the two-child limit is to remove any additional support from that child if they are the third or subsequent birth, regardless of the objective need of the family. And of course, in Northern Ireland, the impact is disproportionately felt because of our larger family sizes. It is also important to note that this policy affects working families too. The majority of households affected by the two-child limit are working families. The scale of the real loss to families is huge. A lower income family in receipt of the child element of universal credit loses £3,200 a year for every third or subsequent child born after April 2017. The numbers of affected children is increasing year on year, making the effect of the policy ever more damaging. Of course, as the Resolution Foundation has pointed out, that is precisely the point of the policy. Now, a wide range of experts who have looked at this issue agree that the removal of the two-child limit from universal credit would be a hugely impactful and direct way of addressing child poverty. And as the Les Allenby-led review of welfare mitigations, which was created by the previous Communities Minister, Deirdre Hargey, found when they engaged with local stakeholders and campaigners, virtually all of them highlighted the two-child limit as a particular blight. Listening to the debate yesterday and the various arguments made for watering down the SDLP's call for specific timelines and a rigorous ring-fenced budget on child poverty, one could have been left with the impression that making anti-poverty strategy was as mysterious as the third secret of Fatima, or the text impenetrable as the text of Finnegan's Wake, as if there was nothing we could do. While poverty, including child poverty, is multifaceted, touching on virtually every aspect of public policy, there are clear and deliverable interventions which we have the power to implement, which will make a real difference to people's lives. If we undo the effects of the two-child limit via policy, we will be making the lives of many children and families better. We will raise many out of poverty and improve their life chances. That's hardly a bad use of the power we have. We think it would be a good day's work. So how much would it cost? And how would it or should it be paid for? Well, the Department's own Welfare Mitigations Panel consulted two different economic consultancies, which costed ending the two-child poverty limit in Northern Ireland at about £40 million a year. That is a significant recurring cost, but not insurmountable in our view. Indeed, the Executive has already raised the vast majority of it, £30 million, via an increase in the regional rate. We think that funding can be directed towards paying for removing the two-child limit. We also think there are other options that the Executive could look at in terms of reforming the long-term generosity of the vacant property relief in the rate system. It is, of course, entirely right that we have a relief for vacant property, but our relief is particularly generous when compared to that across the water or over the border. These are not definitive decisions because they're not ours to make, but we do think they are an example of what the Executive could look at to pay for this policy. We also subsidise non-existent long-haul flights from Belfast by paying the Treasury more than £2 million a year in hypothetically foregone air tax, despite there not being any long-haul flights from Northern Ireland. We think that taken together, these measures could offer the means to pay for an essential intervention in our welfare system, to end the pernicious two-child limit and start lifting children out of poverty. And of course, if members from executive parties wish to challenge or disagree with those suggested choices or options, they are more than welcome to tell us what choices they would make and are willing to make to pay for policies. As yet, we have seen precious little of that detail from the executive parties amid more than a dozen motions promising action. Indeed, I think we may be the first party to propose a motion with a detailed explanation for how it could be paid for, ironically for an opposition party to be doing that work. And of course, the long-term cost of child poverty, whether in adult welfare, healthcare costs, or tragically in the criminal justice system, far outweighs the cost of the intervention we are proposing. Let me also be clear, just to be clear on this, we would regard a proposal for full mitigation of the two-child limit by a separate payment as entirely consistent with the ask in the motion. Our preference would be for abolition, but we are not theological, so I hope we can avoid turning this debate into a theological debate about the technicalities of mitigation versus abolition. If mitigation covers the total cost of the two-child limit, we're up for that. We would prefer abolition, but ultimately what matters is the financial outcome for families, not the precise bureaucratic mechanism. Let me touch briefly on the DUP amendment, which I'm afraid we cannot support because, like the Alliance amendment yesterday, it seeks to water down the specificity of the motion and the policy commitment we are asking for. It simply asks that the Minister, quote, considers the merit of the recommendations of the Allenby Mitigations Panel. I would have hoped, to be honest, that he would, and assumed that he would have done that at a bare minimum anyway without the need for Assembly instruction. I'm afraid the amendment would render our motion wholly inadequate, and so we cannot support it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't go in for grandiose quotes, but there is a Franklin Roosevelt quote that always resonates me, and it is, I don't actually, but this quote does resonate with me. The test of our progress, Roosevelt said, is not whether we add to the abundance of those who have much, but whether we provide enough for those who have too little. There is no more important thing to do in politics or public life than improve the life chances of those in need. With this motion, which proposes something that is both transformative but also affordable and practical, we all have that opportunity. So let's take that opportunity, and I commend this motion to remove the two-child limit to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Brian Kingston to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you, Brian. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Brian, please lead the debate on the amendment.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking the opposition party for this motion, the majority of which we do support, though part of which we do wish to amend, as he has referenced, and I will explain that during my speech. For context, the two-child policy was introduced by the UK Government in 2017, and under the principle of parity, the same measures automatically apply in Northern Ireland. For this Assembly to unilaterally abolish the two-child limit would mean funding those extra benefit payments out of the block grant that we receive, which would place considerable and recurring constraints on executive spending for vital public services. The opposition party is actively calling for our Assembly Executive to ring-fence funding in a host of other areas. How does it reasonably expect ministers to fund the removal of the two-child limit on top of those other demands? Will they deprive our schools of that money? Will they put pay rises for health workers on hold? Will they kick an affordable childcare policy into the long grass? The Minister for Communities and the Executive as a whole has a duty to be fiscally responsible, given the current budgetary pressures, and being mindful of the need to provide vital support to vulnerable and low-income households in every corner of our province. The Independent Advisory Panel report has provided a range of recommendations, including with respect to offsetting the two-child limit with a separate Better Start payment for larger families. It would be a dereliction of duty for the Minister and his officials not to consider the merits of these proposals in detail. This is the basis of our amendment to the motion. We also point out that the Department for Communities is under a statutory obligation to produce a review of current welfare mitigations by the end of this financial year. Yes, I will do briefly.
Agree with me that the rates of poverty and child poverty, particularly within the member's own constituency, indicate that this is a crisis, and we can't wait. We cannot wait until the end of a financial year for that report. And would the member agree with me that this needs to be brought forward with utmost urgency and not just at the end of the financial year?
That is not the aim, to bring it forward at the end of the financial year, but that is when it must be brought forward by. And certainly we all agree that, as the Leader of the Opposition said, improving the quality of life for people is what motivates all of us in politics and what we all wish to do every day. So the Minister has already informed members that any report produced will also present future proposals. It is important that we respect that process, provide space for intensive engagement with experts, stakeholders and claimants, and resist the temptation to preempt the outcome. It is also worth noting that negotiations around a new fiscal framework are ongoing with the Treasury, and it would be counterproductive not to wait and assess the outcome of that process before taking future decisions affecting those in receipt of universal credit and other benefits. Longer-term certainty on budgets will be required to allow a strategic approach to all of the Executive's priorities. This is essentially a debate about where best to place our financial resources at a time when our frontline public services are experiencing massive shortfalls. We could not support redirecting tens, if not hundreds of millions of pounds away from other much-needed frontline services in order to cover additional welfare benefits which are not funded by Treasury. We make no apologies for seeking fairness for all families and for guarding funding for our vital public services. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and I call Colm Gildernew.
Gormayagat, Prio Las Cancorlia. And I'd like to thank the proposers for bringing forward this motion for debate. And clearly, poverty and addressing poverty and inequality is one of our principal tasks here in this institution and in this mandate. The two-child limit was a policy decision taken and implemented by the Tory government in 2017. First within child tax credits, and following its introduction here in the North, universal credit as well. We believe that this... Go ahead.
To what extent do you accept responsibility, saying as your party and the DUP and the Alliance Party handed over welfare powers to the cruel and tyrannical Tories, saying as you're so careful and compassionate about child poverty?
Colm, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. Thank the member for his intervention. We believe that this policy discriminates against women and children, that is a key driver of child poverty, and that it disproportionately impacts on people here because of our larger family size. The inclusion of what has become known as the rape clause highlights just how wrong and unjust this policy is at every level. No child should be denied the financial support required to meet their essential needs. We have called repeatedly for the British government to scrap this policy, and we reiterate that call here today. The proposer of the motion, in stating that removing this element within universal credit is within the powers of the Executive, will know and understand that what they are really asking for are mitigation measures. Members will be aware that social security, including universal credit, is devolved within the principle of parity, and that any deviation from that parity requires agreement from the British Treasury, and that the Executive must meet any associated costs from the block grant. To be absolutely... I will.
I do appreciate the committee chair for giving way. I would agree with everything you've said, and that's why in my speech I acknowledged every point that he's just made, and I offered a clear costing and a potential means for it to be paid. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure the member has indicated he has come up with several ideas, and I'm sure he will engage with the Executive around those ideas. To be absolutely clear, Acharya, Sinn Féin oppose the two-child limit and support the call across the sector to offset it. We have consistently raised this issue and did so again in our submission to the Welfare Mitigation Package review led by Les Allenby. And I would like just to take this opportunity at this point to commend Les and his panel for their work. It is no easy task to be asked to recommend what gaps in the social security safety net to try and narrow while acknowledging and understanding the limitations of the block grant. Because the reality is that the Tory government have eroded the social security system to such an extent that it has become difficult to even refer to it as a safety net anymore. Furthermore, the impact of the historic underfunding of this institution and the current budgetary pressures makes picking up the pieces of the human impact of Tory austerity policies increasingly challenging. Finally, in considering both the motion and the amendment, I feel it is important to be realistic about the timeframe and budget required to ensure any form of mitigation introduced is sustainable in the long term. As work continues towards publishing an anti-poverty strategy, which we discussed yesterday, I would, in closing, implore the Minister for Communities to ensure that offsetting the two-child limit is included within that overarching strategy.
Thank you. Colm, I call Sean Mulholland.
Deputy Speaker, this debate has much synergy with the debate we had yesterday about child poverty, and I thank the the opposition for bringing it forward. The recent findings of both the Northern Ireland Audit Office report on child poverty and the Northern Ireland Poverty and Income Inequality report have shone a light on a sobering reality. The rising number of children and families in Northern Ireland living in poverty is simply unacceptable, and we have agreed that. The audit report reveals that nearly half of children living in relative poverty come from families with 3 or more children. Those in larger families were already more vulnerable to deprivation even before this policy. We do not limit access to healthcare, education or public services by order of birth, so there's no justification to limiting access to social security, with £3,455 lost for each child born subsequent to the second, as recent figures have put out. The two-child benefit cap is a policy born out of callous disregard for the well-being of the most vulnerable people in society, penalising families for the number of children they have, punishing innocent children for the circumstances far beyond their control, forcing women to disclose pregnancy as a result of rape. According to the Anti-Poverty Network, this represents 45,000 children in Northern Ireland. 45,000 children the Tory government deem as irrelevant when it comes to meeting their essential need of food on the plate and a roof over their heads. It's a policy that flies, let's be clear, in the face of compassion, empathy and basic human decency, although not words I would associate with this current Tory government anyway, to be honest. It's also clear this policy exacerbates gender disparities, with women disproportionately affected due to their higher share of childcare responsibilities. Additionally, we cannot overlook the fact that up until recently, reproductive choice in Northern Ireland was greatly impacted, leaving women in extremely difficult circumstances when faced with an unplanned third or subsequent pregnancy. Comprehensive research by case has shown there's no evidence that this is increased employment, which was the initial justification. It found that those who had larger families tended to have to care for their own children, citing barriers to childcare and logistics as some reasons given why they're not economically active. Incidentally, this links to the necessity for a fully resourced childcare strategy for Northern Ireland. From an international perspective, none of the other developed countries that are members of the OECD who limit the number of children eligible for means-tested family benefits. In fact, they increase with family size. So we can be absolutely clear, this is not the type of policy that a developed country with the well-being of its citizens at heart should have in place. So whilst we will be supporting the motion before us, because in all good faith, I do not think any of us here would be arguing that penalising children for the size of their families is good policy. And my colleagues Naomi Long and Stephen Farry have vociferously campaigned and voted against this policy at Westminster. We would like it to be noted, however, that we are concerned about the cost implications for a blanket call for removal of the two-child limit before it happens at Westminster, before any legislation can be changed at that level. It will break parity with what is in place currently and will therefore siphon already much stretched finances into into creating an IT system to deliver an alternative rather than into the pockets of families where it is most needed. I heard some costings, but I didn't hear the implications of what breaking parity or what that change would be from the opposition. Yes, absolutely.
The Welfare Mitigations Panel costed it at about £40 million a year, and then it rises a bit. That is, I don't know the member for Strangford disagreed, but that's what's in the. First of all, that's what's in the Welfare Mitigations Panel. We've explained how it would be paid for, so I think it's important to say we have not come forward with uncosted proposals today, but I welcome the fact that they're going to support the motion.
Sean, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. Whilst I agree that you put forward some references to costings, again, it was more the infrastructure around that removal before legislation takes place, a change of legislation takes place. Yes, of course.
Member, given way I'll have time later on to speak, but just on this point, I thought it would be useful for the House to have the updated cost for this for the next financial year would be £56.4 million. So that has gone up significantly. It is very hard for us to estimate the cost, but the IT systems are additional to that. I'm not making any comment, just for the benefit of the House to have those figures.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate the clarity on that. We recognise the need for something urgent to happen. We know that we need to put money into the pockets of families as quickly as we possibly can. As I said before to the member for North Belfast, this is a crisis. I would ask the Minister if he can urgently assess the practical and fiscal implications of all options, both IT and infrastructure, and also the cost of the mitigation. In the same spirit, we do welcome the amendment laid before us in a lukewarm way. We don't believe that this can wait until the reporting of mitigation schemes. We absolutely want to see an adoption, not just a noting of the recommendations of the independent advisory panel with the welfare mitigations review, including, as mentioned, the offsetting of the 2-child limit by introducing the Better Start Larger Families payment. This welfare supplementary payment would mitigate the penalising of third and subsequent children in full and put money back in the pockets of those who need it. Ideally, we would like to see this put in place alongside further recommendations from the mitigations review, such as the Better Start grant that would support families at pinch points in the transition of a child's life, and as per Alliance policy, we would like to see an additional child payment paid to vulnerable households to allow for the best start in a child's life. I repeat what I said yesterday, regardless of the approach that we take, the question should be not how much this will cost to do, but how much will this cost not to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's my birthday. You'll not believe it, but I'm in my 30s. Just turned 30 today. But I go through sort of annually on my birthday a phone call with my mum. And I was the first child of 5. So 52 years ago, in 1972, my mum tells me the story of going into labour and all of those things. Now, the context of this is quite important, because I lived in a family which probably would have qualified under today's schemes for universal credit. So at times my mum and dad were in low-paid jobs, and at times they relied on social security. And they did their very best, and they brought up 5 brilliant children, and pay credit to my brothers and sisters today. I'll not give you their names. But the reality is, and listening to my mum this morning, what I'm conscious of is when she was going through all of those emotions that she had when she brought me into the world, one of them wasn't, will I get the support? Will this be okay? Will I have more kids? And if I have more kids, and I'm thinking about my 3 sisters, because it was me, my brother, and then there was 3 sisters that came along after. And what we have is a very sort of draconian bureaucratic system in place, which actually puts a price on the ability for this society to support families in greater need. And we also know that in Northern Ireland, we just do have larger families than they do on the mainland. And I hope we have bigger families, because I love Northern Ireland, I love the people from Northern Ireland, and in that manner, I think we should be supporting them. In regards to the motion and the amendment, we are absolutely going to support the motion. There is obviously an issue with regard to the time frame and the ambition of doing it, and I'll add that as a caveat. And we were minded to support the amendment, but I'm going to be honest, I'm going to have to listen to the debate further, because from Mr Kingston's word, it almost put me off in terms of supporting it, because it didn't sound to me that there was much of a consideration in terms of the impact that this is having on families. So I'm now going to race through my speech, but I thought it was important to give the lived context of that. So we're going to discuss, and I'm going to have my ears open, particularly for the Minister, in regard to the 2-child limit. It's imperative that we consider the voices and experiences of the thousands of families, just like my family, that would be affected by this. Recent data shows that over 45,000 children in Northern Ireland are currently living in families impacted by the limit, and it's a stark reminder of the human toll of the bureaucratic decision that it was. Moreover, public sentiment regarding this policy is indeed clear. A resounding 64% of the population believe it to be very unfair or unfair, and such widespread discontent underscores the moral imperative for action. In fact, a significant majority, 60% of the population, are in favour of abolishing the 2-child limit altogether. And this is not merely a matter for political debate, it's a reflection of our collective conscience as a society here in Northern Ireland. The statistics laid bare by the Northern Ireland Audit Office report on child poverty further underscore the urgency of our response. Nearly half of all children living in relative poverty come from families with 3 or more children, a deeply troubling reality that demands our immediate attention. At the heart of this issue lies the pernicious 2-child limit embedded within universal credit. And I use the word pernicious because when I think back, it would have affected my family, my mum and dad. A policy that exacerbates poverty rather than alleviating it. Families impacted by this limit are denied vital support, pushing them deeper into financial hardship. And let us not forget the majority of those affected are hard-working families, striving to provide for their children in an increasingly challenging economic landscape. which Mr O'Toole referenced. But this is not just about numbers on a balance sheet, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's about the real and tangible consequences faced by families across our nation. It's about the child who goes to bed hungry because their family can't afford a proper meal. It's about the parent who sacrifices their own well-being to ensure that their children have enough to eat. It's about the cycle of poverty that threatens to engulf generation after generation, robbing them of opportunities of hope, and we heard a lot about that yesterday in our debates. The cost of inaction is simply too great to bear. The Northern Ireland Audit Office estimates the annual cost of child poverty in our region to be between 825 million and 1 billion, a staggering sum that represents not just economic loss, but human suffering. But we're not without solutions. Removing the two-child limit is within our power, within the jurisdiction of the Northern Ireland Executive. It's a moral imperative, a duty we owe the most vulnerable members of our society. The consequences of childhood poverty far outweigh any short-term financial considerations. Investing in our children today is an investment in our future, a future characterised by prosperity, equality and opportunity. And I want to pay tribute to the over 100 organisations across Northern Ireland who have united to advocate for mitigations in terms of welfare reform. I'm just going to address one final point. Guys, we really need to get to the point where when we're talking about Tory austerity, we're talking about underfunding, we all understand and we come back to the fact that when this place doesn't sit, because it sickens the life out of me, genuinely, honestly, it's just a pure gag sometimes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Article 27 of the UN Convention.
Time's up. Time's up.
It wasn't up.
Excuse me, it is up. Okay. Thank you. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. As this happens when you get to this stage of a debate, and I know we've had a few speakers so far. I will.
Just never give way. Just let me finish my speech, if that's all right. I just wanted to say we're a pure gag in here when we blame everybody else, but this place doesn't sit for 5 years out of 8, and we fail the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you very much, Kelly.
Kelly, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. When you get to this stage of a debate, quite a lot of people have talked about stats and figures and different things that you can talk about, so I'll move on from that. Last week, the child element of universal credit increased to £3,455 per child for child 1 and child 2. What does that £3,455 pay for? Well, it pays for their food, it pays for a child's clothes, it pays for part of the roof over their head, because we know that many people live in houses where their housing benefit doesn't cover the full rental costs. It pays for their extortionate school uniforms. If there's a school trip, that pays for that. It pays for so many things. So why do we say that child 1 and child 2 can have that, but child 3, 4, 5, as in Mr Butler's family, or 6 or more can't have that? The Alliance Party absolutely agrees that the two-child limit is despicable and it should be removed. But as my colleague has said, there are costs to the removal. I grew up in a family very like Mr Butler's family. I had the added pleasure of having my brother, I'm the eldest, my younger brother had quite severe learning difficulties, and I had a younger sister, so she wouldn't have had any money. And my brother's costs, because of the amount of disability that he had and the extra support that we needed as a family for him, would have meant that we were under pressure, and we did live on benefits, and I had 2 parents who worked. And I have to say, looking at this, to take away what support that there would be for myself and my brother for any length of time at all would have been unimaginable. So I'm going to ask the Minister, we are supporting your amendment. We detest the two-child limit, but we are going to support the amendment because I want a better start, larger families payment. And I'm on the Committee for Communities, and I will be holding your feet to the fire on this one. But I want to also find out from you, if you can tell this House how much that the IT system is going to be and how long it will take to put that system in place to make this a reality. If we jump before Westminster removes the two-child limit, what will be the implications for this House? And I don't say that lightly, because if I could get rid of that two-child limit tomorrow, I would gladly do so. But pragmatically, I do not want to take the money out of the mouths of children who are already in poverty in Northern Ireland, as has been counted on from so many people. 45. Yes, I will indeed.
Could you just explain? I mean, I've suggested how we could pay for this, and obviously we hope that a future UK government changes the policy at Westminster. But I do think it's affordable here. When she says taking it out of the mouths of other children, what does she mean exactly? How would removing it ourselves via mitigation or directly do that?
I have to say that this is opposition day. There's lots of coulds and shoulds. I'm not interested in coulds and shoulds. I want to make sure that people are not without money. Could and should doesn't pay for somebody's school uniform. Could and should doesn't put money in a child's mouth. I need to absolutely know that if we take a decision to do this before Westminster does it, that we are not actually going to put people in a worse situation. And I've explained that when I spoke to the Cliff Edge Coalition, to Action for Children, for the British Association of British Social Workers. I've spoke to everybody about this. Let's do this, but let's do this well. Let's not put people in further poverty, and that's why I and Alliance Party are supporting the amendment, because asking the Communities Minister for a plan before this Assembly to remove the two-child limit before the end of the year isn't enough for me. I want to actually see a payment coming forward. I do, as my colleague has said, have concerns that the amendment is a bit wishy-washy. But to be honest, it gives a better direction to me, and it gives something that I can, as a member of the Communities Committee, work forward with the Minister to take forward. Principal Deputy Speaker, Better Start's larger families payment by way of a Northern Ireland mitigation will mean then that people here will not have to suffer from the loss of the £3,455 per child for the third and subsequent children. But we do need to know where that money is going to come from. If you divide 3,455 per child per year, that costs is about $66.45 a week. Where are we going to get that money from? That money will need to come through as part of a coherent anti-poverty strategy, where all of the executive has agreed to use the money to lift people out of poverty. I would back you on that, Minister. I don't know if your whole executive would be willing to give up the money to provide that to you to allow that to happen, but we need to do something. So having a Better Start larger families payment as a mitigation, as we said in this House about the bedroom tax, what a disaster, but we couldn't afford to walk away from the bedroom tax, but what we did was we mitigated the costs, and that's what we need to do with the two-child limit. Until such times as Westminster changes that, we put a mitigation in place so that we protect children and lift them out of poverty. Sadly, I do not believe that the Labour government is going to do that. I am concerned that £56 million is only the start of the costs of this on an annual basis. The IT cost, the length of time, would mean that we would have a generation of children here who would not have that support because Northern Ireland wouldn't be able to afford it. So therefore, I agree with the amendment, but I would say to the Minister, we are looking at you for this, Minister, and we're looking for movement forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. There are many aspects of the Tory policy in the last 14 years that have brought pain to working people, but today we are discussing a uniquely cruel and punitive policy. Since the introduction of the two-child limit, the Tories have insisted that it has been designed to boost employment. Yet it is perverse Tory social engineering designed to punish the most vulnerable and to push families over the brink and force more and more children into abject poverty. The facts speak for themselves. As a result of the two-child limit, families with a third child or more born since 2017 are missing out on up to £3,500 per child. Over a fifth of families in the north have 3 or more children. If we continue as we are, then more than half of families across the UK with 3 or more children will be in poverty in 5 years' time. The two-child limit is the single biggest driver of child poverty across these islands. So much so that the United Nations have said that the UK is in violation of international law over poverty levels, and it is grossly underfunding of universal credit. We know that policies like this have a devastating impact in Northern Ireland. Not only, as has been said, because we have larger family sizes here, but because our rates of poverty would shame any other country. And they should shame this executive and shame this Assembly. 1/4 of children here live in poverty. In my own council area of Newry, Morning Down, we have the second highest rate of poverty in the north, with 21% of children there. It is also the area with the joint highest child poverty rate in the north at 26%. The social inequalities that we see across the north and then reflected in other ways, for example in health inequalities And that becomes multi-generational, and it becomes a cycle, generation after generation, trapped into poverty. As legislators, how do we help people break that cycle of poverty? Because poverty isn't a personal choice, it's a political choice. And it is one that successive Tory governments, at times supported by parties in here, have made. We certainly won't forget those parties who handed the welfare powers back to the Tories 10 years ago. And we'll listen to hear if they're crying today about the impacts of that. Children and families in Northern Ireland deserve much better than this. These children have the right in law to an adequate standard of living, including the right to social security. The two-child limit or sibling penalty runs totally contrary to that right. But it is not enough to just blame the Tories. Our motion is asking the Minister of Communities to present a plan before this Assembly to remove the limit. Not to remove it overnight, but to set the direction to once and for all end the poverty trap that has caused so much misery for so many people. Yes, of course.
The member makes a fantastic point on the point of misery, and would he agree with me that for mothers who have experienced rape and conceived through rape, it's extremely re-traumatising for them to have to evidence and have to prove that their child was conceived through rape, and this is just another reason that we need to end the two-child limit and its horrific impact on mothers across the north.
Colin, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. Absolutely. And when you take a policy, sometimes the consequences of that policy are completely forgotten. And for that to include the re-traumatisation of victims of rape and other crimes is absolutely horrendous. And what I would ask, though, for the Minister is, while he's at it, can he also use the other levers that he has at his disposal to eradicate poverty, including working with his executive colleagues to introduce proper childcare support? This was meant to be a day one matter for this executive, this four-party executive. What concrete action have we seen them taking so far? A motion? A debate? Maybe a photo shoot? Without change to bring down childcare costs, more and more families are going to be pushed into poverty. No one should shirk their responsibility to act or blame the Tories without stepping up to do what they can do in this place. It is our duty to mitigate against the worst impulses of a Tory government for whatever time that they have left. In summary, the two-child limit is having a devastating impact on families right across Northern Ireland. It is within our gift to remove it, so the Minister for Communities, I would ask him to get on with his job. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Nicole, Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I hope that the DUP, Sinn Féin, Alliance Party MLA sitting here are wholeheartedly ashamed of the role they played in implementing this detested two-child limit. I would be ashamed to be a member of a party that voted through these rotten Tory welfare reforms, which have condemned so many children to a life of stark deprivation. I will give way, yeah.
Very much. I'll just remind the Minister that Minister, I'm giving you promotion, sorry Jerry, sorry Principal Deputy Speaker. On the 31st of January 2012 in the House of Commons, when the vote was taken that Naomi Long was MP at that stage, we voted against welfare reform.
Jerry, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Remind the member, I think it was 2014, 2015 in this building that I wasn't in. I don't know if she was here either, that your party, alongside DUP and Sinn Féin, voted for welfare reform. So you voted for it. So you gave way, so I'll let you give way, so appreciate if you don't intervene again and shout at me when I'm trying to speak. This appalling attempt at social engineering, Deputy Speaker, has plunged too many families into poverty, and it should be repealed as a matter of course. Just yesterday we did debate the issue of child poverty, and statistics only give a partial picture of the hardship wrought by the two-child limit, but I think it's important that we have them. Nearly half of all children living in relative poverty come from families with 3 or more children, and while nearly 1 in 10 children in the north live in households affected by the two-child limit, some 45,000, I think it's important to mention the fact that over 4,000 children of those children live in my constituency of West Belfast. That's 16% of children affected by the 2-child limit in West Belfast, where at least 28.5% of children live in poverty. So you can see the damage of this disastrous anti-working class policy that it's had. And it must be said, this is the harsh reality imposed on our communities by Alliance, Sinn Féin, the DUP, and obviously the Tories. And the research, Deputy Speaker. Yeah.
For the second time. Will the member agree with me that the attendance in this House by MLAs from the DUP, Sinn Féin and Alliance is disappointing today, given the nature of this important debate? And will he also agree that it is equally as disappointing that Alliance, once again, as they did in 2015, are acting as a mudguard for these two parties that are failing people in this society?
I thank the member for his point, and I think there is a valid point that there's a bit of collective amnesia, a bit of spinning of history being attempted in this debate, and people should know better than that. So the research, Deputy Speaker, presented to us, I really need to make headway. If I have time, I will. The research presented to us before the Assembly, Deputy Speaker, shows that the Executive has the power to scrap the 2-child limit. More importantly, it shows that the parties who told us that there was no alternative to its implementation told a blatant spoof. Welfare reform and the 2-child limit was a choice that this Assembly never had to make, but chose to do it. People for Profit vociferously opposed a raft of Tory-designed welfare reforms because we maintain that poverty in general, and child poverty specifically, does not have to exist in a society with colossal wealth. And while letting the wealthy off the hook for billions in unpaid tax, the Tories, with the help of Stormont, brought forward policies to penalise the poor, the sick and the vulnerable. Indeed, according to one report, I quote, Deputy Speaker, only the wealthy few with the financial resilience to withstand all of life's misfortunes without recourse to benefits could responsibly decide to have more than 2 children. What a rotten society we live in. We know what it was about, and we will not forget the role played by Sinn Féin, the DUP and Alliance, who implemented welfare reforms, including the 2-child limit, in a bid to devolve and cut corporation tax. Communities across the north are clearly still feeling the harsh impact of those awful political decisions. So I agree, we need to scrap the 2-child limit, and in our view, the entire welfare system is not fit for purpose. It has created a society where to be sick, unemployed or born working class has the potential to condemn you to a life of poverty. People before Profit wants the Executive to scrap the 2-child limit. Of course they do. But what I really want to hear today is a pledge from parties here, from the Minister, that they will never vote or allow the British Government to roll out welfare reforms with similar intent ever again. We've heard a lot from this Executive about tackling poverty. Welfare is a devolved matter, so I see no good reason why we can't have a fairer system that allows children and all people to live with a bit of dignity.
I want to call the Minister for Communities, Mr Gordon Lyons, to respond to the debate and Ministry of 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank everyone that has made a contribution to the debate today, and I sincerely thank the members in the SDLP for their opposition motions today. I think it is useful for us to be able to have these conversations around what are really important issues, and I'm pleased to be able to take part in the debate today. I have to say I thought it was very strange that the SDLP and Mr O'Toole and then Mr McCrossan both indicated that attendance at debates shows the interest or the levels of interest that parties have in this matter, and he pointed towards the attendance of other parties in this place. I don't think that he can draw anything from the attendance of people here today, but if he is to do that, and if he does continue down that line, that must mean that the SDLP have no interest in housing, because there was an adjournment debate here in this chamber last week on housing. Not a single member of the SDLP turned up, so they may want to reconsider their thoughts on that particular issue. But there is no question whatsoever that over the past several years we have seen a number of significant challenges for people in Northern Ireland and indeed the rest of the UK, particularly for the most vulnerable in our society. We've had the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We've seen food and energy prices increase to the highest levels in 4 decades, and we know that these cost of living increases hit low-income households the hardest. And as Minister, I am committed to continuing the important work of my department in providing support to those who are most in need in our society. I acknowledge the findings of the Audit Office's report on child poverty, and I acknowledge the scale of the problems we face, with 18% of children living in relative poverty. As highlighted in the report, growing up in poverty has lifelong implications, with children from poorer households being twice as likely to leave school with no GCSEs, and those who do attain 5 GCSEs being 24% less likely to get the top grades. This in turn leads to reduced earning potential and employment prospects in adulthood, and this is quite simply unacceptable, and we must work together to give our children a better start and better opportunities, not only to simply survive, but to thrive, and importantly, to set them on a path to meet their full potential. We know that poverty is rarely caused by a single factor, and indeed, the Audit Office report highlights that low incomes, worklessness and the rising cost of living are all among those factors that significantly impact on child poverty. The factors to alleviate child poverty in our society are also multifaceted in our approach, and our approach must be collective and committed. So I am certainly committed to doing what I can to drive down the levels of child poverty in Northern Ireland, and working with executive colleagues to ensure that those children who have been affected by poverty are afforded the opportunity to live happy, healthy and productive lives. Now, the report, based on 2019 to 2020 data, reflects that almost half of children in relative poverty in Northern Ireland live in families with 3 or more children. And the 2-child limit will inevitably impact those claimants who have chosen to have larger families. And my department currently administers a number of welfare mitigation schemes to alleviate the impact of specific changes to the social security system in Northern Ireland, such as the benefit cap and the bedroom tax. And the total budgetary requirement for the current mitigations package is £45 million for 24-25. In October 22, the Independent Advisory Panel published its Welfare Mitigations Review, and the review recommended creating a number of new mitigation schemes, including the Better Start Larger Families payment to offset the 2-child limit. Now, I don't want the House to be in any doubt in regards to my position on the 2-child limit. I agree with what nearly every member has said here today in relation to that limit. And I think from the research that has been done since, the ambitions of the government haven't even been met here. It hasn't even led to the changes that they had hoped that it would lead to. There are a number of issues with it. I'm convinced of the problems that it is. Causing, and I have to say, the issues around rape, for example, I think are particularly galling and horrendous to have to ask any parent to go through that. So I am certainly not in any way supporting or defending that 2-child limit, and I don't think of it is of benefit to people here in Northern Ireland. I, however, have to look at the cost of what mitigating that would be if we were to take that cost on for ourselves. And the latest available estimate of the cost of mitigating the 2-child policy is, as I set out earlier on, £56.4 million for this year. Kelly Armstrong had asked about the total cost. Unfortunately, I can't give those total costs. We have that figure of £56.4 million, which is the mitigation cost, but there are additional IT systems that would need to be in place, and then ongoing staff costs. And Mr McCrossan in particular has frequently raised the issue of staffing in my own department. Those are additional costs that I simply don't have for the member. However, Kelly Armstrong will remember the debates that we had in this House in the previous mandate on the difficulties around IT systems when it came to the parental bereavement leave and pay. So it's not something that is easy for us to do in terms of the finance. It's not something that's easy for us to do in terms of the infrastructure that's required either. I think that the SDLP mean for the motion to mean something that it actually does. My understanding in the plain text reading of this motion is that they want me to present a plan before the Assembly to remove the two-child limit before the end of 2024. I think that the Leader of the Opposition wants me to present a plan before the end of this year, but if the plain text reading is right, he actually wants me to remove the two-child limit before the end of 2024. That's simply not possible in terms of finance, but in particular with the IT infrastructure that would be necessary as well. But I am committed to doing what I can to address this issue. I know there have been some concerns expressed by the amendment which my colleagues have put in place, but I can assure the member that I am working at pace to bring that report forward as quickly as possible. And although the amendment asked me to bring that forward before the end of the financial year, I believe I will be in a position to bring that before the end of the calendar year, if not sooner, because I understand how important that is. So my officials are currently... I will, yes.
On that, he mentioned our text does ask him to bring a plan to remove the two-child limit before the end of 2024. Isn't he, by saying, and his party colleague said earlier on that this was unaffordable, he's saying he's going to look at the panel review and bring forward a report by the end of 2024, but seems to be saying that he is ruling out action to remove the two-child limit. So isn't there a contradiction there? If he's already saying he can't afford it and it's not going to happen, why is he bringing forward a report in the first place if he's already prejudged his outcome? And why is our motion objectionable in that regard?
Well, my understanding is that the member's asking me to remove that this year, that he's actually asking me to remove the two-child limit this year. If it doesn't mean that, if he means it for what I actually think that he means it for, it's to bring a plan forward that would remove it. I cannot commit that I can definitely remove that because of the costs that I have outlined. And take, for example, and I do appreciate that the member is trying to be a little bit more mature than maybe most opposition parties are. He has tried to give some evidence of where the funding would come from. He has used the example of the non-domestic vacant rating, I think he had spoken about before. We know how much that has brought in the past. Wouldn't cover it alone, or indeed the regional rate increase, which I think his party was against. Certainly his party leader was complaining about it on Twitter yesterday, and I know that Mr McGrath has been particularly concerned about the rate rises that have taken place in his own area as well. So we can't have it both ways. We can't be opposed to regional rate or come to this House with 4 or 5 different ways in which that money could be spent and then ask for it to be spent on something else as well. So I am trying to be upfront, honest with the members here today and say that yes, of course, I want to be in a position where this is removed, but taking this on ourselves, putting in the legislative changes and paying for that is not something that I believe that we will be in a position to do. But I do want to look at that report in the round. I want to look at all of the interventions that are there and how we can actually use the resources that we have to make sure that we're tackling the issues that are causing greatest distress and hardship and contributing to poverty. So of course child poverty is a problem. I'm wholly committed to doing my part to alleviating that, but I can't support the motion as framed to remove the two-child policy by the end of this year. I would also just make the other point that tackling poverty is of course a responsibility for the entire executive, and I know we're going back on some of the points that we had made in the debate yesterday, but I think it is worth repeating that we are currently working on the development and implementation at pace of an anti-poverty strategy and how best we as an executive can move this forward. And I want to work with executive colleagues to agree on that anti-poverty strategy that is both sustainable and deliverable. And of course, these issues will be part of that as well. So I do just want to comment on some of the speeches that we have heard today. I completely agree with what the chairman of the committee has said in relation to the impact of this policy, but also his realism in terms of the importance of finding a way for us to sustainably offset the impact of that. And I also welcome the comments from Shan Mulholland in relation to that, and the sensible approach that she has taken in regards to recognising it's not just the cost of the mitigations itself, it's the IT systems, the infrastructure. That's why I think it is important that we consider all of the recommendations in the round, because I would rather make sure that if we're putting additional resources to tackling policy, that we spend it on people and not on IT systems where possible. But to be fair to the opposition, I think they realise that it doesn't need to be a complete abolition, rather mitigation as possible. So I do accept that. I also want to wish a very happy birthday to Robbie Butler. I'm glad his mother is still calling him on his birthday. I would hope he calls his mother as well, though, not just at his birthday. But I do recognise the points that he has made as well, and the impact that this has in particular on larger families. It's a point that others have made as well. We don't want to find ourselves in a position where simply because you have more children that those children could be penalised. Kelly Armstrong referred to her comments as well, and Mr McGrath had also mentioned the importance of childcare. That is a priority for this executive, and just because we're not in this chamber making announcements around it does not mean that the work is not ongoing. I know that Paul Givan has taken this issue on from day one. It has been a constant theme around the executive table, and I look forward to progress being made on that. But again, he makes the point in raising the issue that tackling poverty is not simply about any one issue. Yes, the 2-child limit is important, but this is about getting people into work, getting better paid jobs, making sure that people can work through appropriate childcare, making sure that we address health inequalities, making sure that people have homes to live in, making sure that they have warm homes. All of these contribute to the outcomes that we want to see, and that's what I am committed to doing. He tells me to get on with the job. I can assure him that's exactly what I'm doing, because I want to see this issue sorted out. That wider issue of child poverty, we need to address that, and that will take many different forms, and I look forward to making sure that we deliver on that. So just in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, yes, I will, very quick.
Just before you move on, you have mentioned around all of the different ways in which we can address poverty. And one thing that was missed from the debate today that I want to just pay tribute to is, whilst the Tory government absolutely stripped away and ripped the safety net for many families across Northern Ireland, we have had many organisations, most importantly the charity sector, the voluntary sector, who have actually stepped up and provided that much needed support where a government should actually be providing. So I think it's important to put that on record, that we are very grateful that where the government has fallen down, that actually it has been those knitted into our community who have raised up the support.
Speaker, if we did not have the voluntary and community sector in Northern Ireland, we would find ourselves in a horrendous situation. They hold so much together, and they have really borne the brunt as well of some of the spending constraints that have been in place in recent years as well. So I completely acknowledge and accept with what the member has said, and that ongoing support is vital. And if that support were to be taken away, it would put incredible strain on our public services, and I join her in paying tribute to them. My time is ending, but I hope that members can see what we're trying to do through this amendment. I think it's realistic, and I give the personal commitment that I will do everything that I can to address this issue of child poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to call Brian Kingston to wind on the amendment. And Brian, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank all the members for their comments. And I say that we thank the SDLP, the opposition party, for bringing this motion. And whilst we have proposed an amendment, I would point out to them that the majority of the wording of their motion will be kept. Our motion is towards the end in what is the best way to address these issues. So we are agreeing them that we acknowledge the findings of the Audit Office report on child poverty, that nearly half of all children living in relative poverty come from families with 3 or more children. We recognise the pernicious role that the universal credit two-child limit has played in increasing the number of children in poverty, and we understand that the majority of those negatively impacted by the two-child limit are working families. Through our amendment, instead of requiring the Minister to introduce the mitigation by the end of this financial year, coming from the block grant that we have to run public services in Northern Ireland, we are charting out a way forward with a view to the Better Start Larger Families payment and the recommendations that exist regarding that. So we thank the other members for their comments. Colm Gildernew mentioned about other mitigation measures, points out that the Executive has to meet the associated costs from the block grant and that we need to be realistic about costs and time scale. Sian Mulholland is likewise concerned about the cost implications of breaking parity with benefit funding from Treasury. She said she would give lukewarm recognition of the amendment, which we will accept in the circumstances. And of course we are dealing with an imperfect situation and a rule which we all agree is punitive and punishing to larger families. Robbie Butler said the cost of inaction is too great to bear. Kelly Armstrong again wants to see the Better Start Larger Families payment being actively brought forward, and she will be looking for evidence of that. She says that we need certainty of the consequence of funding in the absence of Treasury funding, and she again said the amendment at least gives better direction and that they would support it. Okay, briefly.
But would the member acknowledge that your amendment does not, and the Alliance Party should be clear about this, the amendment does not call on the Minister to introduce a Better Start Larger Families payment. It asks that this Assembly notes the recommendations of the panel, including this proposal, and calls on the Minister to consider the merits of this proposal. So anyone debating in this chamber who's saying or implying that this amendment creates a Better Start Larger Family payment or in any way obliges the Minister to introduce it is, I'm afraid, calling people on. It is very, very lukewarm, to use a phrase.
And again, the problem is the original proposal is talking
Brian,
for
you get an extra
in-year a commitment, which during the financial year, 56.4 million cost, plus IT and staff costs. So these things have to be done in a way which are sustainable and within the finances that we had available. To find possibly £100 million in year would be hugely damaging to other public services and your party and all parties are highlighting needs that there are within the public sector. So this is not ignoring the issue, but is trying to have a considered and planned way forward. Again, just within the time I have, I'm not sure if I'd mentioned Colin McGrath again said that the two-child limit is uniquely cruel and punitive policy, and highlighted again that up to a quarter of children living here are living in poverty. Jerry Carroll said the entire benefit system is not fit for purpose, and in his view the Assembly should not implement any changes to the benefit system agreed at Westminster. The Minister in response highlighted that the economic shocks of recent years have been most experienced by lower income families. He is committed to doing what he can through his department to drive down poverty levels so that children can live happy, healthy and productive lives. He points out that there are mitigations in place, which is costing £45 million per year, and again highlighted the costs of introducing the ending of the two-child limit at £56.4 million per annum, in addition to IT and staff costs. So he said that the report that he has requested, he expects that to be brought back by the end of the calendar year, if not sooner, and again reiterated that he is wholly committed to reducing poverty and child poverty, as indeed is my entire party. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I call Mark Durgan to weigh on the motion. And Mark, you've got 10 minutes.
Our unique position our growing housing crisis, low-wage economy, prevalence of larger families and high levels of people living with a disability means the impact of welfare reform has been more pronounced here. The need for mitigations was recognition that this policy was and is wrong. Social justice is a core founding principle of the SDLP, and I would argue that the two-child cap, the biggest driver of poverty in the UK, is one of the biggest social justice challenges of our time. To stand idly by wouldn't just contradict the essence of my party, but that of this Assembly and Executive. This policy contradicts the principles of equality and fairness and can't merely be mitigated against, but must be abolished. Since the introduction of welfare reform, compounded by a lack of a functioning executive, we've seen an increase in child poverty rates, rising homelessness and a huge rise in the use of food banks. As of last April, 422,000 children were impacted by this cruel cap, a number which will rise massively given the recent migration of tax credit claims to universal credit. We are yet to feel the full punch of a policy which disproportionately impacts single-parent households, chiefly single mothers. The UC migration will ensure that families with 3 or more children will be financially disadvantaged by £3,400 per year per child for their third and every additional child, entrenching poverty as a daily reality for hundreds of thousands of children. Impact will differ from home to home. Some will get it bad and some will get it worse. But the impact is also being felt sharply by and across our local economy. Many in this chamber were led to believe that the two-child cap, the benefit cap, and the 5-week wait under UC would be resolved under secondary welfare legislation. In 2021, Minister Deirdre Hargey assured me that they remained a priority consideration and would be progressed as a matter of urgency. The Sinn Féin DUP-led executive, however, failed people as he engaged in sham fights over mitigations. Now Minister Lyons states he has no plans to mitigate against the two-child policy. So I don't really have time. I'll come to you if I have time later on. So it's important to understand the events that got us here. The two-child limit was floated by Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne, among additional austerity-based welfare reform measures as part of his post-election emergency budget in July 2015. Osborne was even then deemed one of the most disastrous post-war chancellors Britain has ever seen, too posh and too out of touch, even for the Tories. His reforms were to encourage people into work and to cut the welfare bill. It's all very reminiscent of Victorian poor law, and I don't make the comparison flippantly. Those laws compelled the idle to work and perpetuated harmful, divisive stereotypes about the poor, the benefit scroungers, rather than setting sights on the big fish that continue to evade tax by the billion. Some of this narrative was sadly parroted by the DUP at times and in places, and I have to say I'm glad that they seem to have wised up, at least in that regard. Essentially, the Dickensian policies founded by the Tory government and rubber-stamped by the DUP, Sinn Féin and Alliance has created a system where households in full-time work aren't earning enough to support themselves. I should point out that this was the Tory agenda and context in play at the very time that the Assembly voted to vest power in Westminster to inflict welfare reform on the North. The vote in 2015 by DUP, Sinn Féin and Alliance was not just to acquiesce to the 2012 Welfare Reform Act, but to fully endorse the entire suite of reforms, or cuts, driven by a Tory government. They gave the big bad Tory wolves the keys to the henhouse. The SDLP was the only party, both at Westminster and in this Assembly, who consistently voted against it. Even Ian Duncan Smith resigned in 2016, claiming that universal credit was not achieving its intended aims of supporting working families, nor was it safeguarding people with disabilities. There's no bones about it. The two-child cap is discriminatory by design. It disproportionately impacts families from specific cultural and religious backgrounds, including Catholics and migrants. According to the Child Poverty Action Group, there are twice as many large, poorer families here as there are in Scotland and in the southwest of the UK. Colin Gildernew made these exact points and stated his party continue to call for the UK to scrap the policy. They'd have been better voting against it than standing outside in the lawns of Westminster with placards. Despite these circumstances, Mr Lyons recently confirmed that no equality assessment has been carried out on its impact on the North or on women specifically. It's unforgivable that such a profound policy change was accepted while government departments were blindfolded to the reality of its consequences in this region. And as if the two-child policy wasn't odious enough in nature, the rape clause, as raised by Ms Mulholland and Mr McGrath, among others, is an egregious example of insensitivity and injustice in policy making. It forces women to disclose deeply traumatic experiences of sexual assault in order to access welfare support for a third child conceived as a result of rape. It re-traumatises and dehumanises survivors. It also poses a greater ethical dilemma for social workers here in the North than that faced by their GB counterparts. Under Section 5 of the Criminal Law Act, Northern Ireland 1967, a social worker could face prosecution for not reporting a rape disclosed to them during a universal credit application. This policy not only fails to safeguard women, but also the social work sector. It's a policy which drives poverty and places the UK in violation of international law under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. If such reforms broke Britain, I fear they will eviscerate the North. How can we, in good conscience, accept this as an example of effective policy? We've been elected to make this place work, and that means making tough decisions, but not at the expense or to the detriment of the people that we represent. I'm under no illusion, or we're under no illusion, that funding the removal of the two-child policy will be easy. We estimate that it will cost in the region of £135 million in the first 3 years. And this could be, as my colleagues have said, funded by using the rates increase and further reform of that system. Just in reference to a point that the Minister had made, the more you increase rates, we're not looking to increase rates across the board, the more you increase rates, the more empty premises that we're going to see. But we are open to exploring options alongside departments and executive parties. We brought this motion to get the executive to act, not to embarrass it for not acting, although it would be impossible to embarrass some of the parties here. I am disappointed but not surprised at a sort of circling of the wagons by the parties that have enabled this punitive policy. Alliance are voting for an amendment that Miss Armstrong herself described as wishy-washy, rather than taking a principled stand to even give us a plan on how to put money back into people's purses now. Wishy-washy indeed. To not support our motion based on cost, when there have been no such concerns, as executive parties have passed motion after apple pie motion that would see spending like we haven't seen since Brewster's Millions, suggests that they've misunderstood the meaning of Opposition Day. And while Sinn Féin members seem to have gone into hiding, although I'm glad now they seem to be in breach of their own 2 MLA limit. Child poverty costs society an estimated £1 billion per year, but abolishing the 2-child limit has been lauded as the most cost-effective way of reducing these costs, immediately lifting 250,000 children out of poverty. Inaction on this matter will cost us dearly in the future. On balance, we can't accept that scrapping this callous rule would place, therefore, serious and recurring constraints on public spending. So we will not be, you won't be surprised to hear, supporting the proposed amendment that calls on the Minister to have a wee think about the merits of maybe doing something this time next year. At this point, I'd like to thank, or put on record, our party's thanks for all those working so hard in this sector. Their their commitment has been unwavering, and their work at times harrowing. We thank them.
Thank you, Mark. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Maurice Bradley and Brian Kingston be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? No. All those in favour? Okay. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. Order. Gormagov. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Maurice Bradley and Brian Kingston be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Do we have tellers? Okay, order. So the tellers for the ayes have been appointed, and they are Brian Kingston and David Brooks. The tellers for the noes are Colin McGrath and Daniel McCrossan. So the ayes, the House will divide, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members, Clerk, will you please read the results of the division?
79 members voted, 69 members voted aye, 10 members voted no. The motion is therefore agreed.
Okay, so the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Would members take their ease, please? Do we change the top table? Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
Members, order.
Speaker, can I take this opportunity to apologise to the Chamber and yourself for my phone inadvertently going off in that last session, and indeed to the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm sure members appreciate your clarification, and thanks from me also. Members, the next item on the order paper is an opposition motion on eradicating fuel poverty. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly believes it is unacceptable that 290 people in Northern Ireland die each winter due to cold homes, accepts that the Warmer, Healthier Homes Fuel Poverty Strategy is over a decade old and is no longer fit for purpose, calls on the Executive to include a clear target for eradicating fuel poverty in the next programme for Government, and further calls on the Minister for Communities to work with his Executive colleagues to establish a fuel poverty task force and to present an updated fuel poverty strategy before the end of this year, with specific commitments to introduce a cap on energy prices, system price protections for home heating oil customers, and proposals for social tariffs to protect the most vulnerable.
Thank you. And I call Daniel McCrossan to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move this all-important motion on eradicating fuel poverty today in this House. And I want to begin by thanking the various groups that met with SDLP colleagues this morning in the Great Hall and others who we have been engaging with over the course of the last number of months and indeed years in relation to this very important issue. Those groups and charities are vitally important and do huge work in our communities to support the most vulnerable. They've been very strong and powerful voices, particularly at a time when this institution wasn't functioning for prolonged periods of time, and they've been extremely resilient in the face of considerable cuts and challenges to their own organisations, even though they've been advocating in the interests of ordinary people on a daily basis. This is a huge challenge for our society. We, as MLAs, hear continually on a daily basis the challenges that our constituents face in relation to fuel poverty and the rising costs of fuel, particularly of late, where we've seen energy companies drive their pricing through the roof to the extent that it is entirely unaffordable and has had considerable adverse effects on ordinary people, not just the vulnerable in our society, but working families that have been driven to the brink and are very concerned about this. The Department for Communities has defined poverty as a household that spends more than 10% of its income on energy costs. But the Department's own figures show that in 2021 the rate of fuel poverty was 24%, which is about 179,000 households, up from 18% in 2018. And that was before we even had a cost of living crisis. In 2021, when we were coming through the worst effects of the pandemic, the SDLP was talking very loudly about the cost of living crisis that was about to hit hard, and that's exactly what it did. Our people are reeling from the consequences of it and how it has put them into significant financial difficulty in terms of the things that most people should and normally would have taken for granted. The Consumer Council produced a report in May 2022, Mr Speaker, that claimed that the actual number suffering from fuel poverty could be as high as 34%, and the Fuel Poverty Coalition suggests that figures are closer to 40%. Those are damning figures that are hugely shocking and a real insight into the challenges that exist in our constituencies, and I don't think that any MLA a member of this House will disagree with the consequences of such stark figures and the impact they have in our community. That same report states that around 30% of excess winter deaths in Northern Ireland can be attributed to cold homes, and indeed, as the wording of the motion outlines, it is estimated that 290 people in Northern Ireland die each year as a result of cold homes and winter deaths. The fuel poverty strategy, as members will know, and we've pointed this, is out of date. It has not been updated since 2011, and indeed that was brought forward at that time by my former colleague, the Social Justice Minister Alex Atwood, that introduced the strategy in 2011. We're now in 2024, we're some 13 years on, and I'm sure members will understand and appreciate that things have dramatically changed in our society. And by a consequence of the ever-changing situation in terms of rising energy costs, rising food costs, rising every aspect of costs in human life, that strategy is most certainly out of date and needs to be updated to reflect the challenges of our society today. The truth is that in 2024, many families in Northern Ireland are now in fuel poverty, more so than ever before. This is a major challenge for this House, but it must be a priority for the Executive. And I've heard today, Mr Speaker, members of this House stand up and talk about the importance of looking after the public purse as custodians of the public purse, and I appreciate that. But, you know, when it comes to poverty and it comes to the struggling of our people in terms of making ends meet, there should be nothing else as important as that. And I will give way, yes.
Give way. Would the member share my concern that parties, when the Executive was down, made various day one commitments around anti-poverty strategies, and then when they have the chance to vote for those exact motions, have failed? Does he share any concern about that doublespeak?
Yes, I agree with the member. I could state a long list, and I'm limited in time as to what I could say about this particular issue. The truth is, when people needed us, we weren't here. The Executive could have helped and assisted countless families, and whilst often in this House, when it's easy to do so, we point to the Tories in terms of the austerity agenda that they have had, but the truth is simple things were not being done in this House where it should have been, where people's lives should have been prioritised and their needs, and where vulnerable people were continuing to struggle. The truth is that the Executive has failed. It has failed when it existed, and it has failed absolutely in its collapse, and as a consequence people have suffered. There are huge challenges for the North. We're hugely reliant on heating oil, 68% across the North, more in constituencies like mine. Rural constituencies are discriminated against because 82% in those areas, according to the Consumer Council research, are relying on home heating oil. The market is unregulated, so it is unchallengeable, and therefore it is getting away with charging extortionate amounts of money, forcing people into further difficulty. And Northern Ireland experiences, as I've outlined, some of the highest energy prices in the UK, and at a time when we should have been in this House discussing those exact problems, we were outside talking about them instead of being in here trying to deal with them. That has exacerbated the fuel poverty issues in terms of our people, because we haven't been here to anyway even attempt to mitigate against them. Housing stock is not efficient. I think it's very clear from discussions in this House over recent weeks that there's huge concerns in relation to the efficiency of housing stock, and only 63% had cavity wall insulation and was non-compliant with current industry standards, with 481 housing executive homes have had cavity wall insulation works in the last 5 years. I'm sure people will agree that is a ridiculous failing as well. The working poor are the group that I would say are struggling most, because with the rising cost of inflation, wages have not went up and they've been pushed further and further into poverty and into struggle. Carers NI have flagged up to 31% of unpaid carers are cutting back on essentials such as heating, and that is rising to 42% for those on carers allowance. People who save the public purse a fortune of money by looking after their loved ones or people in our community on a daily basis. 18% of carers struggling to afford utility bills. These are all statistics that are real-life examples of how our people are struggling with the rising cost of living, and by consequence the failure of this House to bring forward a strategy that actually will lay out a plan to deal with those challenges. The SDLP supports the work of the Fuel Poverty Coalition and their calls to help the worst off, prevent postcode lotteries and embed an emergency response. And the SDLP would like to see an upgrade of this fuel poverty strategy before the end of this year. We need to see a plan. And I know no one in this House would disagree with that, but it needs to happen now. We can't just talk about it. We also want to see the strategy include a cap on energy prices, price protections for home heating oil customers, and social tariffs for the most vulnerable as outlined in the motion. We want to see an increase in the winter fuel payment, and this has not increased since 2011 from my understanding, and the Communities Minister has the power to review the rate, and I appreciate the challenge financially, but this is a priority issue, and I know the Minister, I hope, would feel strongly as I do about that issue, and I urge him to review that rate. And thirdly, we need a fuel poverty task force, a cross-departmental task force with all party support to bring a laser-like focus to the issue. And also we need a warm home discount scheme, similar to that available in England. This is a 150 credit on your bill, those benefits for low-income families in particular. And this will also allow families to... We also want to see, notification period for utility companies brought forward at an earlier period of time with due notice given, because people are given these bills and all of a sudden they're not able to pay them. And even recently, when you look at the extortionate rates, I received a gas bill recently, and it said that they're about to cut my bill by 21%. How can they jump from one end to the other? It's entirely ridiculous how they've been able to punish the most vulnerable in our society. This place needs a new, updated strategy to tackle fuel poverty, and the current 13 years out-of-date strategy is no longer sufficient. It hasn't been for some time. So, Minister, we need to get on with that important job. And I'll leave on this particular quote, Mr. Speaker, before commending the motion to the House. Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. That was a quote by Nelson Mandela, and I think it's very relevant to the people in our society who are struggling on a daily basis to make ends meet. We are elected to solve problems. We can work collectively to do that. There's no greater challenge for our society than poverty and the impact of it on every aspect of our society and the potential of it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you for opening the debate. I now call the Chairperson of the Communities Committee, Colin Gildernew.
And I would like to thank the proposer of the motion for the opportunity to speak on this issue here today. The cost of heating homes to a reasonable standard, like the two-child limit we have just discussed, is another key driver of poverty. Our over-reliance here in the north on oil and limited alternative options, especially, I have to say, for rural dwellers, makes us particularly vulnerable to price rises. And for people on low incomes who are already paying a higher rate when ordering smaller quantities, this can be really, really difficult to absorb. We have seen the impact of this acutely when energy and food prices spiralled and we found ourselves firmly in a cost of living crisis. Many people turned down their heating temperatures to try and reduce usage, and others turned it off altogether, using it only when absolutely necessary or relying instead on blankets and small electric heaters. And as we are all too aware, the climate here in this part of the world means that there are very few months in any given year where some level of heating is not required. So, for too many people, that has meant and continues to mean living in cold homes or cutting back on other essentials. This should not be a reality in this day and age, let alone a growing reality. We know the implications that living in a cold home can have on people's physical and mental health, especially for young children, older people and those with pre-existing conditions, and particularly if it's for a prolonged period of time. We also know that the final cost of living payment for people who were eligible was in February, which means that there is now less support financially available for those who have the least. While energy costs have reduced slightly, they still remain high. So I concur with this motion today, asking for an updated fuel poverty strategy. Schemes such as the affordable warmth and the boiler replacement scheme before it was ended have been extremely helpful in supporting people to improve their energy efficiency, but there is also a need for new, innovative, practical and sensible solutions. Those items listed in the motion are certainly worthy of consideration as part of this. So too are solutions that ensure a just transition as focus turns towards decarbonisation, increasing our use of renewable energy and reducing the use of fossil fuels. And, Aciardia, we need solutions that work for people in the private rented sector who lack the agency to choose or change the type of heating system they have and are therefore more limited in what they can do to increase their energy performance. In the short term, there has to be action on fuel prices or the financial support provided to offset them. This can be done by the British Government redirecting the money raised from the windfall tax on the excess profits made by large energy companies back into people's pockets. Ultimately, an updated fuel strategy needs to align with the overarching anti-poverty strategy, as poverty does not exist in isolation. So, Ceann Comhairle, we support this motion here today.
Thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The DUP fully endorses the need for a new long-term and cross-cutting approach to tackling fuel poverty in our society. Rocketing energy prices have brought renewed focus to the crisis facing many in our society, but in truth, these problems have been building for some time. The Communities Minister is leading the process of preparing a new strategic approach to delivering real change in the fight against fuel poverty. These ambitious plans will see the public consultation on a new strategy launch in the autumn. For context, the Housing Executive commissioned BRE to model estimates of fuel poverty up to 2021. The study was published in October last year and concluded that there had been an increase in the rate of fuel poverty from 22% of households in 2016 to around 24% of households in 2021. This equated to an increase in the number of households in fuel poverty from 160,000 households in 2016 to 179,000 in 2021. Overall, the combined effect of fuel prices increases and energy efficiency improvements was for a net increase in the mean household fuel costs of 8% between 2016 and 2021. And the largest change in fuel prices was seen for electricity, with standard electricity prices increasing by 29% between 2016 and 2021. It is clear that the previous 2011 strategy had been somewhat overtaken by legislative developments in terms of energy and climate change, and it is crucial that going forward policy development takes account of those targets in a way that is fair and compassionate towards vulnerable and low-income households. Financial stress is not limited to those in receipt of benefits. in our low-income working households across Northern Ireland, which include many frontline workers. Parents sometimes are forced to choose whether to heat or eat or go without so that their children's most basic needs can be met. That isn't acceptable. The squeezed middle should not continue to miss out on multiple layers of support. This has to be addressed as part of arrangements for any new energy efficiency scheme. In the coming weeks and months, there will be a series of workshops and focus groups with stakeholders to dig deeper into what form the new strategy and scheme should take, to nail down a definition of fuel poverty and discuss how and by whom any new interventions should be led. It is critical that there is close engagement and consultation with those personally affected by the existing Affordable Warmth Scheme. The proposal for a fuel poverty task force is put forward in the motion with the best of intentions, but we are not convinced it will provide added value, given that the Department has already set out a robust plan to engage and consult with communities, households, experts and stakeholders. Some events have already taken place in the consultation. Similarly, we are not persuaded that there is merit in prejudging the outcome of the consultation processes that have commenced by passing a motion in this House which dictates that policy like a cap on energy prices must be part of the final strategy. That is counterproductive, and whilst all ideas and proposals ought to be weighed up, we should not be forcing the Executive or individual ministers down a certain route until the consultation process has concluded. The DUP is also clear that the development of a cross-cutting, all-of-government strategy to tackle fuel poverty over the next 10 years can be no substitute for effective and operable methods of providing emergency support to those households who need it most. It is appropriate to recognise the contribution of our membership of the United Kingdom in tackling fuel poverty. Despite being told it could not happen and would not happen in the absence of the devolved institutions, households in Northern Ireland received a non-repayable payment totalling £600 last year to help with energy bills. In addition, the energy price guarantee in Northern Ireland reduced the typical household's dual fuel energy bill by hundreds of pounds. So, in closing, to be clear, whilst I have expressed misgivings about some of the aspects of the wording, the DUP will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will continue after question time, when the next speaker will be Kelly Armstrong. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Questions to Infrastructure Minister, and I call Robbie Butler. Minister.
Thank the member for his question. During the financial year, the 1st of April 2023 to the 31st of March 2024, my department received 4,878 roads-related vehicle damage claims. I should explain, however, that although my department has a statutory duty under Article 8 of the Roads Order 1993 to maintain public roads, there is no automatic entitlement to compensation. My department investigates and defends public liability claims, with every case turning on its own facts. In cases where officials believe the department can raise a legal offence, claims will be defended. Since April 2019, there has been an upward trend in the number of roads-related public liability claims received by my department. During the financial year of the 1st of April 2022 to the 31st of March 2023, 3,599 roads-related claims were received for property damage, personal injury and vehicle damage, whereas upon the financial year, the 1st of April 23 to the 31st of March 2024, 5,643 claims were received.
Mr. Butler.
I thank the Minister for his detailed answer, and I'm sure he will agree with me that there's a worrying trend here. Would the Minister agree with me that it's not just the road deterioration, but perhaps, and maybe he could update us in terms of his work to look at the quality of repairs, which don't seem to be lasting these days, and certainly my inbox as an MLA is receiving more and more worries in that regard.
Minister.
Thank you. Repairs are inspected due to resources implications. Not all repairs are inspected. I think it's around 5% of repairs are inspected. There's two phases to repairs at the moment. Once a pothole is reported or a fault is reported to my department, particularly through the web link, then when that is allocated to the contractor, if it's a private contractor, the private contractor then takes liability for that damage. They then go out and carry out almost an immediate repair, a quick fix. They then have to return and carry out a full repair to that pothole to ensure it meets the standards of my department. But I am aware of concerns raised by members and members of the public around the state of some repairs, and it is an issue I'm discussing with my officials.
Deborah Erskine.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Recently, the Minister did provide evidence just in relation to private investigators investigating certain incidences. Can he tell us exactly the extent to the private investigators? Is it personal injury or is it in relation to vehicle damage? And when his department employs those people?
Minister.
Thank you. It's in the cases of personal injury claims, and it's usually those where there is a higher claim involved. And it's only done on the basis of legal advice. It's not within every case. I have no role in it, for instance. It's down to legal advice, and then officials will take on board that legal advice as they prepare a defence to a claim, whether a private investigator is required or not.
Mark Durkin.
And I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. I want to bring the Minister back to a pothole that was raised here in the chamber before. It's the notorious Northland Road crater, a pothole that caused damage to a significant number of vehicles, but now owners of those damaged vehicles are being passed from pillar to post between DFI and Northern Ireland Water. Could I ask the Minister, should I follow up with written correspondence to him, that he'll have a look at this case, that these motorists aren't penalised due to a lack of any department taking responsibility?
Minister. I'm more than happy for the member to write to me in relation to that case, and I'll ask my officials to look into it to make sure that proper procedures are being followed.
Pat Sheehan. Pat Sheehan.
Belfast Grand Central Station is progressing well, with the first phase due to be operational in the autumn of this year. The new station, including the associated public realms works, will be fully completed by the end of 2025. When completed, Belfast Grand Central Station will be the largest integrated transport facility on the island. It will double the number of rail and bus stands and will cater for around 20 million passengers per year. In comparison to the present station, accommodates approximately 7 million passengers. In advance of the opening, the scale of the project means that there will be some disruption to existing rail services and road closures to accommodate the works required. Throughout that time, TransLink will keep their customers updated and Belfast will remain open for business. The new station will include the Enterprise service, which will bring cross-border passengers into the heart of the city with a new hourly service to increase our connections north and south. The new station will help transform public transport by improving connectivity to support a modern, confident vision for Belfast and act as a gateway to the entire island of Ireland.
Mr. Sheehan.
I thank the Minister for that answer.
How this new transport hub or station, whatever it's called, will help in getting people out of their cars and on the public transport?
Minister. Thank the member for his question. As part of the outlined business case for the new station, it was forecast that bus and rail passengers will increase by 32% by 2030 in comparison to the year 2015. As passenger numbers rise, my department will continue to keep the schedule of services under review as part of the review of TransLink's performance under the Public Service Agreement. The revision of any schedule of services will need to consider the availability of funding and how best to increase the use of public transport at that time. But I think the station, I'd planned a number of years ago, does fit into the broader objectives of the Executive and indeed this House in terms of tackling the climate emergency, because we are going to have a state-of-the-art station right in the middle of Belfast, which will allow passengers not only to travel in and out of Belfast in comfort, but also to travel other destinations as well.
Jonathan Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister in a position that he could outline the expected total cost of delivery of Belfast Grand Central Station and whether there will be an anticipated or expected overspend?
Minister. Thank you. The full business case was approved in November 2021 at a total cost of $295 million. The latest cost estimate is $340 million, which, as the member will be aware, is $45 million higher than the estimated cost. The vast majority of this cost increase is due to extraordinary inflation that is impacted upon all major capital projects. The project is due to be completed by Q4 2025, which is in line with the date indicated in the approved full business case.
Paula Bradshaw.
Minister, for your answer so far. We're all very excited about this development in South Belfast. It really is very impressive when you get down to visit it. Minister, you mentioned the word connectivity there, and I would appreciate if you could give us an insight into how this would connect with the forthcoming South Belfast corridor of the glider. Thank you.
Minister. All transport plans within the Belfast area are obviously aware that the new station is opening and the opportunities it provides. So the other transport services, whether it be the glider, whether it be Metro, whether it be Ulster Bus, are all connected in some way or another to the new station to have an integrated travel solution.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Minister, I am hugely excited about Grand Central. Indeed, I welcome its development and pay tribute to the work of previous Minister, as well as yourself, Nicola Mallon, on delivering it. Given we hope to have the Euros at a newly built Casement Park in a few years' time, are you looking at additional capacity to serve the Euros and indeed extra services from Grand Central into Balmoral and Finaghy to allow passengers to alight from there and go to the matches?
Minister. Yes, and in regards plans such as that would be an operational matter for TransLink, but I am aware, and obviously they are aware of the huge opportunities that the Euros bring and the influx of people that will bring into our city, and we want to ensure that they have public transport solutions, whether that be coming into Belfast Grand Central or in terms of the glider and Metro services that are also available. So there will be connectivity and plans in place for that hugely beneficial event, whether it's to Belfast or indeed across the north.
Hey, Carl.
The Executive have made commitments to improving the visibility of Irish language. Activists and campaigners can't be expected to play whack-a-mole and fit every new building on a case-by-case basis. Will you give a commitment to ensuring a directive is issued to TransLink to implement bilingual signage at all transport centres, including Weaver's Cross?
Minister. My understanding is that I don't have the authority to issue a directive, but I have been engaging, and my officials have been engaging in relation with TransLink in relation to this matter. I think there's an opportunity here for this state-of-the-art railway station to have all the languages which represent the communities which it serves. And I've encouraged TransLink to do that, but it is a decision for TransLink. I am reviewing my own department's Irish language policy and ensuring that it is in line with European Charter for Minority Languages and the upcoming Languages and Culture Act to ensure that we're leading the way on that. But I think it comes back to many aspects of planning, and we have to ensure from the outset that we're catering for all the communities our services are there for. And unfortunately, I think there was a missed opportunity at the start, but I think there's also an opportunity to catch up.
Kelly Armstrong. Minister.
1 second, sorry. So apologies. The 48% target quoted in the Climate Act for 2030 is a target across all the climate sectors and is not a transport sector specific target. There is no specific targets figures set for the transport sector. My department has been working closely with DERA and other departments on the preparation of a transport chapter and supporting quantification work required for the Climate Action Plan. That will outline how the transport sector will contribute to carbon budgets. Through this detailed work my officials and I realise how challenging these targets will be for the transport sector, particularly regarding the scale of change needed. Decarbonising transport will require us all to think differently about how we travel and how we utilise zero emissions technologies. However, as the department lead for the transport sector, which is the second largest emitting sector, I am working with my officials to better understand how we can decarbonise the transport sector in a balanced way and contribute to the interim targets and the net zero goal of 2050. My officials are currently developing a strong evidence base to inform the development of both the Climate Action Plan and the Transport Sectoral Plan in line with the requirements under the 2022 Act.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, a part of the transport sector is private cars. Can the Minister confirm how he's going to commit to exploring push policies that discourage private car usage in Belfast and other city centres and indeed large towns across Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, I think in response to the previous question in relation to Grand Central Station, there we have a state-of-the-art facility coming on board, which would encourage, and I would encourage people to modal shift and start using public transport. There is going to be a challenge in Belfast over the next number of weeks and months as a result of that development, and there's an opportunity now for users of private cars for a modal shift onto public transport. TransLink will be providing more information on this as this situation develops, and the clear message there is that Belfast is open for business, but we do want to ensure modal shift. I am looking at all options available to me to ensure that my department reaches its climate change targets in line with its legal obligations and indeed its moral obligations, and working in conjunction with my executive colleagues.
Nicola Brogan.
Can the Minister describe what the Department's approach is to decarbonising the transport system?
Minister.
The member will be aware of the recent announcement in terms of Police Plus, where we will be investing in an hourly service between Belfast and Dublin. That has been planned in a way where we'll be able to change those train sets to fully decarbonised transport systems moving forward. We are investing heavily in TransLink in bringing forward zero emissions and lower emission bus transport there as well. That investment programme has gone on over a number of years, and I intend to continue doing that. We want to see a change in terms of the private car user where possible. And as a member who represents a rural constituency, you'll only be too acutely aware that families and businesses rely heavily on private cars, but we want to ensure that we move to a situation where the vehicles they are driving are zero-emission vehicles as well.
Keith Buchanan.
Thanks, Minister, so far for your answers. Minister, staying on the emissions theme, as we speak, the transport sector are sitting in Cookstown waiting to get through it. Lorries and cars. This could take approximately 30 minutes. As the public information scheme is on today, will you commit to delivering the Cookstown bypass or bring the train?
Well, I think there's opportunities in both elements. The All-Ireland Strategic Rail Network plan will be published hopefully in the early summer, and I would hope that will also allow for greater public connections in that area. But yes, the members, as stated, there is a public event on in Cookstown today. I would encourage as many local people to attend that and express their views to that. I have made a commitment to delivering a solution in that area. I want to hear the views of the public coming back to me in relation to the current plan before making a final decision on it. But there is huge opportunities in relation to that bypass, which then will allow a historic town like Cookstown to look at its active travel routes within the town, how it place plans within the town, and make it more attractive. I'm not suggesting for 1 second it's not attractive before you jump on me, to shoppers and to others.
Altsy Malone. Minister.
My department does not produce a live count of planning consultation data in its published statutory consultation performance reports at present. However, my department's statisticians will consider options for for the production of live consultation reports going forward. The information available at this time confirms that NI Water has returned 85% or more of its statutory responses within the 21-day target in 4 of the last 5 published annual performance reports, and reported its best performance to date, 97% of the responses in time in 21-22. This level of performance has been achieved despite a high number of consultation requests, with approximately 3,500 received per year during this time.
Mr Malone.
I thank the Minister for that detail. Perhaps if we could establish if there is more around the level of delay that's been experienced by some people. But in a previous debate, the Minister did refer to the need for or the use of pre-application discussions. Is the Minister aware, or can the Minister commit to extra resources within NI Water to facilitate that?
Minister.
That would be an operational decision for NI Water, but in defence of NI Water, they are also facing severe financial constraints, as all other public services are, and are trying to deal with the pressures that brings to bear. Though I have to say, yes, the pre-application discussions are vitally important. Also vitally important, and this has come up time and time again in terms of discussions around planning applications, the quality of the initial planning application is vitally important as well, because there's quite a significant percentage of time of returns to the applicant because either an original application doesn't have the information contained, it's not clear, there's missing submissions, etc. So I would encourage anyone who is submitting a planning application to have it fully outlined as much as possible. That will speed up their application and will make the work of the statutory consultees, such as NI Water, much easier.
Stephen Dunn.
Would the Minister agree that there does need to be some form of penalty or sanction for these statutory bodies who do not meet targets within planning consultation responses, given the adverse impact that these delays are having on new development and investment in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
With respect to the member, I think it'd be robbing Peter to pay Paul, because we're taking the money out of the public purse. All the statutory consultees are publicly funded, so we will be fining them and taking money off them, making their job much more difficult. All the statutory consultees are under-resourced and understaffed. Now, I am looking at, in terms of my budget, to see how I can support those organisations underneath my control, to see if we can support them in that way. We're also involved in the planning improvement process. And as I said to Mr McGlone, I think it's vitally important that planning applications are properly fulfilled before they're submitted. And we are looking now at bringing forward legislation in relation to the validation list as well, learning lessons from Belfast City Council as well. So there is a number of measures taking place which I think will continue to see improvement in planning. I'm not convinced that fining government bodies is the way forward.
Mr McHugh.
Thank you for that statement so far.
In relation to planning and that, where we know that time very often is of the essence, could you detail what has been done with Northern Ireland Water in order to speed up its response times to planning consultations?
Minister.
In June 2021, NI Water introduced new responses to the planning processes. These provided a more robust response to the planners, but also provided more information to inform the planners in NI Water's decision-making process. As has been said by Mr McGlone and others, developers should always use the pre-development inquiry process and follow NI Water's 3-step pre-development process. And importantly for developers, PDEs are valid for an 18-month period from issue. The pre-development inquiry enables issues to be considered at an early stage with the aim of resolving them.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to ask if the Minister agrees that there are significant economic constraints due to water and wastewater infrastructure issues raised at planning stage, and I'm thinking in particular of town centre regeneration and the fact that there are such restrictions being placed upon converting premises for hospitality purposes, for example, and that this matter needs urgent attention.
Minister.
Yes, and there are definitely challenges in relation to the financial framework within which NI Water has to operate. I'm doing my best as Minister to support them. I'm obviously awaiting the confirmation of my budget going into the next financial year. I've engaged with my executive colleagues around this as well. But and as I said during the debate a number of weeks ago in relation to NI water funding, we have to get the balance right. We have to ensure that we recognise the challenges and we take them on head on, but we also have to make sure we don't send out a message that we're not open for business, because we are open for business. And the pre-development engagement process has proven worthwhile for many who have engaged with NI Water, seeking solutions to where there may be constrained areas. So yes, I'm not shying away from the challenges NI Water face. I'm not shying away from the challenges that brings to the economy, but I also want to get a balanced message that we are open for business. Come and talk, and let's see what solutions we can find together.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 5.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 5 and 9 together. Decarbonising transport represents the greatest challenge facing our transport network in recent times and will require public authorities and society to rethink our approach to travel. This provides an opportunity to reshape transport to better connect our towns and cities across the island and create healthier and more prosperous communities. To this end, I am working with my officials to bring forward a new transport strategy that I expect to consult on later this year. The strategy will provide an overarching framework to inform the Department's planning and delivery of transport infrastructure and services through to 2035. The strategy will provide a vision for transport that will allow people to choose the most sustainable transport option for their journey, whatever the journey or whatever the purpose of that journey. Central to achieving this vision will be understanding the needs and opportunities within individual communities. For example, creating more sustainable transport options in Newtownards or Belfast will not be the same as Enniskillen or Ballymoney. This is why my department is working with councils and stakeholders in communities to produce a new suite of local transport plans that are centred on local transport solutions. This will include a focus on improving active travel infrastructure, reflecting our commitment in that area in the Climate Change Act. At the regional level, a new transport plan for the strategic transport network will seek to ensure that people are able to access employment, healthcare and other services and create balanced economic growth across the north. This regional plan will look to improve safety and maximise the potential of our strategic network, particularly for public transport.
Ms Ferguson.
Thank you for the update thus far. Could you also update us on what steps the Department has taken to improve active travel?
Minister.
Yes, my department has actually restructured and created and supported a new unit within my department to ensure that we are ready and up for the task of improving our expenditure on active travel. We're working with local councils in relation to their active travel plans as well, because as the member will be aware, we have to spend up to 10% of our budget moving forward in relation to supporting active travel, which is a very good thing in terms of assisting, though it's not the primary reason for decarbonisation, but it helps improve people's health and mental health and well-being.
Colin McGilligan.
Minister, will the transport plans support city and growth deals?
Minister.
The simple answer is yes, as they're an integral part of not only the funding mechanism, but it's a great way again of working with local councils. And through the local development plans of councils as well, you have, as the members are only too acutely aware, you have a local democratic forum in regards to local council who knows their community better than anyone. So it's working in conjunction with the local councils through their growth deals to ensure that we maximise both investment and the progress made towards ensuring that we have a transport system which is fit for the challenges of this century and the next one moving forward.
John Stewart.
Minister for his answer so far. Within the transport strategy, obviously we want to see more decarbonisation of private cars, Minister. What plans have you got to introduce more electrical vehicle charging points around the country and factor that into the strategy, given that it's one of the biggest impediments to people buying electric vehicles at this moment in time?
Minister.
Electric charging points in this jurisdiction is a commercial project and driven forward by the commercial sector, and I know that there's several companies involved in that. My department does engage with them in terms of ensuring that there is an understanding of our planning system, that we overcome hurdles where we can, etc. Obviously, each planning application has to be taken on its own merits, etc. But in terms of funding, etc., my department simply doesn't have the funding to do it. But we are working with and encouraging the commercial sector to move forward with this programme.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 6, Minister.
Since coming into office, I have made several statements in relation to the A5 and quite rightly been questioned about progress in relation to the A5. My department received the final advisory report from the Planning Appeals Commission on the 31st of October 2023 in relation to the latest public inquiry on the project. I am fully briefed on the current progress and also upon the advisory recommendations of the PAC. My officials are working at pace in regards to detailed consideration of these recommendations, and I hope to be able to make an announcement on the project in the coming months. When I make my announcement, I will do so in accordance with all the relevant statutory procedures and on the basis of all the evidence, representations and advice which I have received from officials and from statutory agencies north and south, and also from members of the public and from all other bodies which have participated in the process to date. I will intend to release the content of the PAC report in full, together with my department's response to each of the PAC's recommendations at the same time as of my announcement.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, I know you'll join with me in offering your condolences to the family of Una Burns, who from Strabane died last week on the A5. There's now 50 people have died since 2007. I know you agree that delays are leading to further deaths. Can you update the House as to what is delaying the publication of this report, given it has been 6 months since it has been handed to the Department?
Minister.
I do share the condolences with the latest victim of the A5, and my responsibility in this matter bears heavily upon me, I can assure the member. The report, as I've said many times, is complex and detailed, and every line of that report will be scrutinised against my decision and against my recommendation moving forward. So I want to be assured beyond reasonable doubt that my officials and I and legal advice have gone through that line by line and are assured that I'm living up to my statutory obligations before making any further announcement. Because I think the worst thing we can do for those who have lost their lives and their families on the A5 and the communities that use the A5 is to make it an announcement which is then overturned in the courts. So my intention is, I know it's taking time and it's frustrating and I understand that, but I want to get this one right.
Declan McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his response. And the Minister will be more than aware that this project has been delayed by legal challenges, and sadly legal challenges have resulted in delays which have cost lives no later than last week. Is the Minister and his department expecting any further legal challenges to this project?
Minister.
I expect so, but I want those, if there is legal challenges being brought against me, I want them to be there to be a robust defence in place against those legal challenges. Everyone has right to access to the courts to present their case. I understand the concerns of some within the farming community. As I've said in this House before, I'm from a rural community myself. I understand that row between the farmer and his land or their land. But I use the example of the A4, and I spoke to a farmer who lost a significant amount of land there. He said to me, at the time I was opposed to it, but now I'm proud that I did it, because since the A4 has been opened, there's been 2 lives lost, which is too many. But when you think of the death toll on that road beforehand, that farmer says, I'm proud that I helped save those lives.
Jim Allister.
Minister's effusive endorsement of the project since coming to office, has he not prejudiced his ability to bring objectivity and independence to the ministerial decisions that he will be required to make?
Minister.
The A5 has been a long-standing commitment of the Executive, both in previous programme for governments and under its flagship project. My decision-making process has to be about, is the current plan for the A5 meet all of my statutory obligations? And that's what I'm studying at the moment. I can't just simply make a decision and say, yes, because it's a flagship project or because it's this, it can go ahead. It has to meet all the statutory obligations under which I operate, and that's why I'm taking my time and being careful, going through it line by line to ensure that when I do make my announcement, that it is a sound basis upon which to do so.
Move to topical questions. Kilmark Durkin.
Will the Minister consider the rollout of a residence parking scheme in the Rosemount, Glen and Strand area of Derry in and around Magee campus of Ulster University?
I'm aware of the concerns about parking in residential areas, vicinity of colleges and universities such as Magee campus of Ulster University. A review of residence parking schemes, which include lessons learned from the Rugby Road scheme in the vicinity of Queen's University, Belfast, has been completed. The review will be used to establish the policy for such schemes going forward. The reports will be published when I've had the opportunity to fully consider the findings of the review.
Mark Durgan.
I thank the Minister for his answer. I'd understood that no scheme in Derry would be progressed until the one in the Bogside had been, and parking in this area continues to be a problem. In fact, it becomes more of a problem. Does the Minister not agree with me that it's unwise and unfair to delay progress on any and all residence parking schemes because of difficulties progressing the particular one in the Bogside?
Minister.
That wouldn't be my view of the situation now. I'm happy to be corrected on that even later on by officials, wherever it may be. My position in relation to, God bless you, my relation to residence parking schemes is that we have to move forward with best practice. And while on the face of it they seem like a very good idea, and in many instances they will be a very good idea, there are costs associated with them, both for my department and possibly for the residents. There is, even in terms of how you lay out the scheme, how many cars is allowed to park for one house, etc., etc. So it's not as simple a proposal as it sounds on the outset, but there is lessons to be learned here in this review, and I commit to the member that I will respond in due course to that.
Connie Egan.
Minister, NI Water recently completed £4 million worth of improvements to Brompton Wastewater Pumping Station. Why then is there noticeably more sewage going into the sea, and how will you address this?
Minister.
I'm not aware of the specifics in relation to the issue the member raises, but the member will be aware, and there has been some discussion in recent times in regards NI Water's funding, its how and when it can discharge from its sewage works. It can discharge when the system is overflown or overcome with rainwater and from the drains, etc. So I don't know which incidents, or many incidents there has been in that case. I'm more than happy to follow up with the member. But in simple, we need to continue to invest in our wastewater treatment works. We need to ensure that we're meeting all our environmental obligations, and that's a huge challenge for my department and the Executive.
Ms Egan.
Thank you, Minister. Part of the concern is that we actually don't know what volume of sewage is being discharged and the duration of the discharges. When will you install eventuation monitors into wastewater treatment works?
As part of the capital plan going forward for NI Water, there is approximately 700 monitors going to be installed, and they are going to be targeted at obviously reservoirs and swimming areas as well. So they are starting to be rolled out, and will give us a better picture of where the challenges are and where the incidents have been moving forward. But we want to get to a point where discharges are less frequent than they currently have. That will require separation of foul water systems and rain and drainage systems, etc., which is a huge investment. We have started on that, but we have a long, long way to go.
Ms Hargey is not in her place. I call Colm Gildernew.
Minister,
Can you outline the benefits of reduced hedge trimming and grass cutting at this time of year for biodiversity?
Minister.
The benefits are huge, and while my department will continue to ensure that hedges and grass is cut at verges for road safety reasons, we have adopted a new policy from the previous time I was in this department, where we are now encouraging and allowing grass and flowers and biodiversity to thrive at our road verges. Just before I came down to the chamber, I took a walk outside. If any members have an opportunity to walk around the perimeter of this building, I think the Assembly Commission have adopted a similar policy here. And if you see the range of wildflowers and grasses that are now growing on the front lawn, which used to be trimmed like a snooker table, it's far more attractive and effective for biodiversity than it was previously.
Mr. Gildernew.
Thank you. And Minister, will you therefore launch a campaign to promote the benefits of biodiversity with the wider public?
Sure. Yes, and when my department was developing this programme, we engaged with Ulster Wildlife and will continue to do so. And as one of the members have said, what about the weeds? Yes, there is a balance to be got in all of this, but I think when the public understand why grass verges are growing, that it's not simply there's no money, they aren't doing it, saying politicians, you couldn't trust them. When they understand that it's about protecting and encouraging the biodiversity, not only in rural but also in urban settings, then I think the public will be behind us on it.
Kate Nigel.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, you might be aware that there was a serious road traffic collision on the Ballynahinch Road in Carryduff at the weekend. Will the Minister commit to a renewed road safety assessment here and consider traffic calming and road safety measures, including ones that look at traffic speeding, please?
Minister. Again, another tragedy on our roads, and my deepest sympathies to the family of the man who lost his life. My section office or the section office are looking at that spot to see if there is a way to improve safety for pedestrians and for other road users. There are challenges on it. I think that it's quite a narrow footpath, and it may be a challenge in relation to disability access, etc. But they have taken a look at that. Obviously, the PSNI will have to investigate the cause of the accident and do their duties. They will also provide us with a report at that stage, which my officials will also learn from moving forward.
Ms. Nicholl.
Thank you, Minister. The incident I was actually referring to was a young woman who didn't lose her life, so it was another accident, but it was very harrowing for the family. And I think that we need to look at how we improve all measures. So just to follow up, and I welcome that you are looking at this. In terms of improving other connectivity within the area, specifically cycling, the cyclists from Carryduff to Belfast are very nervous cycling. Is this something you can look at improving too, please?
Mr. Yeah, and apologies, I mistake in the incident. Yes, obviously promoting active travel is vitally important moving forward. Both I have a legal obligation to do it, but I also think I have a moral obligation to do it, and cycleways are an ideal way of doing this. It's like any change, sometimes they bring challenge. And you have to convince the communities who live along the route, other road users, and also sometimes you have to engage with landowners to bring forward new routes, new greenways, or whatever it may be. So yes, I'm committed to doing that, and we will continue to work with local elected representatives and the local council as well to improve that.
Orla Flynn.
I can't call you. Can I ask the Minister for an update on the Greenway scheme in West Belfast, please?
Minister.
There's a number of schemes progressing in Belfast, and again, some are at more advanced stage than others. Just 1 second, I'll give you the detail of those. Design work is ongoing for the majority of schemes in the Belfast Cycling Network short-term list for delivery by the end of 2025. Designs of schemes need to go through to be thorough if we want to deliver the highest quality active travel infrastructure. A number of schemes, for instance, are at Ravenhill Road, Dublin, and Botanic Avenue, South Belfast, Lagmore Avenue and Greenway in West Belfast, which the member will be aware of, Island Street and Sydney Greenway proposals in East Belfast, Limestone Road, Cave Hill Road, and other connections from North Belfast into the city. Working in conjunction with local communities and the councils, I'm confident that we can move all these forward.
Ms. Lynn.
Thanks very much, Minister. And does the Minister agree with me that the active travel initiatives have positive mental health benefits for people as well as physical health?
Minister, without a doubt, and it's been proven over and again, and it's one of those areas where I think there's health is a collective responsibility, in my opinion, for the executive. And while much of the focus, understandably, is on acute and primary care, if my departments can assist in improving the quality of life for citizens, then there's more chance of those people not needing acute or primary care. And improving people's mental health through active travel has been proven beyond doubt.
Question 7 is withdrawn. I call Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, already in this question time we've heard many examples of sadly tragic incidents on our roads, particularly in 2024 with some multi-persons losing their lives in single collisions. I'm sure this is a grave concern to the Department, and with figures in 2023 showing 69 deaths on our roads compared to 55 in 2022, has the Minister and the Department reassessed potential initiatives to improve safety on our roads?
Minister. Yes, I hope to be able to bring a road safety strategy, a renewed road safety strategy to the Executive in the next number of weeks, perhaps going into the second month. But the member is right, and he's right to highlight this. There is an increase in people losing their lives on the road. There has been an increase in not only multi-fatalities, but also single incidents where people are losing their lives. And I would appeal to all road users, whether you're a driver, you're a cyclist, you're a motorcyclist, you're a pedestrian, to be conscious that every action you take on the road will define your fate or somebody else's fate. And if you take the wrong decision, then you or somebody else may not go home.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Minister, and it's certainly something that this House is united on to try and ensure that we can minimise those incidents on our roads. I particularly think of some of the very effective advertisement campaigns that the Department have had in times past that have really showed the harrowing impacts of unsafe driving on our roads. Has the Minister given consideration to perhaps increasing the number of these advertisements? There seems to be a decline. Perhaps he could make comment.
Minister. I am discussing this matter with my officials. Unfortunately, due to budget constraints, the very effective road safety adverts that were on our televisions haven't been as frequent as they would have been previously. One of the engagements, or part of the engagement we have with my officials, is what's the most effective forum to use or platform to use in terms of advertising, and particularly for young people who are very vulnerable on our roads, both as drivers, as pedestrians, as cyclists, whoever it may be. Digital is probably the most effective way of doing that. So I am currently talking to officials as to how we can launch an advertising campaign across social media to ensure that we're getting the message to those who are most vulnerable on our roads.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers today. MOTs is still an issue within the public and trying to get an appointment. You remember in this chamber on the 11th of March you said that you have asked your officials to bring forward urgent consideration of options, including the introduction of temporary exemption certificates and biannual testing. Can you let me know the timeline of when we expect to see that?
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. I intend to make a statement to the Assembly before the end of this month in that regard.
Ms Erskine.
I thank the Minister. I look forward in earnest to seeing that. Could he also indicate as well, Hydebank has been hailed as one of the places going to ease some of the backlogs. I'm not so sure on that. Can he give a timeline of when that will actually be opened?
Minister.
Well, I think when we do get Hydebank opened, it will assist in tackling the backlog, but we have to get Hydebank opened. But my officials are still engaging with the company who has installed the equipment in Hydebank to ensure that it meets the requirements and is safe to use. So I certainly won't be signing off on it until I'm satisfied that the contract has been fulfilled, that those engagements are continuing.
Declan McAleer, 1 minute.
Minister, have you considered asking the British Government to contribute towards the final cost of the A5 dual carriageway project?
Minister. I have, yes, and it is mentioned in the UK connectivity report, and I think there's a huge opportunity there for the British Government to improve connectivity, not only across this island but between these islands and various ports, etc. So I have engaged, my officials are engaging. I will be meeting with the UK Transport Minister, I think it's next month, and one of the things I put on the agenda is can they contribute to the A5 if and when we sign off on it.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. We now move back to the previous debate, and if members would take their ease whilst we change the table.
Members, we now resume our debate on eradicating fuel poverty, and I call the next speaker, who is Kelly Armstrong.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party today to say that we will be supporting the Opposition's motion on eradicating fuel poverty at the start of my speech. I would also like to confirm that I am very aware of the Minister's officials who have been holding fuel poverty strategy pre-consultation meetings and to look at the climate change objectives. My staff attended one of those meetings, and I have to say it was very helpful and resourceful and thought-provoking, I have to say. As the motion states, we should be working to eradicate fuel poverty, and the next programme for government should include clear targets to achieve this. Mr Deputy Speaker, how we achieve this was discussed at the pre-consultation event. Is it person-led or is it stock-led? To explain, do we deal with people or do we deal with homes? We can certainly, and we have in the past, provided people with money as a way to deal with their bills. We could cap bills, or we could have price protections in place. That's some of the short-term actions that we could take. But fixing cold homes is another way. The other thing that we need to consider is who will we help first? We've had papers, I'm sure many of you have received them in this House, from AGNI and others that outlines the issues that we have with people who are at home during the day, quite often quite immobile, who depend on having heat on in order to help them. And I think of people who are older or people with disabilities who are more immobile. While those people may well be asset rich, they are income poor, and we have to consider how will we help them. Others have mentioned today rural homes, and I'm one of them. I'm oil dependent at the moment. We need to bring oil into line with other fuel supply under the utilities regulator. That won't be for the Minister for Communities to deal with, that will be under the Minister for the Economy to deal with. That's a longer term issue. The other thing is, and it's very close to my heart, is what are we going to do with regards to retrofitting or establishing passive house standard homes across Northern Ireland. I've spent a good bit of time, I have to say, going round and looking at options for retrofitting. This won't come cheap, and the fabric first approach that's already being taken by the Housing Executive, for instance, in putting insulation into homes goes in some way to help with that. But I have to say that the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, who visited the Committee for Communities recently, talked about a heat pilot scheme, I've met with the Housing Executive very recently, and we talked about their heat pilot scheme, and that's targeted at 300 homes across Northern Ireland, which is very welcome. But it's focused on gas homes. If we are to be very serious about eradicating fuel poverty, then we have to help people move away from fossil fuels so that they can have the most cost-efficient way to heat their homes. And retrofitted homes that I have visited, I have seen some amazing results, whereby one lady with a grown-up family went from paying £500 every couple of months on her oil bill to paying out no more than £20 in a fortnight for her heat and light, which is absolutely incredible. At the the fuel poverty strategy pre-consultation events, it has been brought up that we do need a new definition of fuel poverty. This could be taken forward by a task force that's mentioned in the motion, or it could be taken forward by the consultation that's taking place of the fuel poverty strategy. It's time, and I think that yesterday was a good example of how this House has all come together to agree on an anti-poverty strategy. That anti-poverty strategy that will look at child poverty could also include the fuel poverty work that needs to be done. But we do need to think about fuel poverty as a way to move forward our climate change objectives. And I welcome the motion today. I think it's very timely. I think it's also, we've actually nearly run out of time to get this work done. We have people who will no longer get a cost of living support from the UK government in the year ahead. That's not going to be there, so that additional money that they've had in the past will not be there this winter. So we need to think about how we're going to do things in the short term, how we're going to do things in the long term. And I would like to pay tribute as one of the many MLAs in this place who have been able to roll out the Bryson Support Scheme that has helped people with their energy costs. That community and voluntary sector support scheme has delivered support directly to people to help them to meet their bills. I hope this is the last year that we have to do that, and we could do something more proactively, more long term, that we can help to reduce those bills forever. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call John Stewart.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the SDLP for bringing this motion forward today and confirm from the outset that the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting the motion. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is imperative that we confront the stark reality faced by many households across Northern Ireland. The exorbitant cost of energy, coupled with rising prices of necessities, have pushed more and more families and individuals in the depths of fuel poverty. This is a crisis that demands our immediate attention and concerted action. Mr Speaker, the statistics paint a grim picture, indicating a worrying trend of increased hardship among households, and we've already heard today from the likes of Carers NI and from those lobbying on behalf of elderly people and those who are vulnerable just how stark those statistics are and how much the impact is beginning to bite. The cost of energy remains prohibitively high, leaving a significant proportion of our population struggling to make ends meet. It is incumbent, Mr Deputy Speaker, on all of us to address immediately with the pressing issue with urgency and create solutions to alleviate the hardship. And I think we all acknowledge from the outset this isn't just going to be a silo mentality or just for the Minister for Communities, who I know is dedicated to resolving this, but this will be a cross-cutting issue and one that will require constructive and collegiate approach from all members in this House and all departments within the Assembly. In the short term, we must implement immediate measures to provide relief to those currently grappling with fuel poverty. This includes targeted financial assistance to help households meet their energy bill costs during periods of acute need. Additionally, we need to invest in energy efficiency grants and subsidies to improve energy efficiency within homes, thereby reducing energy consumption and lowering costs. Looking beyond the immediate relief, Mr Deputy Speaker, we need to focus on sustainable solutions in the medium term. Community-driven initiatives and domestic retrofitting programmes, as we've just heard from, can reduce energy expenses and improve insulations in our homes, thereby helping to mitigate fuel poverty in the long run. And I am aware, I think, of an ongoing pilot at the minute that Northern Ireland Housing Executive is running at this moment in time, and that can be game-changing, but obviously massively cost-prohibitive as well, so funding to that is key. Mr Deputy Speaker, structural changes also are necessary to address fuel poverty effectively in the long term. These include policy reforms to address the root causes of escalating energy costs and promote the addition of renewable energy sources and infrastructure. One thing that was touched on, I think, by the proposer of the motion was the regulation. We have an insatiable appetite for home heating oil here, Mr Deputy Speaker, in Northern Ireland, but it is unregulated. And the fact is that the consumers are actually potentially paying more because it's not being regulated. So one of those aspects I'd like to see is that the utility regulator sees both home heating oil, bottled gas, which is also massively more expensive, and bottled home heating oil brought in with that remit, and that could be a massive impact. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to, at this stage as well, take the opportunity to commend the ongoing efforts of my party colleague Andy Allen, who for more than 2 years has been calling for the establishment of a fuel poverty task force to support vulnerable families and individuals dealing with soaring prices. Andy took the lead on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, hosting 2 roundtable workshops at the height of the energy crisis, which included representatives from the energy companies, the voluntary and community sector, the energy regulator and other political representatives to look at how urgent support could be delivered. And the fact that the creation of a fuel poverty task force is within the motion today from the opposition, I think just shows just how much of an impact Andy made with it within that time. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, the simple fact is we must act swiftly and decisively to alleviate the burden of fuel poverty on our communities. It is only through cross-departmental commitment and collaborative efforts that we can deliver meaningful solutions and support those in need. We support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The crisis of both the cost of living and fuel poverty in Northern Ireland is one that I have seen consistently in my constituency office. It was the second most frequent issue that was brought to me over the winter months after housing, and I pay tribute to the Bryson House initiative that my colleague Kelly Armstrong mentioned. Without that community and voluntary intervention, there are many more constituents in my constituency of North Antrim who would have had a much colder winter, especially given the cessation of some of those schemes like the Affordable Warmth scheme. As my first winter as an MLA, I can't deny how impactful the steady stream of those living with energy and fuel poverty issues has been. I had a young mother who turns her oven on and opens the door and gets the kids to sit in the kitchen because she can't afford a full oil tank because it is such an outlay in one go. I heard of nights where a much older couple would prefer to go to bed with hot water bottles and extra blankets than sit up and waste, as they would say, the heating and the electricity to keep the lights on. It's a horrendous situation in 2024. Horrendous in a country like ours. And this crisis is affecting the most vulnerable, forcing them into absolutely impossible decisions between heating their homes and putting food on the table. It has absolutely no place in a modern, compassionate society. With an estimated 45% of households in Northern Ireland experiencing some type of fuel poverty, and those who have never experienced fuel poverty before, it really is, as I say, shocking that those are 1 in 10 households in Northern Ireland compelled to skip meals to ensure they have enough money to pay for their energy bills. You know, one of the key factors that we've been looking into, and again, it feeds back into that thought of having some form of audit of poverty, to looking at the costs, I suppose, that are being outlaid in our public services and our public spending, to look then at how we can offset some of those, to try, I suppose, to invest to save is really what I'm getting. And if we look at the cost that fuel poverty in particular is costing to our health service, you know, there's a clear correlation between excess winter deaths, inadequate thermal insulation in housing and low indoor temperatures. You know, we see those deaths soar during those winter months, and they're directly associated with increased cardiovascular mortality, elevated blood pressure. Mounting evidence suggests that children residing in cold homes are over twice as likely to suffer from respiratory ailments compared to those in warmer environments. You know, cold exposure doesn't just exacerbate existing conditions like that, but also arthritis, rheumatism, but it also heightens the susceptibility to minor ailments. It turns a flu into something that is so much more dangerous when you do not have a warm home to recuperate in. So in essence, you know, fuel poverty subjects households to lethal coldness despite being absolutely preventable. And I suppose that's the point that we want to make, is that yes, we have to put money into some of those initiatives, and there has to be a way that we can alleviate this with public spending, but that will then be saved across the board in a both a short term when we look at the winter excess deaths, but also in a longer term. And I just want to thank the members for bringing this to this chamber and not waiting until we're getting closer to winter. Thank you.
David Hollyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to speak this motion from an economy and energy perspective, and I kind of echo a lot of the comments that Shannon and Kelly and John and Colm and has been said in proposing the motion. But I want to look at some long-term stuff as well as practical support we can do now. And I'll start at the beginning. And we live on an island in the Atlantic Ocean. Moving forward, we should have little or no need for fossil fuels. It's very simple. With new technology quickly advancing, we have all the natural resources at our disposal, and we must be looking to develop our capacity to the point where we can actually export energy rather than just aiming for 70 or 80%. But as well as that, rolling out progressive technology around biogas and hydrogen. And to do that, or if we do that, you potentially eliminate fuel poverty in the longer term. And Alliance believes that is the energy target that we must be delivering, and it's an issue that we need to continue to work on with an all-island approach. Looking at what we can deliver straight away, and some of this has already been said, but it's upgrading the insulation of our houses, and air tightness is another that would reduce the amount of warm air leaking out and reducing the amount of cold air and drafts coming in. And these are measures that we can help and we should help with, that would drastically reduce the amount of energy that's needed actually in the first place, and protecting the most vulnerable in our society. And we should start retrofitting from their homes first. To deliver wider change, our constituents need us to be able to make that change to transform our homes from oil dependency to more energy sustainable methods, and be that biogas or heat pumps or even fitting solar panels. But the initial capital outlay is to upgrade property is a barrier that with a little thought it can be helped. And I appreciate the Minister is with us today, and what I'm saying here is a lot of us as an economy, but it just shows that we do need this cross-party executive to work together, be it the economy, communities, infrastructure and health, to name a few. And so the Department of Economy in this case would be looking at incentives to make it easier to upgrade their home and properties, and also for the housing executive and housing association to upgrade their properties. Even a cost-neutral facility like interest-free loans that would enable people to spread the cost over several years and thus see savings quickly would be a huge benefit, and I would love to see schemes like that been put on the table and brought forward. Offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, biogas, hydrogen are all areas where we need to invest now to create the conditions for these technologies and industries to flourish. But I have to stress the point that our green industry and all this development has been completely held back by an outdated and completely under-resourced planning process. Reforming the current planning process needs and absolutely must be one of the priorities of this chamber to allow this to actually happen and to move forward. Another really practical thing that we could do quickly is to fit smart meters to our homes, our electricity meters that would allow consumers to save money and to use energy away from peak times and when excess clean electricity is available. We're the only part of these islands that don't have smart meters, and that's something that would quickly, simply help on this situation. And I've said before in this chamber, every business should make a profit, but the other side of that is profit. The other side of profit is taxation, and that should distribute wealth and support those in lower and lower middle earners. And Alliance, sure.
Would the member agree with me that a meaningful way to provide security and stability to households in respect to fuel costs would be for a united effort from the Executive to lobby the UK Government for the introduction on a cap on the profit of energy companies, as was done in France successfully during recent spirals in home energy costs?
Members, an additional minute.
Yeah, I thank Justin for his comment, and the answer is simply yes. I was going on to say we need to redistribute wealth. So we want to live in a region where everybody thrives. So we can't sit back and allow hugely exaggerated profits from oil and gas companies just to go to a few people, or the high end wealth. But ordinary people and ordinary people and ordinary incomes are hurting. And while that is a Westminster issue, and again I stress from ourselves in the Alliance Party, taxation must be progressive and it must redistribute wealth fairly and protect our most vulnerable. So being in no doubt in all I've kind of said on the energy piece, that Alliance will always continue to stand up for people and the planet, for action against climate change, for actions to deliver net zero, to deliver a Green New Deal and support green new industries. But importantly and central to those objectives, the Alliance Party will equally stand up for our constituents, for equality and justice, that nobody should be suffering fuel poverty in 2024. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Patsy McGlone.
As we all know, household budgets are under enormous pressure. Childcare continues to be exorbitantly expensive and indeed in many areas completely difficult, if not impossible, to access. Rampant inflation might have eased somewhat, but prices are still rising. Often the choice for households under severe financial pressures is that between food and heat. That's why a fuel poverty strategy is essential if the executive parties are to be serious about tackling hardship. Fuel poverty has significant impacts on a household's quality of life, as well as individual physical, mental health well-being. Overall, fuel poverty is typically a direct consequence of three main factors: a comparatively low level of household or personal income, household energy costs, and the energy efficiency of a home. To be effective, a fuel poverty strategy needs to address those fundamental tenets. At this moment in time, what I would like to do, it was mentioned earlier, the voluntary and community sector have played an incredible role, faced with adversity too, because they were being hammered by cuts. And the picture comes to my mind of a Tory in a lovely shire going along to get a photograph taken at his food bank. And he, by his votes and his policies, contributed to that food bank. And whenever, as I listened today, heard I was up the stairs some healthcare workers there, tell me about nurses going along to food banks. Working people going along to food banks in 2024 is an absolute disgrace and a sham in our society, and I just hope to God that the Tories get an awful hammering in this upcoming election. Whether their followers will be a lot better given the financial constraints, but they couldn't be much worse. That's all I'll say. Despite its importance, the existing fuel poverty strategy has not been updated since it was first introduced by an SDLP minister in 2011. The failure of the executive and subsequent ministers to update the fuel poverty strategy for over a decade, including 5 years when Sinn Féin, the DUP, blocked the formation of an executive, has left thousands of families exposed and vulnerable to the exponential price increases we have seen in recent years. We consistently report higher levels of fuel poverty compared to England, Scotland and Wales, but unlike England, Scotland and Wales, we don't have a target for reducing that fuel poverty. The level of fuel poverty here has in fact increased, according to the official figures, from 22% of households in 2016 to around 24% of households in 2020 and 21. Now, I'm not sure what the more recent ones are that. That figure could be even higher. In a survey last year, 45% homes in Northern Ireland reported spending over 10% of their income on fuel and energy, which is the level of spending used to indicate fuel poverty. The overarching principle that the Fuel Poverty Coalition has recently published sets the standard by which a new fuel poverty strategy will in fact be judged. Those most in need or most vulnerable should be supported first, and the strategy must support low-income and vulnerable households equally across the North. The strategy must also recognise the urgency of the cost-of-living crisis and the impact that's having on fuel-poor homes in the North. Many homes in Northern Ireland suffer from poor energy efficiency, inadequate insulation and outdated heating systems. Of course, we remain reliant on expensive home heating. About 68% of households generally are dependent on oil as their main heat source. This rises to around 82% in areas like where I live myself, in rural areas where the size and age of some of the buildings means they are generally less fuel efficient in any case. Yep, sure.
Member makes a very valid point about the amount of home heating oil that we consume. In that regard, I think it does seem mighty strange that it is one of the only areas of energy consumption that is not regulated, and doesn't agree with me that that should be extended to the regulator so that consumers can get the best value for the money they're spending.
Absolutely, and whenever you look at the profits, the exorbitant, crucifying profits of those oil companies in particular, in times of crisis, you say to yourself, who's caught whom here? It's really despicable. Unlike electricity and gas, the home heating oil market, as you say, is unregulated and can be highly volatile. The cost per litre is currently around 66 pence, but in the last 18 months it has varied from 55 pence to over 100 pence. Now, this is the point at where the likes of home improvement grants, home insulation grants, and indeed the support that's required to meet net zero targets and objectives, support for the likes of solar panels on people's homes, which is crucially important, can contribute to net zero, can contribute to better heating in the house, and can contribute to better well-being, welfare and health of the occupants of the houses. Introducing price protections for home heating oil customers and social tariffs for the most vulnerable should be key elements of a new fuel poverty strategy. Reducing that reliance on fossil fuels like oil for heating will also help contribute to decarbonisation and those net zero objectives. We have some of the highest energy prices in these islands, and along with other factors I've highlighted, we see the result of that in the figures for fuel poverty. We need a new fuel poverty strategy. It must be a comprehensive, multifaceted approach that addresses the root causes of fuel poverty, promotes energy efficiency and supports vulnerable households. The strategy must have statutory targets for reducing fuel poverty by which the public can and we can judge its effectiveness.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, we've heard around 45% of people here living in fuel poverty, with many choosing to heat or eat. I'm going to hazard a wild guess, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and say that most MLAs with their big salaries are probably not in that category. If they were, I think we would see much more urgency in tackling the issue of fuel poverty. The cost of living crisis and energy prices in particular are completely out of control. That's the case now, and it was the case before the Assembly collapsed. So there's absolutely no excuse, Deputy Speaker, for the ruling parties here to have sat on their hands for this long. The executive parties here have a case to answer for the stagnant wages, poor quality homes and unchecked profiteering of energy companies, which have compounded the hardships facing families across the north. Deputy Speaker, some months ago I saw a shocking statistic. It said energy companies in Britain are raking in £1 billion a week. This is price gouging, exploitation writ large, and it's no surprise to me that half our population is experiencing fuel poverty, when real weekly earnings in the north showed the largest annual decrease on record by 4.5%. At the same time, energy prices continue to climb for so many, for everybody. And just last week, Deputy Speaker, we saw that oil prices rose for a fourth consecutive week, and we know that 67% of households here rely on oil to heat their homes, yet, as has already been said, we have absolutely no regulation of the companies who provide it. Successive economy ministers have been resisting the Consumer Council's call to regulate home heating oil since 2012, and I would urge the current economy minister to urgently reconsider if he is serious about protecting people from fuel poverty. And I think the current Communities Minister in his previous role has a lot to answer for inaction on that and many other matters. Deputy Speaker, I broadly welcome the motion today, but I have to say that when I hear the word task force emanating from this Assembly, it usually causes me concern, or to be nervous at the very least, because people experiencing fuel poverty need this government to take responsibility for addressing this issue. What they don't need is another talking shop, to be completely honest. And the Economy Minister, the Communities Minister and their executive colleagues could and should make specific commitments to address fuel poverty now, before another cold winter. We need to see regulation of oil companies to take money out of their hands and put it in the pockets of ordinary people. This is a devolved issue. A real energy price cap that challenges the profits of the energy firms can and should be implemented to cut bills. The Executive needs to strengthen the hands of the utility regulator to properly check and investigate the spending and pricing of local energy providers. The Communities Minister should roll out an ambitious scheme to insulate homes and make them energy efficient, and to address the obscene damp and mould that is destroying people's houses and health in my constituency and beyond. Let's not forget that badly insulated homes face average bills of £124 a month compared to £76 in well-insulated homes. And while we welcome the fact that the Department for the Economy will soon launch a renewable electricity support scheme, I think it's absolutely unacceptable for the government to leave delivery of green energy to the private for-profit sector. And finally, Deputy Speaker, I think any strategy for eradicating fuel poverty needs to get real about the renationalisation of energy provision, public ownership. Of course, this is obviously ultimately within the gift of the British government, but I think it's unacceptable for this executive to simply leave them to their own devices. This Assembly and executive needs to stake out a position that aims to take energy, a basic human need, out of the hands of corporate profiteers. The executive should join the majority of the public across these islands in calling for the provision of energy on the basis of need, not greed. Thank you.
Paul Frew.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to this debate intently, either in the chamber here or up in my room when I was having to make calls, and everyone knows here that my interest in energy, and so fuel poverty is a natural progression of that. And I think, and I certainly agree, that more can be done to prevent fuel poverty and to lift people out of fuel poverty. But we are in danger of looking in the wrong places, in the wrong ways to tackle this issue. And we could miss tricks that we should adopt, that we won't adopt, because we go down a certain path. It interests me that the first line of this motion talks about the 290 souls that are lost every year with regards to winter. But yet, from March 22 to March 23, there was over 1,000 people died excessively in this country. And no one wants to talk about those people. These people died over the summer. And currently, in this calendar year of 52 weeks, 766 souls were lost. And no one wants to join me in asking for an investigation into why people are dying excessively. It's as if you don't want to know. It's as if these people aren't really dying. Why is that the case? There's no doubt about it, we need a fuel poverty strategy, and we need one that's updated and fit for purpose. But looking at the motion here from the opposition, what they would like to see in a fuel poverty strategy, they list out, if you like, a menu of things that they would like to see. We all call for task force, but surely we have enough expertise in bodies that are already in situ to deal with some of these issues. And it's all well and good that the Minister would establish a task force, but they'll probably produce a report with the ingredients we'll already know. I'm very interested in this thing about a cap on energy prices. Northern Ireland suffers from one of the highest levels of energy costs, electricity costs, for our businesses and manufacturers in the whole of Europe. We compete with Italy, and we're either first or second highest. Sometimes we beat Italy, sometimes they beat us. Our domestic situation isn't as bad, but it's the way we have worked out the tariff. It's the opposite down south, by the way. It's the domestic customer that pays more, and it's the businesses that get subsidised. That's similar to Germany. And of course, the European Union has taken both those states to court because of the way they're reconfigured it. But my question is simply this. If we impose a cap on energy prices, who pays the difference? Who actually pays the difference? Because energy prices don't come down that way. It just means someone else pays. So who pays if it's not the customer? Who pays if it's not the consumer? And I will give way.
Finance Committee colleague, would you accept that there are multiple different ways that you can implement a price cap? Obviously, there's a particular model that operates in Britain. In our manifesto, we suggested that you create a cap when energy company prices become too high, that you effectively impose a kind of a profits tax. There are, I'm sure, other models in other parts of the world. Aren't those exactly the kinds of options that a task force could examine and report back to the Communities Minister, or indeed the Economy Minister?
Members, the next minute.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful for that clarification. So there's a number of things there, and let me pick the bones of that. We have a very small number of people who, one, generate electricity here in this country and then distribute energy in this electricity in this country. It's not the same in England, where there are countless businesses. And what's happened in England is when you set a cap, it's nearly like a speed limit. everybody races to get up to that speed. They don't go slower, they don't go lower. They all go up to that target. And when inevitably those companies have to push through that cap, some of them go to the wall. Now, you can afford that in England, but you could not afford more companies going to the wall in Northern Ireland because our market's too limited. Yes, I will give way. Yeah.
In terms of affording a price cap, as he asked the question, the energy companies' profits are out of control. British Gas profits rose from 72 million to 751 million in a year. Tax the companies, public ownership, and then you can reduce prices.
I think the member for his intervention, because that's a different thing. Wealth tax is a different thing from price cap, and we should never ever distort the two, because you're only going to bring more pain on the taxpayer if you don't distinguish those two. One of the big things that we can do in this assembly is actually fund the utility regulator to do their job properly and appropriately, to be able to control the big beasts that generate energy and distribute energy here, and also our system operators, Sony. We need a utility regulator that is funded properly, and this assembly can gift that.
For bringing remarks to a close.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, members. I'm now going to call on the Minister for Communities to respond, and the Minister will have up to 15 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank again the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this motion to the House today, and for the mover of the motion as well. I do welcome the opportunity that we have to discuss this issue. One of my first engagements as Communities Minister was to visit the home of someone who had seen significant improvements in the quality of that home, and I saw the impact that that had on her and on her family, and I completely agree with the points that have been made this afternoon about how intolerable it is for anybody to die in Northern Ireland due to a cold home. And I am grateful that the proposers of the motion have highlighted the fact that 290 people in Northern Ireland die each winter due to cold homes. That is a stark statistic. It is a horrifying statistic in many ways, but I hope it brings focus in our minds to this issue and the need for us to address it. And as I have said many times over the course of today and yesterday, addressing poverty in all of its forms is a key priority for me, and fuel poverty is one of the many elements of poverty, and one which we need to take seriously, not just in my own department but right across the executive as well. And to that end, I'm pleased to inform the House that I have tasked my officials to urgently take forward work on developing a new fuel poverty strategy, with a view to presenting that to the Executive before the end of this financial year. Our most recent modelling suggests that in 2022, more than a quarter, 27% of households here were living in fuel poverty. And as we have all recognised here today, this figure is unacceptably high. And the impacts of fuel poverty can be felt right across our society. Living in a cold home presents hazards and health risks for people of all ages. Cold and damp homes are linked to worsening respiratory conditions, cardiovascular diseases, poor mental health, dementia and hypothermia. And this is particularly important for vulnerable people or those with existing health conditions. For children, living in a fuel poor home is associated with a significantly greater risk of health problems and can also impact upon educational attainment. And as many of you have highlighted here today, a household is considered to be in fuel poverty if it must spend more than 10% of its household income on fuel use. However, as has also been recognised this afternoon, this does not recognise the complexity of fuel poverty, which depends on the interaction and relationship between three key drivers: income, energy use and energy price. Now, work is already well underway on the preparation of a new fuel poverty strategy, which will set out a long-term strategic approach to reducing fuel poverty. And this will focus on addressing the root causes of fuel poverty, rather than measures such as one-off cash payments to alleviate its short-term symptoms. We have to move beyond that and actually deal with this at the root. The strategy will contain some key themes, including how government supports those living in or at risk of fuel poverty, improve collaboration to target the hard to reach and make the best use of our resources, improve health outcomes and provide consumer protection through the energy transition. It's a useful opportunity to consider a cross-government approach to defining who we target for support and agree common principles that can be applied for all kinds of home energy support to ensure that collectively we are reaching the right people. Now, we should want to understand better the problem of fuel poverty. That means not only its definition, which, as we all know, differs across each part of the UK and Ireland, but also its impacts. And I want to improve our measurement of fuel poverty so that we can be more responsive to those who need help. Now, my department continues to deliver the Affordable Warmth Scheme for owner-occupiers and those in the private rented sector most at risk of fuel poverty. This application-based scheme provides low-income households with a range of heating and insulation measures to improve the thermal efficiency of their home. I'm also in the early stages of developing a new fuel poverty intervention to replace the Affordable Warmth Scheme when it comes to an end in March 26. This fuel poverty intervention will ensure people living in owner-occupied or private rented homes and are experiencing fuel poverty receive vitally important energy efficiency work. My ambition is for this to be a more comprehensive and ambitious scheme which supports the principles of the new fuel poverty strategy and which will also help to decarbonise homes. And to this end, my officials are exploring the option of low-carbon heating solutions and will consider the eligibility criteria and income thresholds in the development of the new scheme. A key principle of the fuel poverty strategy will be long-term sustainable support that tackles the root causes of fuel poverty. However, I recognise that people at times experience financial crises and need short-term financial support. And for those in need of immediate support, additional financial support is available through the Discretionary Support Service. This is unique to Northern Ireland and is there to provide support to people in financial need and those who require short-term assistance in crisis or emergency situations. In addition, the winter fuel payment is a tax-free and non-means tested benefit introduced specifically to help older people with their winter fuel bills and is payable to customers who meet the eligibility criteria regardless of whether they are receiving a social security benefit. And my department's Make the Call service continues to support individuals and families who otherwise may be missing out on benefits that they are entitled to. The Northern Ireland Housing Executive also offers support with energy efficiency advice that is targeted actively at vulnerable households and those that will benefit most from energy efficiency related advice. As the one-stop shop for energy advice across Northern Ireland, they offer information to help with energy efficiency, grants, signposting, renewable energy advice, energy saving tips, how to switch energy supplier, debt assistance, fuel poverty advice and how to benefit from all buying savings across Northern Ireland. Now, we will also all be aware of the transformation required across government by the targets in the Climate Change Act to transition to net zero by 2050. As Communities Minister, I'm leading the residential element of the building sector and will be driving a step change in what we are doing to reduce carbon emissions in the sector. Fuel combustion in households makes up 95% of emissions from the residential sector. Therefore, a key challenge will be switching to non-fossil fuel-based systems, mainly air and ground source heat pumps. But let me make this very clear, we need to do that in a way that is not too expensive and which does not increase fuel poverty. We also need to significantly increase the energy efficiency of homes across all tenures, social, private rented and owner-occupied, but we need to do that carefully, avoiding cold bridging, condensation, damp and mould. And importantly, we need to enhance the capacity and skills in our construction sector in order to deliver this. But making homes more energy efficient and easier to heat will, with a particular focus on those who are more at risk, will have a positive impact on both mental and physical health and will deliver benefits for public health and reduce inequality across our community. I want to ensure that this transformational change is a just transition as required by the Climate Change Act, but again, I say it is really important that the most vulnerable are protected and that no one is left behind. This is critical to my work as Minister, and alongside the challenges of decarbonisation, we must ensure that the fuel poor are not excluded and that they benefit from real opportunities to create warmer and healthier homes. Now, during this debate, there have been calls to introduce a cap on energy prices, system price protections for home heating oil customers, and proposals for social tariffs to protect the most vulnerable. As I've already said, fuel poverty is not a simple issue, and the solutions are neither simple nor solely within my remit, and I'm pleased that that has been acknowledged by a number of members in their contributions here today. These actions demonstrate this, where the responsibility lies with the Economy Minister, but that's not to pass that on to somebody else, but rather just to highlight the genuinely collaborative approach that we need as an executive to develop long-term sustainable solutions to fuel poverty. And my officials have been working collaboratively with those who understand the issues and can help to address them. We've been working closely with academics, colleagues across government, the community and voluntary sector through a fuel poverty reference panel to inform and advise on the new fuel poverty strategy, and this collaboration will be key to successful implementation. I've also established a cross-departmental project board to oversee the strategy development, and for that reason I believe that a fuel poverty task force is not necessary. In fact, I believe it would actually be a step backwards as we continue to develop the strategy. My officials are currently carrying out pre-consultation stakeholder engagement for the strategy and for the new affordable warm scheme from now until June. And these engagement events will continue to take place across Northern Ireland, and I would encourage all of those that are of interest, are interested to get involved. And there are many new energy and residential policies being brought forward across government, and I want to take a collaborative approach with my ministerial colleagues to work towards meeting net zero while protecting the fuel poor. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to be opposing the motion from the opposition today. I think there are many things within the motion that are good, useful for us to be aware of. We should highlight how serious this issue is. I do recognise the fuel poverty strategy is out of date. I've been very clear about what we're doing and how we're going to bring forward a new strategy. I've made comments already about the fuel poverty task force, and there will certainly be lots of debate, I'm sure, on some of the other issues that the members have listed in this motion. But certainly I want to be clear with the House today that I recognise how important fuel poverty is in tackling the wider issue of poverty, that as a department, as an executive, we are committed to making real and tangible progress in this area. That will require substantial cross-departmental work and collaboration, but I want to be very clear to the House this afternoon that that is something that I am up for. I do not believe that this is an easy task that we have ahead of us. It will require a lot of work. It will require the right resource to be in place. But although there are significant challenges that come with this, I believe there are substantial opportunities as well for the people that we serve and that we represent in this place. This is about people. It's about their lives. It's about their well-being. A warm home is a happy and healthy home, so we must ensure everyone can afford to heat and power their home to an adequate degree at a reasonable cost. I look forward to playing my part in that, and I hope that I'll have the support of other members here today as well. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call on Sinead McLaughlin to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to those members of the Assembly this afternoon who have contributed to this very important debate. There are many statistics associated with fuel poverty, and we've heard several of them this afternoon. However, the main statistic, one which should, I believe, focus our minds today, and Daniel McCrossan outlined it in his opening of the motion, is that 290 people die every single year here because of fuel poverty. That is an absolute scandal in this day and age, and it is happening in our watch. And it's fuelled by the policies of our government and the dysfunction of our politics. As other members have said, due to the repeated and constant and consistent failures of this place, whether in policy and strategy or the refusal of some parties to actually work the common ground and operate these institutions. We have allowed individuals to live in homes that simply are not fit for purpose, and we have pushed more and more people into fuel poverty with devastating consequences for their health, well-being and their livelihoods. And of course, in recent years, more people have struggled than ever before thanks to the impact of the pandemic and the cost of living crisis. Faced with these challenges, what was the response of the biggest parties in this chamber? They walked away from the table and took turns bringing this place down. Those actions did nothing for the thousands of people here struggling between heating and eating. Without support from government, we all know families who have chosen to go without food in order to make sure that the heating can be turned on. Shan Mulholland told us about the impact of fuel poverty experienced by her constituents. We have all seen how even the government support schemes that do exist do not reach everyone who needs them, and as has already been said throughout the debate, fuel poverty is literally costing lives, with people in damp, cold homes paying the price for the failure to address this issue. And it doesn't affect everyone equally. In Derry City and Strabane, we have the highest levels of individuals in relative poverty after housing costs, sitting between 23 and 24%. That is double the lowest level in Northern Ireland. That kind of regional inequality is unacceptable, and it means that whether you will experience fuel poverty is very much a postcode lottery. In 2024, it shouldn't be the case that anyone in our society is struggling to heat their homes or to keep a roof over their heads, or getting sick from damp and mould conditions. And I don't believe that is a controversial statement. And so the question now is, what is the Executive actually going to do about it? In the past, this place did deliver a warmer, healthier homes fuel poverty strategy, but that strategy is over a decade old now and is no longer fit for purpose. And the truth is that in recent years there have been woeful progress towards making any meaningful change. People who are in desperate need struggle with fuel poverty that has seen little change in practice, and the fuel poverty strategy for Northern Ireland still has not been updated since 2011. That failure has exposed thousands of families to exponential shocks of recent years and has had a devastating impact. The number of members referred to the number of households living in fuel poverty, citing that in 2016 it was estimated 22% of households were in fuel poverty, and the recent data from the Fuel Poverty Coalition suggests that that has now risen to 45%. We know that the challenge of fuel poverty are especially acute for our rural communities, as highlighted by Colin Gildernew, around 82% of whom are heavily reliant on home heating oil, which is totally unregulated. So in this mandate, we must finally see the delivery of the long overdue fuel poverty strategy, one that sets clear, ambitious targets to eradicate fuel poverty within the next programme for government. Patsy McGlone stated that the strategy must establish much-needed support for working families, particularly those who have not had the opportunity to avail of support streams to date. And it must provide the framework around transformational change, particularly when it comes to retrofitting homes. This point was very well made by Kelly Armstrong. As of the 2019 Housing Executive Stock Survey, 63% had cavity wall insulation that was not compliant with the current industry standard. People living in those homes simply don't have a chance when it comes to ensuring that their home can stay warm, and they are much more likely to get sick, particularly if they're elderly or have pre-existing health conditions. We know that cold homes exacerbate respiratory illness and mental health issues, which in turn place yet more demands on our National Health Service. John Stewart raised the issue of the quality of their housing, and I have lost count of the many people who have come into my constituencies whose health issues can be traced right back to their housing situation. And I want to thank the member, John Stewart, who raised the work of Alan Chambers in raising the promotion of a fuel poverty task force. It is time for the government to get serious about this and undertake a large-scale retrofit programme. Such a scheme may be expensive, but it is no doubt possible and will pay off tenfold in the long run. After all, if heat is lost through our homes, it doesn't matter how many support schemes are created. We will never actually solve the problem. That strategy can also help us meet our climate goals through reducing carbon emissions and their associated environmental impacts, all while delivering a new generation of energy-efficient homes, bringing down costs for families while helping us to reach net zero. So we need a programme of retrofitting, and we need to address the challenges that people are facing. David Honeyford highlighted the need for innovative thinking, and a reform programme will also require fundamental change in our planning system. And for that, we should be prepared to look elsewhere. In the South, planning policy and regulation are actually facilitating the homes of the future. We're actually building the homes for the past, and we're doing it now. While everyone in this chamber knows the planning policy here is a complete handbrake on sustainable development and on creating the housing stock that we all want to see for the future. Only by introducing this kind of approach can we actually future-proof the strategy so that it stands up to scrutiny over time. That means this isn't just a job for the Minister for Communities, and you're right, but the Minister for Infrastructure. Also, there is a wider impact in the rest of the Executive. Indeed, the next fuel poverty strategy must encourage and facilitate collaboration across departments, public health agencies and other stakeholders. No one can shirk responsibility on this. In short, this Assembly has been up and running, and we already see examples of a silo mentality which has characterised the last mandate. Certainly.
I have to take exception to that point, because I've been in this chamber a number of times over the last couple of days, and I've given examples of how we have worked collaboratively together on the defective premises legislation, for example. There has been very good working together between departments already on this, which is a priority, and the members outlined a lot of things she thinks that I should be doing, but I've already just highlighted in my speech exactly what it is that I'm going to do. So I don't think there have been any examples since this Executive has been up and running how we have not been working together. In fact, I think the collaboration has been very good, and I think it will make a difference.
Thank you for that. Really, there are ministers that come in here and kick the ball wherever it will land. So there's still silo mentality that is actually happening. So that that effort must address the root causes of fuel poverty while supporting the most vulnerable in our community. We have previously called on the Department to take a number of steps, including establishing a fuel poverty task force. We've heard that Brian Keenson expressed misgivings about such a task force, but there's nothing to fear from gathering experts and engaging in a co-design process. We have also previously called on the Minister to extend the winter fuel payment to universal credit recipients, and to implement a warm home discount scheme for families to here enjoy the same benefits as families in England. Those calls fell on deaf ears to the Minister's predecessors, and I hope Minister Lyons is willing to take up that challenge. And can I thank the Minister for responding to the motion today, and we welcome your commitment to prioritising poverty. But we need urgency, we need pace, and we need action. And we do welcome the new fuel poverty interventions being developed. They couldn't come soon enough, as you will have heard right across this chamber today. Minister, you also spoke about Northern Ireland Housing Executive providing energy efficiency advice, yet they have some of the most inefficient housing stock in this island. So in relation to a task force as well, Minister, surely you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So today, the call of the official opposition is for the Executive to make the right choice when it comes to fuel poverty. I would urge all parties to play their part in eradicating fuel poverty once and for all by committing to updating the fuel poverty strategy before the end of the year. By agreeing this motion, the Assembly can take action on this issue once and for all by placing a cap on energy prices and by introducing system price protections for home heating oil customers, and by bringing, forward social tariffs to protect the most vulnerable in our society.
Time is up.
And above all, let's make sure that we do not have another 290 people dying as a result of fuel poverty.
Okay, time's up, and thank you for concluding the debate. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, members. Members, the next item on the order paper is an opposition motion on banning no-fault evictions. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly declares a housing crisis, expresses its concern that social housing waiting lists have almost doubled in the past 20 years, with a clear long-term trend towards longer waiting times, acknowledges the findings of the 2023 report by the Office for National Statistics on private rental affordability, that median rent in Northern Ireland's private rented sector accounts for 25% of household income, regrets that the loss of private rented accommodation continues to drive homelessness, and calls on the Minister for Communities to provide an immediate update on the housing supply strategy and to bring forward legislation to ban no-fault evictions in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, 8 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to propose a ban on the pervasive practice of no-fault evictions, which has contributed to increased homelessness, hardship, and has uprooted the lives of thousands of families here. At present, the over-reliance on the private rented sector threatens security of tenure and access to safe and affordable housing. The majority of private tenancies here are non-protected, and landlords can terminate a tenancy without citing any fault or wrongdoing on the part of the tenant. This creates an unfair balance of power and serves as a stark reminder of the inequalities that persist within our housing system. It's a stain on the record of this Assembly that the numbers on our social housing waiting lists have risen to a mammoth 45,000 households as of March last year. This didn't happen overnight. Instead, it's a result of a sustained failure by the Executive to fund homelessness prevention initiatives, to set and meet ambitious social housing build targets, and to prioritise strategies such as the empty home strategy, which hasn't made a dent in reducing some 20,000 empty homes across this region. The freeze on local housing allowance rates for low-income private renters amid escalating rental costs and the decision to end discretionary housing payments for some of society's most vulnerable have further compounded pressures on the housing waiting lists. The private rented sector here is the fastest growing across these islands, with twice as many families living in private rented housing than in the social sector. The unaffordability and insecurity of tenure within this sector is responsible for an estimated third of all homelessness cases presented to the Housing Executive. The Tory privatisation of social housing stock, and that is their endgame, coupled with the blasé attitude of successive executives to address the housing crisis, has all but decimated existing stock. It has stripped an entire generation almost of the opportunity to have somewhere to call home, denied them the stability and security that comes with it, and forced them to navigate an increasingly precarious rental market. In 22-23, there was a 17% increase in the number of households presenting as homeless due to the loss of private rented accommodation. This is an extremely worrying trend, and I've spoken with countless private renters who have been evicted after 10, sometimes 15 years for daring to make reasonable requests for repairs or ask to tackle persistent problems such as damp in their homes. And this has in part contributed to a staggering 4,500 children living in temporary accommodation. The increased use of non-standard accommodation, for example hotels and B&Bs for families, should be a concern for all of us. Accommodation that was once deemed a last resort has become the norm, and the rapid escalation in emergency accommodation expenditure has seen costs spiral from £700,000 in 2017-2018 to an eye-watering £7.5 million last year. A particularly bitter pill to swallow when we consider that DFC hasn't seen fit to fund homelessness prevention initiatives, currently operating at a £7.4 million deficit. To better understand the true cost of no-fault evictions, I want to share the story of one of my constituents, which also exemplifies the cyclical nature of policy. This working single-parent family were allocated a hotel quite far outside the locality. For weeks, they had to pay for taxis to and from school and were forced to order takeaways due to the absence of cooking facilities. These hidden costs of homelessness are rarely considered, and this family, already struggling to make ends meet, fell even further into debt, and that's before we consider the emotional distress, sleepless nights and detrimental impact on these children's school lives. Promises made by DFC and the Minister there during the last mandate have seemingly evaporated. In terms of welfare mitigations and now private tenancy safeguards, we know the Private Tenancies Bill fell short of what was required, but we're assured that we'd see subsequent legislation that would strengthen security of tenure and deal with grounds for eviction. The bill did make provision for longer notice to quit periods, which worked effectively during the pandemic, and it's important that we see that enacted, but as such, and we hope we will see that enacted, but it kind of renders the DUP amendment today obsolete. Premises were also given on a whole system approach and under the housing supply strategy to build 100,000 homes in 15 years. This was planned to be completed in spring 2022.
I bring his remarks to a close.
However, remains in draft due to the lack of a functioning assembly, and any update on that strategy remains outstanding. I'd ask members to support the motion.
Thank you. I call Maurice Bradley to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers during this debate will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the private rented sector accounts for 13% of households in Northern Ireland, many of which are vulnerable households. Indeed, we have previously heard evidence that almost half are in receipt of housing benefit or the housing element of universal credit. In recent years, the private rented sector has grown considerably, particularly in the 25 to 34-year-old age group. This would suggest it has been a valuable option for those priced out of the market as a result of shortages in the housing sector. Stable high house prices are the impact of the spike in interest rates of affordability of mortgages all have had an impact. The DUP fully recognises that these households deserve a safe and secure tenancy. We are committed to driving up standards in the private rented sector, and we were supportive of the legislation passed by this Assembly in the last term, which has gone some way to improving regulation. The provision of Private Tenancies Act 2022 afford the potential to go even further in terms of providing greater assurances for renters, particularly in respect of longer notice to quit periods. It would be an abdication of responsibility not to pursue the implementation of those enhancements in favour of an outright ban, which may take longer and require additional legislation in this House at a time when time is actually not on our side to do this. That is not to say we do not support exploring the merits of banning and no-fault evictions and a second phase of reforms going forward. However, it is crucial that we focus in the first instance on what is deliverable and what will yield the greatest added value for vulnerable renter households in the shortest time frame possible. The Minister of Communities is actively working on the necessary regulation that would urge the other parties, and I would urge the other parties to support that direction of travel. The balance between protecting tenants and the risk of over-regulation is a fine one. Recent research by the Chartered Institute of Housing has found that as many as 60% of private landlords could seek to exit the market, particularly where Airbnb and holiday lets may acquire higher rents. Therefore, in the policy we make, there is a need to ensure that we are not exacerbating the problems in housing supply by either driving current landlords out of the sector or reducing its attractiveness to new buyers. The sustainability and longevity of the private rented sector is absolutely critical when we consider that of 6,551 housing starts in Northern Ireland in 22-23, over 80% were in the private sector. In general, there was a 19% decrease in new starts. In this sense, it is clear that a failure to get to grips with the challenges facing housing supply will be magnified in the level of accommodation available in the private sector. Not least because of the shortages in social stock displaces pressures in that direction, but the DUP is committed to unlocking supply across all tenures, and the Minister is reviewing a draft housing policy supply strategy exactly with that in mind. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we need to future-proof the private rented sector. That means tackling the practices of a minority of rogue landlords operating in the sector without disadvantaging those who operate with fairness and integrity in their dealings with renters. Thank you.
And thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, across all of our communities, people and families, homeowners and renters alike should be able to access decent, affordable and suitable homes which meet their needs and are situated in the community within which they wish to live, both urban and rural. Prior to the collapse of the Executive, previously Sinn Féin had worked to protect people from evictions during COVID, and we're working on extending the length of time in which people can be given a notice to leave their private rented accommodation in order to protect renters from evictions, particularly those that might find themselves at the mercy of unscrupulous landlords. Therefore, we fully support additional work to ban no-fault evictions, recognising that no person should be facing threat of eviction through no fault of their own, with this often being employed as a mechanism to increase rents or to silence people from highlighting substandard accommodation. We would go further in suggesting looking to tenancies of indefinite duration, which would effectively mean that after 6 months of living in a tenancy, the tenant will have a right to remain for an unlimited duration, provided they uphold their rental obligations, unless served with a limited and valid notice on permitted termination grounds. We support today's motion. We all now need to see action from the Minister for Communities to deliver the housing supply strategy and to work closely with the housing sector, our homeless frontline network and people with lived experience of housing stress and homelessness. Critically, all our ministers and all parties must be united in our determination to get the right long-term funding package agreed here, if we are to tackle the financial challenges facing our housing executive and deliver decent, affordable, accessible and sustainable housing a reality for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. It's 3 minutes, so I'll try and fly through this as quickly as possible. I rise as Alliance Party's spokesperson on housing to say that we will be supporting the opposition's motion today, but not the amendment. And the reason why we're not supporting the amendment is basically the Private Tenancies Act Northern Ireland 2022 has already got published on the Department for Communities website. Some of the protections in the notice to quit that has already been brought through. For instance, on the 5th of May 2022, we already had, if you're less than 12 months in tenancy, you'll get 4 weeks notice, 12 months but not more than 10 years, 8 weeks, and 10 years. Over 10 years, 12 weeks notice, and the tenant must also give notice. I think that the next stage of the Private Tenancies Act will be taken forward by the Minister without needing an amendment to a motion today. We do support the ban of no-fault evictions in Northern Ireland, but what I would say, to back that up, what I would say is some of the communication I've received from Renters' Voice, who were extremely helpful in the Private Tenancies Act. They have said, as private tenants, that they do have concerns that without security, private renters are not raising issues regarding repairs and maintenance for fear of being evicted. So having a ban on no-fault evictions in Northern Ireland is something that we should and must consider. However, if we are banning no-fault evictions, there will need to be careful considerations of the reasons that are permitted to enable a landlord to end a tenancy, and has been brought up by the previous speaker, Keir Ferguson. Permitted termination grounds need to be very carefully thought about. For instance, in Scotland, I'm not very impressed by the fact that they include on their list misuse or annoyance as one of the reasons that a landlord can get rid of a tenant. They also can evict someone if they want to have someone lease their property for off-season holiday let, or if they want to use it for a lay missionary property. Some of those things are just not acceptable to me, and I think it would be appropriate to have a proper scrutiny on this and to bring that forward. We do have a number of people in Northern Ireland who live in private rental accommodation. We wouldn't have, or we would have a worse housing crisis if they weren't able to live in private tenancies. But the evidence from Scotland has said that by bringing in or to bring in the ban of no-fault evictions has not led to a mass exodus from the sector of private landlords. In fact, that they hadn't seen much difference in it. But I have to say that some of their figures was at the period of COVID, when there was a ban on moving out of houses. I think that we need to work with our private landlords. I think that we need to work with our private tenants. We do need to consider better how we can protect people in the private rented sector, given the fact that it's renters' voice. The very tenants are saying that they need that type of support. Thank you.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I rise to support the motion, but unfortunately not the amendment, because I feel it doesn't actually address the fundamental point, which is to ban no-fault evictions, which is not to say it doesn't mean extending the notice to quit periods should not be looked at and indeed increased. To me, this is a question of balance between what's best for the tenant, what's best for the landlord. Or to put it another way, it's about rights, the rights of the landlord and the rights of the tenant. And as when you've got two sets of rights, it is often the case that they are competing and that they give rise to a tension, and I think that is the case here. So that leads me to wonder about the motivations of the two groups. And perhaps it's easier to assess the motivation of the tenant. It may be that a tenant simply does not want to get engaged and commit to owning property. That's a perfectly valid position to take. On the other hand, it may be that the tenant becomes a tenant because they can't afford to own their own property, and that introduces, of course, the concept of vulnerability. And then if we look at the motivation of the landlord, it may be that they're decent, reasonable people who just want to make a lawful living by renting their property. But on the other hand, it may be because they want to pursue profit at all costs, inflicting an unreasonable, hurtful, damaging regime upon the tenant. But on the former motivation of the landlord, let's recognise the important role that private landlords play in addressing housing need. Housing executive statistics suggest private landlords account for almost 50% of housing rentals. I'm referring to statistics for financial year 2022-23, which indicate 48.15% of rentals were with private landlords, the rest with the housing executive stroke housing associations. And if we assume the majority are professional in their management of tenants, we still have to accept there will always be exceptions to that rule. Landlords who are attempting to take advantage of vulnerable tenants, and that's why we support this motion. I'm sure every member is aware of circumstances where tenants have chosen not to report repairs or issues they're having with their property to the landlord due to fear that rather than having those rectified, they will end up being evicted. So removing the ability of a landlord to end a tenancy for no reason provides much more security to households, many of whom, as I say, are among the vulnerable with our society. So I think this is a reasonable, proportionate and balanced proposal which this party is happy to support.
Thank you, and I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the opposition for tabling the motion which we are supporting and for the opportunity to have this important debate. Everyone has a right to feel secure in their home, settled in their local community, and enjoy stability so that they can look forward to the future and plan with confidence. But instead, thousands of responsible tenants can still be uprooted by their landlord any time without justification, simply because they are outside of a fixed-term tenancy or licence agreement. The precarious nature of renting and the looming risk of losing a home through no fault of your own is a sad and anxiety-inducing reality for far too many of our constituents. Loss of private rented accommodation was the cause of almost 3,000 families presenting as homeless last year. Combined with soaring rents, a social housing waiting list that has almost doubled in the past 2 decades, and the fact that over 4,500 children are in temporary accommodation is evidence that a complete and radical overhaul is now required. As elected representatives, and as has already been referenced in the course of debate, we all have experience of constituents who have been fearful to report repairs or who are living in private rented accommodation that simply isn't fit for purpose. So too are we all aware of the barriers facing young people struggling to get out of their parents' back bedroom and into their first home due to affordability issues. In that context, the limited protection offered by the Private Tenancies Act, whilst welcome, does not in and of itself go far enough, nor can it be the ceiling of our ambition. And that is why we can't support the DUP amendment before us today. Business as usual is simply not good enough in the face of a crisis. We must see a step change in approach and a new deal for renters. Primary legislation to deliver an end to unfair no-fault evictions once and for all is an important step in that process. That should, of course, be supported by an increase in supply through the implementation of an ambitious but credible housing supply strategy, predicated upon a robust and independent assessment of need, alongside action to explore and deliver a system of rent controls and a renewed focus on improving housing quality. To achieve that vision will require action not just from the Communities Minister, in fairness, but action from right across our executive, not least and significantly from the Department of Infrastructure, whose inaction on wastewater infrastructure is holding up as many as 19,000 homes. The challenges are undoubtedly huge, but I hope today parties can unite around this issue and take the first progressive step towards the change that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, there are too many landlords in this Assembly, and it's no wonder that so many people can be evicted on a whim. The housing crisis is multifaceted, but what it ultimately boils down to is the refusal of the government executive parties to do anything about it. And the reason they refuse to do anything about it is because they have absolutely no material interest in doing so, because it suits them and their agenda to allow people to be at the mercy of greedy landlords. And when I say people are at the mercy of landlords, you only have to look at the reasons that they can evict people. Tenants can be legally evicted if they ask for repairs, if a landlord decides to increase their rent and the tenant can't afford to pay it, if a landlord decides to convert the home into student, HMO or Airbnb accommodation, if a landlord decides to sell the tenant's home, if a landlord just doesn't like their tenant. And I want to thank the activists in the Tenants Union CATU for briefing us on these points ahead of this debate, and commend them for their work in resisting evictions, both legal and illegal, of all people in our communities, including asylum seekers and refugees, and I've stood with them previously on these issues. Housing, Deputy Speaker, is a human right in theory, if not in practice, and the fact that a commodity has been made of it is a damning indictment of this capitalist system. In 2022-23, the loss of private rented accommodation evictions, in other words, was the second most common reason for people presenting as homeless to the housing executive. This should never be the case. It should never be the case that so many have to rely on private rented accommodation. That's why it's important to recognise that the Stormont Executive's failure to build social homes has been the primary driver of homelessness. It has forced too many people into substandard rental accommodation, where landlords are allowed to squeeze every last penny out of working people. You've seen some of these houses, Deputy Speaker, houses that my constituents and others in this House live in. Many of them are riddled with mould, damp, and mice and worse, and across the board rents are up by around 10%. The average rent in the north is now £850, a staggering figure, and it's no wonder people are living in poverty when the bulk of their earnings go to line landlords' pockets. And I hope those at the sharp end of this crisis will remember how parties here previously voted against a proposal by myself to cut and freeze rents. We were told it couldn't be done. Lo and behold, Scotland did it a few weeks later. People vote against it because they are afraid to challenge landlords, and because many of them are landlords. Not going to shame anyone here personally today, Deputy Speaker, but in front of me I have a list of some 15 MLAs who are landlords from all parties across the chamber, and it's on the members' registered list, and I urge the public to look at it. So 1 in 6 MLAs are landlords, a shocking figure that should give everyone an indication of whose interests this Assembly and Executive represents.
Members' time is up.
I don't think personally, Deputy Speaker, any landlord should be allowed to vote in anything that might penalise their tenants or boost their own earnings.
All of those who have indicated a wish to speak have done so. I will now call the Minister for Communities to respond, and the Minister will have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I start off by declaring no interest. I am not a landlord. I would like to make that very clear ahead of this debate. I do want to thank those that have contributed at this stage. I do welcome the opportunity to speak to the motion. There is much in it that I support. There's much that I'm already taking forward to deal with some of the issues here. I want to recognise the concerns that the proposer and others have raised. I am very concerned about the high demand for social housing, increasing waiting lists and pressure on the homelessness system. Alongside this, there's increasing pressure on our private rented sector, with supply reducing and costs increasing. And as Minister for Housing, I'm already on record as saying that housing is a priority for me, and that the challenges that I have set out cannot be addressed by my department alone. So I'm looking forward to working with executive colleagues to make sure that this is a priority across the executive. Last week we heard from many members how infrastructure constraints, and in particular water connections, continue to frustrate us in our attempts to deliver more homes. This issue needs to be sorted out. It's stopping thousands of houses being built and adding tens of thousands of pounds onto the price of houses. We have an opportunity to act now, and we must, because I am absolutely determined that we need to work together to make sure that we do not slide into a crisis that exists in other places in the UK and in Ireland. The motion states the findings of the 2023 report by the Office of National Statistics on private rental affordability. It's worth noting that the ONS considers housing to be affordable if a household spends 30% or less of their income on rental costs. So while Northern Ireland is one of the most affordable regions, we must be upfront that rents have increased significantly over the last 3 years, and more sharply here than elsewhere. My department's own research in 21 found that there may be 38,000 households paying more than 30% of their income in rent, and of them, more than 22,000 are paying over 40%. And by any measure, these are unaffordable. And these households are the ones who are really struggling and have been most impacted by the freeze in local housing allowance at 2020 levels. The best ways of relieving pressure on affordability for renters is by increasing housing supply and ensuring the benefit system properly considered the cost of housing. So I'm relieved that the local housing allowance rates have been unfrozen and increased from this month. Some of those have been increased by over 40%, and this will go some way to helping many renters pay their rent and relieve the pressure on their household budgets. Now, landlords here do not have to specify a reason for eviction, and security of tenure is a major concern for tenants. I am already taking forward work under Phase 1 of my department's reform of the private rented sector to introduce much longer notice to quit periods. This action was mandated by the Assembly in the Private Tenancies Northern Ireland Act 2022, and this Act places a duty on me to bring these into place, and I am fully committed to fulfilling my duty to the Assembly, and I recognise that these changes will improve security of tenure for individuals and families in the private rented sector. My officials are currently drafting regulations on exceptions to these notice periods as required in legislation to ensure that our action is compliant with the Human Rights Act. The Private Tenancies Act included a deadline for this work of the 27th of April 2024, but engagement with stakeholders has shown that this deadline is not realistic. But I would like to take this opportunity to apologise to the Assembly for this delay and missing the deadline that the Assembly set my department. But it's obviously important that we fully consider equality implications. For example, if tenant behaviour, which others might see as disruptive, is linked to domestic violence. And my officials are currently developing a robust equality impact assessment to inform the drafting of these regulations, with a consultation planned for the coming months. My future consideration for Phase 2 of the reform programme will be focused on what further measures I can take to improve the safety, security and quality of this sector. And my officials have already started to engage with key stakeholders and will review what is happening in other jurisdictions in order to inform this work. I think this is really the only area of controversy within this motion, and where there is a bit of division in the House here today. And on the amendment submitted by my colleagues, it is one that I was happy and am happy to support, because this Assembly and many members in this House that are calling for change voted for this legislation only 2 years ago, which would make notices to quit longer, much longer than before, and up to 7 months for the longest tenancies. And this Assembly also placed a duty in primary legislation on the Department to do the work to bring these into place. So I actually have a legal duty to do this, to consider the exemptions to the longer notices for things like antisocial behaviour and put suitable regulations in place, and this would then trigger the longer notices. Now, this work is not completed. I've set out that it's complex, that it's taken longer than expected, but I think it would be very odd for me to instruct my officials to divert them from that work that I'm under a statutory duty to do in order to proceed down the different route that the Assembly wants me to do today. I'm not saying that I am opposed to that. In fact, I have said under Phase 2 we're looking at the further measures that can be taken, but I do have a duty in law to progress these further. Ending no-fault evictions is complex. It would involve an entirely new approach. It would require a fundamental review of how our private tenancy system works. Scotland has already been alluded to in some of the difficulties that have existed there, the 18 different reasons why a tenant can be asked to leave a private rental. And it's hard to read this very long and comprehensive list and imagine that it brings much added security. Each ground has detailed guidance, setting out evidence thresholds and so on, and then there's a tribunal to oversee the process as well. And of course the length of notice is then different depending on the grounds. It's only 28 days for 6 of the grounds and never more than 3 months. It doesn't matter how long the house has been the tenant's home, and I think actually what I'm trying to address is better for the safety and security of tenancy than what we have there. And needless to say, with all this complexity and scope for confusion, Scotland's continually having to review and amend its law due to the unintended consequences it has brought. And for example, the new approach is considered to have greatly reduced the willingness of landlords to let to students in Scotland. So I do support the amendment. I think it retains the approach to security of tenure, which the last Assembly chose only 2 years ago. I would, even at this last moment, urge members to support that, but I think I get the sense of the House today. I think I acknowledge that that is not going to be the case, but I will highlight that I'm under a duty to continue the work which I was mandated in law to do by this Assembly, but that will not prevent me from looking at Phase 2 of the future work that we might be able to do in this area, and I hope that members will understand that regardless of what way the votes go today. In closing, I do want to make it clear to the Assembly that I recognise the concerns around housing pressures, especially as they affect private renters who are most exposed to these pressures. But I am committed to addressing these issues before it becomes as deep as a crisis as we see elsewhere in the UK or Ireland. I acknowledge the concern around growing pressures in the private rented sector. I've set out some of the work being taken forward by the Department to help people. However, addressing housing issues will require commitment from across the executive. And in response to Sinead McLaughlin earlier before, whenever I say that, and I've said it a number of times over the last couple of days, that is not to kick the can down the road, that's not to pass it on to someone else, but if we actually want to see real progress in these areas, we will need cross-departmental working and executive support, and therefore I will be seeking the executive endorsement of the housing supply strategy, and I will continue to prioritise building more social homes. Most of the capital budget for the department goes on social homes, and that will continue because we need to ensure that supply to deal with the demand that is in place. But of course we also need to address the other issues like water in particular that are preventing us from doing more. But I will press for a positive way forward for the future of the housing executive as well, because I think that is incredibly important. So I look forward to seeing thousands more affordable homes being built and lived in over the next 3 years. I would encourage
Mr. Bingham's remarks to close.
I would encourage members to vote for the amendment, but I think my powers of persuasion may have reached the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that response, which was the latest in a number of responses today. I now call on Brian Kingston to wind on the amendment, and the member has up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In our amendment, we have proposed that in the first place, the Minister brings forward regulations to put in place much longer notice to quit periods. We believe this will make a real and tangible difference to tenants as a first phase in enhancing their rights and protections. As my colleague Maurice Bradley set out in his speech, there is a need for balance in this matter. Departmental statistics show that 13% of households in Northern Ireland are in the private rented sector, compared to just 4% rented from housing associations and 10% from housing executive rentals. So the number of private rentals is virtually equivalent to this, what we call social housing. Some, as we have heard in this debate, just have an ideological objection to private rentals. That's of no help, though, to those who are seeking properties. It is a substantial sector and an option for many people that many people are choosing to avail of. There is a risk through overregulation of causing a reduction in private rental properties. As anyone who talks to any local estate agents should know, there's already a massive shortage of private rented properties. Once a property goes on their website, I'm told they literally get hundreds of requests on the first day. Circumstances of recent years has caused a reduction in that supply through higher interest rates and higher house prices. Research from the Chartered Institute of Housing found that as many as 60% of private landlords could seek to exit the market, particularly where Airbnb and holiday lets may accrue higher rents. For those that raised the issue quite rightly of the quality of private rented sector properties, that is something that needs to be enforced, and we need suitable regulations through the environmental health departments in our local councils, and they must have those powers. However, in every action and every decision that we make in this Assembly, we must be mindful of the risk and likelihood of unintended consequences. So we believe that our amendment, in the first place, of increasing the notice periods for tenants will increase those protections for them without risking the reduction of supply as an unintended consequence. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on Cara Hunter to conclude and wind the debate on the motion, and the member has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd sincerely like to thank the Minister who has been here all day and sincerely this morning, so we are really grateful that he's here and has been listening throughout. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the anti-poverty campaigners who joined us here today in Stormont and online today to listen to our debates. to talk about ending the pain of poverty that is inflicted upon and endured by so many of our constituents across the north. I could speak passionately all day about the housing crisis, and I really am grateful the Minister is here, as he'll be familiar with the wider Coleraine area as well, and the huge significant challenges facing housing in that area. Across my constituency, thousands and thousands of people wait every day for a fit-for-purpose house. It genuinely makes me outraged that mothers, fathers, parents, guardians and families of all sizes are left in overcrowded houses with their children, and oftentimes children who have complex or special needs, physical disabilities, and are forced to live, sleep and eat in living rooms and sleep on sofas, and it truly is shocking and absolutely unacceptable. No-fault evictions have contributed to significant stress on families who are left suddenly with just weeks to find an available new home, when there are few and far between. And for the few houses that do exist, constituents cannot afford and are priced out of living in. Even the Conservative MP, Michael Gove, has recognised the impact and is seeking to change this legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, currently over 46,000 people are waiting for a home in Northern Ireland as we stand here and debate today. We must immediately build and expand social housing within our communities. And it feels like every week in my constituency, from Limavady to Portrush, Dungiven to Feeney, Claudy and beyond, we continue to lose private rentals for families in these areas who desperately need them and desperately need somewhere to live. Not at this point, because I'm stuck for time, sorry. The lack of available social housing and private rentals undeniably means there's an increase in prices, and people really do compete just to have a roof over their head. Real estate agents I have spoken with across the North Coast have sent me emails of great concern. They've never seen pressures like this or such a challenging issue that we're facing. Hardly any rentals are available on the North Coast, and so many compete. This has seen some landlords strive to profiteer, and for some the impact of this has been young mothers evicted with a short turnaround time, and people are really surviving and not thriving. For myself as a Portrush resident, I see this so much. The people I grew up with have been priced out of returning to their childhood town. They can't even aspire to live in Portrush, as houses to buy or to rent simply do not exist, and the social housing list lasts for years at a time. So what does this mean? What does it mean when someone can't access a home within their local community? It means a breakdown of community, and it means a breakdown of support mechanisms. So for example, young couples who perhaps have one or two children, they have to move away from their family and they're not getting the support that they may need. And on the housing crisis, to know what kind of problem that we have, I think we need to be aware of why it is happening and the factors that are worsening it. And this is where I bring my next point to second home ownership, specifically in the North Coast area. Second home ownership is a massive issue, and it's actually getting worse, and it's really eating into that local availability of housing. And I think it's absolutely crucial that I raise this point today. I am mindful in the Causeway Coast and Glens area, Portrush has anywhere between 16 to 24% of their houses as second homes, and Portstewart up to 23%. It's not sustainable for locals, and I would love to hear more feedback from the department just to hear if that's something that they are mindful of and seek to address. Our people, our constituents, are entitled to safe, affordable, good quality accommodation. How can one have a stable life without a stable and happy home? And I'll just draw attention to some of the members' important points. Ms Ferguson touched on the importance of ending no-fault evictions, and I welcome her work in the Homelessness APG, as it has been very strong in tackling this issue. Mrs Armstrong and Mr Tennyson had raised their support for the ban on no-fault evictions and praising renters' voice. Mr Nesbitt had touched on landlords taking advantage of vulnerable tenants, a very important point, and tenants actually avoiding reporting repairs in fear of eviction. Mr Carroll ended with the important point about if your landlord doesn't like you, you really have very little protection. So ultimately that's something I think is really important to raise here today, and why we've brought this motion forward. We want to ban no-fault evictions entirely and with urgency, and because of this we will not be supporting the DUP amendment today. To finish, I am grateful that it looks like 2 of 3 of our motions will pass here today, although I am saddened that some of our motions have essentially been diluted by executive parties today and yesterday, but I'll leave that to those parties to explain their positions to their constituents. Again, I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions today. I really appreciate it, and I hope you can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank the member for concluding the debate. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Maurice Bradley and Brian Kingston be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment falls. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease for a change at the top table.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on accelerated passage for hospital parking charges bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the hospital parking charges bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
I call the Minister for Health.
I believe that the hospital parking charges bill proceed under accelerated passage.
The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate. So I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to address members on this critical issue. I seek agreement today to progress by accelerated passage the hospital parking charges bill, which will postpone the ban on charging money for parking vehicles in hospital car parks as contained in the Hospital Parking Charges Act Northern Ireland 2022. I can confirm that executive approval was sought for the process of accelerated passage and gained. I don't make this request lightly. Whenever possible, primary legislation should be subject to full Assembly scrutiny. So the committee stage of a bill is clearly a significant element of that scrutiny process. However, for reasons that I will outline, there are on this occasion compelling grounds for the use of accelerated passage. But before I do that, I want to say a few words about why legislative change is required. I will, of course, cover that in more detail in the second stage debate that will follow the debate on this motion if successful. Briefly, Health and Social Care Trusts have been working to implement the legislative requirements of the Hospital Parking Charges Act by May the 12th, 2024. However, due to legal challenges beyond our control, the award of a contract for the traffic management system has been delayed by around 4 months. So following resolution of these challenges, we anticipate awarding a contract later even this week. However, due to the technical realities of implementation, which includes, for example, an assessment of the infrastructure required and its locations at each site, ordering, delivery, installation and testing of the equipment, and any necessary communication and engagement to members of the public and staff, the system will not come online until at earliest later this year, which is after the new law is scheduled to come into effect on the 12th of May. So advice from the Health and Social Care Trust is that once parking is made free, due to the likely surge in demand without a traffic management system, they will be unable to control parking, preserve blue light routes and protect designated spaces. They are now significantly concerned about their ability to maintain safe access to their sites for patients, clients, visitors and staff. The resultant congestion on site and at access and egress routes will contribute to delay or missed hospital appointments, including emergency treatments. Speaker, I know that many members are aware of the traffic issues at health and social care sites, indeed may have personal experience. You will therefore understand why I am very concerned that a delay in bringing any effective traffic management solution into operation will make the situation significantly worse for patients and staff by adding unmanageable demand for spaces and adding further pressure to trust staff who are already dealing with huge challenges. In particular, this would have a significant impact in the Belfast and South Eastern Health and Social Care Trusts, which regionally have the highest number of charged parking spaces and offer many regional healthcare services. If members don't grant accelerated passage, the stark reality is that hospitals will have no means to control parking, preserve blue light routes and protect designated spaces. I hope it's clear to members from what I've already said that, in our view, this creates an unacceptable risk of traffic chaos in and around critical hospitals, which will bring with it associated risk to staff, patients and the public for up to a 6-month period from May 2024. I therefore commend the motion to the Assembly and ask that it agrees that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill proceeds under the accelerated passage procedure.
I call Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for his opening remarks and for the opportunity to outline the Committee's consideration of the Minister's request for accelerated passage on the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. The Deputy Chair and I met with the Minister and senior officials last Monday, at which point the Minister outlined the reasons that he was seeking accelerated passage on the bill. Following that briefing, officials came to the Committee last Thursday, where they outlined to members the reason for accelerated passage and the consequences of accelerated passage not being granted. I'd like to thank the Minister and his officials for the engagement and for the opportunity to further interrogate the reasons for accelerated passage being required on this bill. From the Committee's point of view, accelerated passage is not something that it would actively encourage. We all understand the important role that committees play in consulting the public on legislation and bringing forward amendments following consideration of evidence provided. However, on occasions, accelerated passage is required if circumstances deem it necessary. In relation to this bill, the Committee were informed of a number of reasons why accelerated passage was needed and the consequences of it not being granted. We are all aware that the 2022 Hospital Parking Charges Bill was due to come into effect on the 12th of May 2024. However, the Minister and officials made it clear that once car parking charges are removed on the 12th of May, the trusts would not be in a position to implement a parking management solution that would not result in a gridlock for many of our hospital sites. It was outlined that on some of the sites it would not be possible to preserve blue light routes and protect designated spaces, as the Minister has alluded to. I'm sure many members will have received complaints from constituents in relation to problems with parking on various sites, and the Committee was made aware that the problem would be exacerbated without the necessary controls being put in place. We were advised that while trusts had been working towards the date of the 12th of May this year, however, due to legal challenges in relation to the awarding of the contract for traffic management systems, they would not be in place by 12th of May, and there has been a significant delay to the timeline to implement a new control system. Members were advised that the delay would mean that the earliest a system could be in place would be September 2024. It was outlined without the automatic number plate recognition system, our hospital sites would be even more chaotic and result in people being late or even missing their appointments. The Department provided the Committee with a timeline of the work that it and the Trusts have taken forward over the last 2 years since the Hospital Parking Charges Bill was agreed. The Committee also noted that the Executive had agreed to the Minister's request for accelerated passage. Following the briefing by officials and considering that there would be no management system in place before the 12th of May, the Committee agreed it was content that accelerated passage be approved. However, I would note that Mr Colin McGrath placed on record his opposition to accelerated passage being granted on this bill. However, I would ask the Minister for clarity in relation to what may happen if royal assent is not given by the 12th of May date. Has there been any consideration of what arrangements and management of car parks would be required if the 12th of May date is not achieved? And I will outline the Committee's consideration of the bill in the second stage debate if accelerated passage is granted.
Call Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I will make a few brief remarks about the request for accelerated passage of this bill. I'm not happy that we are having to use it. I worry when a department gets a procurement process so wrong that it's left open to legal challenge, and that then delays the rollout of legislation that this House unanimously voted for. And I remind people again, it was all party, full party support in this chamber for this bill over 2 years ago. Mind you, there was an election a few weeks later which may have accelerated that support, but nonetheless that full party support was there. I'm not a fan of accelerated passage of bills. We do have a normalised this place a little bit. We have an opposition, we have committees, and we have space for debates. And my goodness, with the complete lack of any legislation coming from the executive, we certainly couldn't cite pressure of assembly time as a reason to have to rush things through. I also note that we have been back from the 3rd of February. We are 2.5 months in, and I feel that this could have been sent to committee a few weeks earlier to allow us a little bit more time to have consideration than the one meeting that we got. But I fear that discussion in this delay that's being requested today isn't in the favour of the executive, and a quick stick-it-through delay is what suits executive parties best, and it's what we're facing. So as the saying goes, we are where we are.
Jerry Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm opposed to the bill that I'll go into detail later. The logic would follow: if you oppose the bill, then you should oppose the plan to fast-track this bill. And if this is passed, the accelerated passage motion is passed shortly, the members will have until 9:30 tomorrow morning to submit an amendment, which really doesn't allow any time for anybody to consider, to engage, to speak to unions, to speak to anybody really about the problems with this bill in front of us. So from what I've heard, listened to Minister and members, I don't see any sound reason to bring this bill, to fast track it, and therefore I'll try to vote against it. And just a clarification from the Minister, the Chair mentioned of the committee September 2024 for the technology to be available potentially. Is that an exact date, or what is the date that the Minister, his officials are expecting the technology for parking to be available and completed?
I call the Minister of Health.
Thank the members for their contribution, and I'm going to thank the Chair of the Health Committee for her comments as well in regards to the discussion at the committee. I can assure members that every effort was made to explore the expedition of the traffic management contract, and given the ongoing work between my officials and the Health and Social Care Trusts, I'm deeply frustrated and I deeply regret that this course of action needs to be taken at such a late stage. In regards to the question from the Chair in regards to what will happen should this not come into the 12th of May, hopefully with members' support, I hope to achieve royal assent to this bill as soon as possible. After the 12th of May, there's already been engagement had in the off chance that we do get through. Trusts are aware of the risk of an interim period with no charging may apply, and during the period of free parking without the required traffic management system in place, demand on car parking spaces is expected to increase. So trusts are already working to minimise the level of disruption by deploying additional parking attendants and putting in place manual interventions and cordons to try and protect spaces for those legitimate users. So trusts have advised that the barriers in place will continue to be used, but the charges will not be applied when the ticket is presented at a pay station. But the main impact, Speaker, remains that many staff parking off-site will choose to park on-site once parking becomes free, and without those automatic controls may result in visitor car park and patient car parks reaching full capacity before 8:30 on a Monday to Friday, and this will undoubtedly prevent patients and visitors utilising these car parks during these times, and the Trust will continue to deliver that in regards to that. In regards to Mr Carroll's comment in regards to the appointment of the contractor, they have indicated that the end of 2024, September at the earliest, the facilities will be in place for the recognition of number plates that may help as well. I think Belfast Trust had also indicated, Speaker, that the rollout of Encompass may actually enable people receiving an appointment letter able to receive a QR code on their appointment letter that they could utilise at the same time as well to access car parks. So, Speaker, in conclusion, I ask the Assembly to agree the motion.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Aye. As there is only one dissenting voice, I will move ahead that we have cross-community support. And we now move. The Assembly has agreed that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill may proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. The second stage of the bill, therefore, may be moved today. Next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I call the Minister of Health.
Speaker, I beg to move that the second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill be agreed.
The second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill has been moved in accordance with convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call on the Minister of Health to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity to open the debate at the Assembly on the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. Firstly, as we've discussed, I'd again like to thank the Health Committee, which seated committee stage so that this bill can progress in a shorter time frame. As members will recall, the Hospital Parking Charges Act 2022, which was passed by the Northern Ireland Assembly in March 2022, prohibits the imposition of charges for parking vehicles in hospital car parks and is due to come into operation on the 12th of May. Its main policy objective is to abolish hospital car parking charges across health and social care hospital sites in Northern Ireland for staff, patients and visitors. While I remain entirely sympathetic to the intentions behind this legislation, delays to the operational implementation of a traffic management system to control parking once charges are abolished means there is a significant risk of detriment to patients and staff, and it is undoubtedly the case that the financial context for health and other departments has worsened considerably since the Act was passed. The Hospital Parking Charges Bill proposes to modify the operation of the Hospital Parking Charges Act Northern Ireland 2022 so as to postpone the ban on charging money for parking vehicles in hospital car parks. If this bill comes into operation on or before the 12th of May 24, Section 1 of that 22 Act means that no person may impose or recover a monetary charge with respect to the parking of a vehicle in a car park at a hospital by someone who is attending the hospital in a relevant capacity, and that would take effect on the 12th of May 2026. If the bill comes into operation after the 12th of May 24, Section 1 of the 22 Act ceases having effect. So when the Act comes into operation and B resumes having effect on the 12th of May 2026. So advice from Health and Social Care Trusts is that if parking is made free without a traffic management system, they will be unable to control parking, preserve blue light routes and protect designated spaces. They are now significantly concerned about the ability to maintain safe access to their sites, as I've said, for patients, clients, visitors and staff. The resultant congestion on site and at access and egress routes will contribute to delayed or missed hospital appointments, including possibly emergency treatments. Many of us, as I've already said, are aware of the traffic issues at HSC hospital sites, and I'm very concerned that owing to the delay in being able to implement the parking management solution, the current legislation, though clearly well intended, will make things worse for patients and staff by adding to demand for spaces, and that it will add further pressure to trust staff who are already dealing with huge challenges. Primarily, charging allows capacity of the car parks to be carefully managed and controlled to meet demand. Charging rates differ across health and social care trusts, so the rates applied are set at a level consistent with local public car parks and the local environment to avoid an undesirable pull effect. Any changes to charging would change the dynamic of the local parking environment and impact choices taken by non-permit holding staff and commuters. It is envisaged that once parking becomes free without traffic controls being in place, visitor car parks may reach full capacity by 8:30 a.m. Monday to Friday and remain full until 4:30 on each of those days. This will undoubtedly prevent patients and visitors utilising these car parks during these times. This is expected to have a significant impact in the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, which regionally has the highest number of charged parking spaces. Belfast trusts have highlighted the main number of risks and impacts associated with introduction of the current parking legislation without the desired automatic numbered plate recognition parking controls in place. And these include a reduction in car parking charges in Belfast City Hospital would increase the demand for the car park, as the City Hospital is within easy walking distance of the city centre. If the pricing was reduced to such a level to make it cheaper than public car parking and public transport, the parking at the hospital would be more attractive than those alternate options. By charging at particular levels, trusts seek to dissuade inappropriate parking, ensuring important capacity is available for those with a legitimate hospital-related need. So to reduce the tariff below the local commercial environment rates in the absence of having the ANPR parking solution in place, they may find they have introduced an equality issue, as legitimate users will struggle to access health care. Hospital appointments and visits will be delayed or missed completely as a result of capacity pressures, with a significant increase in the number of complaints and negative media coverage. So without the parking controls in place, Belfast Health and Social Care Trust expect an increase in the number of staff using the car parks, as well as other users from adjacent premises. And it is expected on the Royal Victoria Hospital site, which is already prone to serious incidents of gridlock, that parking queues will increase in length and time once car parking is free. This will put blue light routes under serious additional risk and may delay or prevent emergency service vehicles reaching their emergency department. In addition, gridlock to the adjoining roads, especially the Donegal Road, Broadway Roundabout and the Grosvenor Road, will be negatively impacted and potentially increase traffic congestion in those areas. The surrounding community areas around their parking sites will be impacted as staff, patients and visitors seek to find alternative parking options due to the car parks quickly reaching full capacity. So this will have a negative impact on community relations and potentially lead to negative engagement. My primary concern is to protect access to hospitals for both patients and staff. I am therefore seeking agreement to a bill to defer the removal of charges for 2 years and in regards to that time frame. So while that may seem long to some colleagues, you will all know my department is also facing unprecedented funding challenges. The removal of car parking charges results in a loss of £7 million revenue, which is currently used to partially fund the £9 million expenditure associated with the operational upkeep and management of car parks. No additional capital or revenue funding has been made available to my department for the implementation of this legislation, and if it is not forthcoming in the 24-25 budget exercise, the cost would need to be met by reductions to other expenditure areas. Therefore, I propose to use the deferral period to fully implement the infrastructure required to manage free car parking and also develop a funding plan for the implementation of free car parking after the deferral period. It will also allow trusts more time to explore if car use can be reduced. That is a fundamental point, and not just because of our responsibilities on climate change. At present, demand for car parking spaces already significantly exceeds capacity on some of our hospital sites. Increasing that demand by abolishing all charges is not without risk. So my department will bring forward to the Executive, prior to the end of the 2-year deferral period, an executive paper which sets out how it intends to fund and manage the implementation of free parking going forward. I know many colleagues have supported this legislation because of the benefits to health and social care staff, patients and visitors. Consequently, I propose proceeding with the option of making staff car parking permits free of charge at the same quantum as they currently are, so as a fair recognition of the hard work and dedication of health and social care staff, which would allow this executive to deliver at least some of the intent of this legislation. Concerns have been expressed around equality if staff permits are made free. I did ask officials to consider a percentage reduction to all car parking costs as an alternative, but trusts have advised when conducting an equality impact screening assessment that they assess the impact of staff and patients or visitors separately, given the different capacity in which these groups are visiting the site. So trusts have advised that a blanket reduction of car parking charges is likely to have the unintended consequences of increasing demand for car parking spaces at hospital sites and incur costs in relation to the reconfiguration of equipment and signage. So charges differed across hospital sites are set in line with local car parks. So a reduction could therefore increase demand for car parking spaces from the public, again at detriment to service users. And in addition, Speaker, concerns have been expressed around equality if staff permits are made free, as due to capacity, not all staff who meet the criteria for a parking permit will have access to one, with many staff placed on a waiting list. Current car parking policy outlines that health and social care trusts should ensure that a reasonable allocation of spaces is made available for staff, taking into consideration the overall availability of car parking on the site and balancing the needs of patients and visitors. So where demand for car parking spaces in hospital sites is greater than available capacity, to ensure a fair and consistent award process, I am directing health and social care trusts to regionally implement an assessment of demonstrated need for staff parking permits. That assessment criteria will take into consideration individual circumstances, operational requirements, and the individual's ability to access alternative and sustainable forms of transport. So, for example, recommended criteria may include the requirement to use private vehicle on a daily basis to deliver direct patient or client care, provide regular clinics or services on more than one site, required to participate on a scheduled rota for on-call, manage service staff on more than one site, hold a blue badge through disability, and be a parent, guardian or carer that uses a private vehicle to transport children or providing care responsibilities on a way to or from a base site and public transport is not available. So based on the information available, there is nothing to indicate that the proposal to provide free car parking to permitted pass holders would create an adverse impact in regard to the promotion of good relations. I know the value our Assembly colleague placed on private members' bill, therefore I don't make this proposal to postpone the operation date of the Act lightly. I do so to protect access to hospital sites for service users, and because health and social care no longer has the resources to deliver its services.
The Minister explained to the House why he's chosen to put a fixed date of May 26 as commencement, rather than the quite regular deployment of a commencement clause at the Department's discretion. Why is he not amending the original bill to impose such a commencement clause?
Wanted to bring forward legislation that actually had a time-bound limit to reassure those who, including ourselves, who supported this bill at the start, that this is a time-bound extension rather than an ever-unending one, which I would be criticising rightly for, would put, I think, moving this legislation at risk. So acknowledging that I remain entirely sympathetic to the intentions behind the original legislation, we have a fundamental problem now to address. So once the legislation comes into effect, free parking will inevitably encourage more people to utilise car parks on hospital sites, including staff, visitors, patients, and those without any legitimate reason. I want to thank everyone for your patience while I provided the overview of the bill. I hope you will agree that this bill is necessary to ensure safe access for staff, for patients, and for visitors to our hospital services. Speaker, I am very conscious that I am asking the Assembly to take a difficult decision today, and unfortunately, given the budgetary challenges facing all departments, there will be more difficult decisions to come, so we have to be honest with the public about that. So our collective financial position has deteriorated markedly since the free parking legislation was introduced 2 years ago. I know members supported that measure for the best of motives. I know it reflected a genuine desire to show solidarity with health service staff, with patients and with patients' families. However, this House will not be thanked if it allows a parking free-for-all to unfold from next month, with all the chaos and disruption that will bring to traffic and to vital services. Speaker, I therefore ask for support of this bill.
I call Liz Kimmins.
Colin, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the second stage debate on the principles of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill 2024. In the last mandate, the previous Health Committee undertook committee stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Act 2022. The previous committee undertook a public consultation on the bill and heard from a number of organisations in relation to that bill. Some of the issues that were raised during evidence are still as relevant today as they were over 2 years ago. Issues such as a lack of capacity, inequity in charging both within and across trusts, financial issues for staff having to pay for parking, and inconsistencies in the approach for providing free parking to patients and their families. In March 2022, the Assembly agreed that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill 2022 be enacted. Therefore, it is disappointing that we are in a position over 2 years later where we are having to introduce a new piece of legislation to further delay introduction of free parking on our hospital sites. The previous debate outlined the reasons why action needs to be taken quickly on this particular issue. I will outline the committee's consideration of the bill and some of the issues that were raised with the Minister and officials in relation to implementation of this bill. This bill is a short two-clause bill that provides for a postponement in the implementation of the 2022 Act for a period of 2 years. As I mentioned in the previous debate, the Deputy Chairperson and I were briefed by the Minister on the bill last Monday, and the committee were briefed by officials last Thursday. Officials outlined that a delay in the implementation was required as the automatic number plate recognition system that would be needed to manage the car parks would not be in place until September at the earliest. Without this system in place, officials outlined that free parking would result in gridlock at many of our hospital sites and that blue light routes could not be preserved. Officials also outlined that the reason for the delay was due to a legal challenge in the procurement process, and it was hoped that this would be resolved in the coming weeks. Officials outlined the traffic impact assessments were completed, and they highlighted some of the issues that would occur if charging was removed. The committee requested a copy of those traffic impact assessments. Members of the committee also highlighted to officials that the 2-year postponement should not act as a target date, and if possible, charges should be removed once the system is up and running and had a sufficient time to be tested. Officials outlined it was not their intention to use the full 2 years. During the briefing with the Minister, the issue of staff permits was raised. The Minister outlined, as he has today, that it is his intention to make staff car parking permits free of charge, and this is indeed welcomed. The Minister and officials outlined the criteria for providing parking permits, including the need for access to multiple sites, home visits, delivering equipment and staff who work shift patterns where public transport is not available. I outlined the need for additional criteria in relation to those on low incomes. I hope the Minister and the Department will consider that. The committee is aware that there are currently circumstances where patients and families can avail of free parking, and I would encourage the Department and the Trusts to ensure that they are proactive in providing those patients and their families with free parking where they qualify, rather than the inconsistent approach that is taken across sites at present. We are all too aware of the problems at some of our hospital sites, and the Minister and the Department needs to ensure that they use this next period to improve access and capacity at these sites, both for staff and for patients. Providing this bill passes the necessary stages and is granted royal assent, the committee will take forward its scrutiny of the implementation of the new system and the work that will be taken forward to increase capacity and improve our hospital access to our hospital sites. I will now make some remarks in my role as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. As outlined, Sinn Féin are extremely disappointed that the Hospital Parking Charges Bill has not been implemented within the time frame agreed with the Department. There is no doubt that patients, staff and service users would all benefit greatly from the removal of charges. And while we are disappointed, we do understand that the Minister has identified a preferred contractor, and we hope to see rapid progress in this matter in the coming weeks and months, not at the end of another 2 years. During the legislative process, support for the Hospital Parking Charges Bill was expressed by many different organisations such as Macmillan Cancer Support, Marie Curie, Rural Community Network, the Royal College of Nursing, NICTU affiliated trade unions and the BMA. Free parking at public hospital sites would help to address health inequalities by reducing the burden on patients and visitors who are already physically, psychologically and financially impacted by the experience of their own or their loved one's ill health. According to Macmillan Cancer Support's views on the provisions of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill submitted to the Health Committee, Macmillan Benefits Advisors have reported that car parking charges are a cost frequently mentioned by people living with cancer, and that they often need to refer people to the Macmillan Grants team so they are able to access financial support for parking and travel costs. No one should have to deal with the additional financial burden while accessing treatment or attending hospital with a family member, particularly those who have long stays or frequent attendances at hospital. Just today, I've met with the Children's Health Coalition, who have outlined their key asks around a relatively small amount of ring-fenced funding to support families with the hidden costs of caring for a sick child, as they face significant reduction in their family income during this time. So anything we can do to try and alleviate what is already a very difficult time for families and patients, we should do. We are acutely aware of the existing challenges with parking in hospital sites, and it is important that these are addressed. However, this must not be used as a reason to continue this unfair and unjust cost to staff and patients who have no choice but to travel to hospital for work or healthcare by car. And whilst I do welcome some of the criteria that the Minister has outlined, ensuring that interim measures are put in place for free parking permits for staff, I think it's something that we have to have as a very short-term measure. Every week at Health Committee we are hearing from departmental officials and representatives from right across the health and social care sector about the huge workforce crisis in our health service. So how do we really expect to address this when it's actually costing staff to come to their work? And to put this into context, a Band 5 nurse on a starting salary of around £27,000 a year, who is potentially already paying the equivalent to a mortgage payment every month for childcare, is then expected to fork out £11 or £12 a day for parking, in some cases 5 days a week. How can we justify this? So if we really want to stabilise our health service and properly recruit and retain staff to deliver vital health care, then we must make it worth their while to do so. Thank you.
Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and we're here today to discuss the second stage of the bill, and I do have to say that it is a shame. It's a shame that we are discussing the delaying of this bill. It's a shame that on a day that we have in this place been focusing on how to break the cycle of poverty, that we're debating a delay on unfair charges. The hospital parking charges bill was lauded by Sinn Féin in April 22 as saving patients and hard-working staff the money that they would have to pay and saving folk visiting their sick and dying relatives. And yet 2 years later, here we are. Because of the difficulties of introducing this bill, the Sinn Féin DUP-led coalition executive has agreed to delay this by another 2 years. Another 2 full years. Speaker, it would seem that it's going to take this executive 4 years to put up a few cameras at a number of hospital sites to read car registrations and get a computer program to analyse it. How many of us in our constituency offices have been dealing, if not swamped, whenever the public get car parking tickets from supermarkets and shopping centre car parks? These organisations got their infrastructure in place, and I wager you it didn't take them 4 years to put them up. And there have been so many reasons, what others maybe would call excuses, for the delay in getting this infrastructure in place and requesting the 2-year extension. And some of them are just so weak in places that the bottom of the barrel hasn't just been scraped clean, it's been scraped through. When we hear terms like creating inequality of access to service and then asking for a 2-year delay, which in itself creates an inequality of access to service, you wonder if the situation has been handled properly at all. But the inevitability of this bill passing by the four-party executive means that the most important thing that we as an opposition can do is ensure transparency and making sure that the full facts of this matter are known. So on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I make the following points and would seek the clarifications from the Minister. The bill brought forward by the now Junior Minister passed just before the Assembly elections in May 22, and we have heard that a legal challenge was concluded around November of last year. So could I ask, how soon after the bill received its royal assent did the procurement process commence? We are told that there is a need for a new infrastructure system. And maybe what it says, what's wrong with the current one? Could the current infrastructure that is there, where people have to use cards to get in and out and pay for car parking at the moment, could that not have been adapted in the short term to have been able to deliver some solutions rather than having to seek a delay for 2 years? And at the committee meeting, and I maybe want to just go slightly easy on committee consultation, we had one presentation to the committee, and it lasted about 45 minutes to 50 minutes. And that's all that the committee has been consulted. So I don't want us to misinterpret that the committee has had proper engagement, because we would like to have, I'm sure, have brought in some other organisations, to have brought in staff organisations, potentially to have brought in some other organisations in the delivery of car parking services. We could have asked clarifications and sought some more information, but all that we got was a briefing. So I would say it was a committee briefing rather than a committee engagement. But numerous remarks were made that if they implement free car parking, it could cause problems such as blocking blue light routes. However, they also highlighted that as it stands at the minute, that is also an issue. So perhaps it's not an issue of car parking, but it's actually an issue of how the ambulances get to the hospital. So to suggest that it's just an argument for holding up car parking for another 2 years, free car parking for another 2 years, seems a bit weak. And also, these issues are very site-specific. They're very specific in relation to the Royal, in terms of the congestion, and in terms to other people using the car parking facilities is very specific and mentioned for the City Hospital. But that means that everybody is now having to be delayed right across the whole of the North for a further 2 years, and we're citing very heavily those two sites as reasons for doing so. Part of the rationale for the original bill was to help address the imbalance faced by people in rural communities who have had no choice but to take their car for hospital visits. But I suppose what we need to know is, how has this deferral been screened against its impact on rural communities who will have for another 2 years will have to wait for that free car parking to arrive. And we were told at the committee that the procurement process had caused the legal challenge, and that it would mean that the system won't be ready for another 3 or 4 months. That brings us up to August, September. So an obvious question has to be, why are we looking for a delay for 2 years if the system can be brought online in a few months? I had one specific question that I would really want the Minister to answer in his remarks. I would like to have a crystal clear response on what date, can we have a date as to when the staff will actually get access to their free car parking. When can they expect their system in place? Because it is referenced in the letter that was sent to the committee. It was mentioned on the day from the committee's discussions, and it's been referenced here today, but it doesn't actually give us a date. And if there's a 2-year delay, yes, of course.
Thank the member for giving way. I have to declare an interest, Mr. Speaker. My daughter is a nurse in the Lagan Valley Hospital, and we've had multiple issues on the Lagan Valley site for a number of years now. In fact, there's a multi-agency group that has been trying to work out the overspill of parking in that area. And it's causing public safety issues way outside the side of the Lagan Valley. And one of the problems with this bill was the fact that it in no way sought to alleviate the public safety issues where illegal parking was happening. Is it not better that we buy the time and ensure that public safety is also measured in regard to the free car parking for health and safety or health and social care staff?
I thank the member for his intervention, the free pass which he gets for his birthday. But of course the issue is that's not a problem that's just arrived today. We've known about this right from the very beginning of the conversations about introducing free car parking. This is not something that suddenly last week or the week before somebody in the department scratched their head and said, hey, we've got 2 weeks or 3 weeks to introduce this, we need to get something sorted out. There has been plenty of time to do planning, and that sort of specific planning, that didn't require waiting on who was going to win the car registration identification system. We didn't need to wait until they were identified before dealing with some of those solutions. Those issues could have been addressed alongside this, and we would have been 2 years into it. I'll move on. These are, Mr. Speaker, I think reasonable questions which any MLA within this place should be asking from the Minister and the Department. But there is also questions which must be asked of the Executive and the parties that are represented here this afternoon. One of the tasks of the Executive Office, as detailed on their own website, is promoting and monitoring implementation of equality of opportunity and good relations, and tackling poverty and social exclusion. Yet the First Minister said the Executive had no choice but to accept the Health Minister's proposal for the deferral. The Deputy First Minister said the Executive unanimously agreed to the Health Minister's proposal to bring forward the accelerated passage. This executive has made much noise about what it will do to tackle poverty, yet this deferral will only intensify poverty, which we all identified previously and agreed was existing, and therefore we needed the bill to address it. But now we're simply holding off for another 2 years. So what is the executive doing to mitigate against that intensification of poverty if they're agreeing to this bill? And when the initial bill was brought forward, the bill sponsor, the junior minister now said, agreed to defer her own bill, said that the charges are quite simply an unfair additional tax. The Deputy First Minister party said the disparities in car parking fees between trusts have created regional inequalities for those who face a trip to the hospital. Alliance Party said that because staff often work shift work, that public transport doesn't always align with this, hence charges are an unfair tax. So it has to sit very uncomfortable with all of these members that they have asked for the deferral of the bill that they so vigorously supported less than 2 years ago. Some might ask, would they support the deferral of this bill if it was being brought forward a few weeks before an election? Mr. Speaker, these are important questions which I hope can be answered before the bill progresses any further.
Hold down, Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous Speaker has alluded to the fact that all of the parties in this Assembly supported the bill. And in getting up to speak today, I want to reiterate our support for the bill and the fact that we don't resile from the bill. I also want to say to the Minister that we are disappointed that we are at a stage where we are having to defer the bill. And I think that there are genuine questions to answer around the issues of how much work has been done in the interim period to actually get this system or these systems in operation. So, as the previous Speaker said, we are where we are. I do think, though, that it would be good to hear some of the explanations for the delay in that in actually getting the bill to proceed. We have always said that accessible spaces should be available for those who require them most, those under stress, those who receive difficult diagnosis and who are visiting an ill relative. And the Chair of the Health Committee referred to the Children's Health Alliance, and I too have met them. And there is something that does need to be done about those hidden costs of long-term hospitalisation for families who have children who are ill for over a long period of time. And many of those children with cancer diagnosis can be in hospital for a very long period of time, and they do require support. And I hope, Minister, when you're looking at some measures to alleviate this in the interim, that you will look at that particular issue. I think that that is really very, very important. They say that all politics is local, and of course you've referred at length to the City Hospital and the Royal Victoria, but I would assure you, Minister, that car parking at Craigavon Hospital is in just as serious a position, and even at times of the day where there are those busy periods, it is almost impossible to get a space at Craigavon Area Hospital. So it is a matter, and there is life outside of Belfast, and we do need to stress that those of us in other parts of Northern Ireland experience these issues as well. I think also, Minister, I'd like to hear a little bit, you very kindly in the Chamber yesterday answered a question to me about the reconfiguration of hospitals and whether in looking at this bill and how you're going to implement this bill, we hope as soon as possible that you will take that into consideration and let us know how that would work as well. I think we could also look at the Scottish and Welsh governments who, when they were looking at abolishing fees, put down some markers as to what they would do to do that. And that was to make sure that hospital car parks are not misused by commuters or shoppers, to ensure that you balance the needs of different groups, and also to ensure that you are encouraging public transport to hospitals as well, where that is possible. And I am aware, as a member for Upper Bann, that that is not always possible in rural areas. And, of course, of protecting spaces for the disabled and for those who are very sick. I don't think that we have an insurmountable task in front of us. I hope that it won't take 2 years to get this bill into operation. And I do accept, as I said to you earlier today in a meeting, that you're operating in a really difficult budgetary situation, and that it is difficult at a time of extreme pressure to ensure that every need across the health service is met. Nevertheless, I think this is an important issue, and I look forward to hearing your responses.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Alliance Party in support of the bill at its second stage. I thank the Minister for bringing this forward and for previous engagement with his officials, with us in the Health Committee, which was very helpful. Like previous speakers, I do share the disappointment that this bill has come to where we are today. We supported the Hospital Parking Charges Act and welcomed its passage through the Assembly in the previous mandate. It is one of many private members' bills that passed in the final stages of the mandate just before I joined this House, and it highlights how important private members' legislation is to ensure positive legislative change. But as we all know, the mandate was compressed to just 2 years out of 5 due to the absence of the Executive for most of the mandate, and here we are again. We have lost another 2 years out of this mandate already. As the Minister has said, this is a short bill with 2 clauses and only 1 policy effect: to delay the coming into operation of the 2022 Act from the 12th of May 2024 to the 12th of May 2026. This is necessary due to ongoing challenges such as awarding of a contract for traffic management systems, which is likely to take several more months, and for this reason we do not object to the use of the accelerated passage on this occasion. But I would encourage the Minister to take this time to ensure that the Act can be fully delivered by the time of the new deadline. The intention of the 2022 Act is an important one: to ensure that those who work at a hospital, provide services at a hospital, or are a patient or a visitor at a hospital are not charged for parking there. As Section 2 of the Act states, a person is not regarded as attending a hospital simply by parking in a hospital car park. There is a risk that this could be abused, particularly in hospitals near city or town centres, and we have rightly pointed out particular areas where that might happen. If the right mechanisms are in place, this should not be an issue, but it is important that the Department should ensure that this is not the case. As the Minister has already highlighted, potential occlusions in blue light areas. It should also be said that given our climate change commitments and our commitment to reduce carbon emissions ahead of our 2050 net zero target, we should encourage alternative methods of transport beyond the private car. It is understandable that in many rural areas this is not always possible, and equally it is not always possible for people to travel through public transport, such as those with disabilities or requiring hospital services in a timely manner, or, as mentioned, workers who work on sociable hours within the health service. In Belfast, we do have the City Hospital located next to a railway line with its own station, and the Royal Victoria Hospital and the Ulster Hospitals are both located on the glider route, although it is noted that public transport is not 24 hours. The bill presents 2 scenarios. One is straightforward. Section 1(2) ensures that if royal assent is granted by the 12th of May, Section 1 of the 2022 Act takes effect on the 12th of May 2026. But the second scenario is more complicated, as noted by the Chair of the Health Committee. It provides that if the bill does not receive royal assent by the 12th of May, the initial deadline of the 12th of May stands, 12th of May 2024 stands until this bill receives royal assent. This means we could potentially have a very short period where hospital parking charges are not legal following the 12th of May 2024, and I know this was alluded to by the Minister earlier. I would just seek a bit more clarity on his contingency plans of how he would deal with that period of uncertainty. Beyond that, we are happy to support this bill and its accelerated passage through the Assembly. It does not alter the intentions of the 2022 Act, but can be used to ensure its faithful delivery in line with the intent of the previous Assembly. It is important for our health and social care workers and those who need access to hospitals during difficult times, and I noted the Minister's criteria for staff permits there as well, that this Act is implemented in a way that honours its good intentions while also ensuring it is workable and efficient. I urge the Minister to use this new deadline to ensure that the 2022 Act can be delivered by the 12th of May 2026. Thank you.
Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This issue has been discussed at length, both in the current Health Committee as well as the last. Indeed, I recall many lengthy discussions in the last mandate that, whilst noting the broader good intent of this bill, also raised some genuine warnings and concerns as to what would happen if the necessary steps and measures such as number plate recognition equipment were not in place. I'm sure all of us in this House would agree that a free-for-all, open-to-abuse system was never an option. And as we know, due to various key reasons, including the threat of legal action that has only just been removed, even if we were all in agreement, the current infrastructure simply isn't there to roll out the previous legislation as intended by the 12th of May this year. As such, this may be a difficult bill, but it's a necessary bill. I believe the Minister's decision to seek a deferral to the existing legislation for up to 2 years to be both sensible and pragmatic. His decision will avoid the cliff edge scenario of one day parking being controlled and the next being a literal free-for-all, and all the associated chaos and disruption that would be quickly witnessed in several of our main hospital car parks. Whilst I appreciate that some people will be genuinely disappointed with this temporary delay, we need to consider what the alternative may have been. Staff unable to park their car anywhere, patients missing appointments, and perhaps, maybe most worrying of all, some of our hospital sites becoming so congested that key vehicle routes become blocked, especially blue light routes, and that could be life or death for the patient in that ambulance. Now, I know that this scheme was introduced some years ago in Scotland and Wales, and one of the officials at our briefing last week said that in conversation with colleagues in Scotland, they were reasonably happy with the way the system was working, and they had overcome many of the initial teething problems. But it has to be noted that some of the hospitals in Scotland and Wales have actually been deploying these systems for over 12 years. So no legislation, no matter how well-meaning, should act as a barrier to people receiving emergency access to hospital when they need it. I applaud the Minister, however, of using what levers he did have, and in particular, whilst the total removal of all charges will be deferred onto this new bill, importantly, staff car parking permits would be provided free of charge across the 2-year period for eligible staff. The Minister also alluded to the budgetary implications of this scheme, and this 2-year delay will, I hope, also allow some time for a sustainable funding plan to be developed. That hopefully may not require the full 2 years to universally implement. So, whilst there is disappointment at this delay, we can all agree, and I'm sure Mr McGrath would also agree, that it's much better to have a system that works without any unintended consequences. And certainly my party, the Ulster Unionist Party, welcomes and fully supports this bill before us today. And in conclusion, can I say that my colleague, Mrs Dodds, may wish to reflect that 2 years suspension of this House with no minister in place may well have contributed in some way to the delay. Thank you.
Ashleen Riley.
Here today, I also rise to express my disappointment that the Department are seeking this further extension. And as the bill sponsor, which has been pointed out, I did a lot of work leading up to the bill coming to the floor of this assembly. So I am acutely aware of the additional strain that patients, healthcare workers and families have to deal with due to car parking charges at hospital sites. The Minister outlined all the reasons why an extension is required. However, I have to point out that there already was an 18-month extension to the original bill, so this is the second extension required by the Department, which, as I said, is extremely disappointing. And I urge his Department to do all that they can to implement this legislation before the 2-year period that he is seeking, and that should be used as the absolute maximum time frame. Because the reason this piece of legislation was important for my party colleagues and I is that it is an unfair health tax that is imposed on ordinary workers and families. And as I said, as the member who brought this bill through, I listened to unions who told me that these charges are putting staff in a situation where they are sometimes paying over £150 per month just to go to work. And for many families, this is simply unsustainable. Our job is to make people's lives better, and where possible, we should seek to remove barriers to healthcare access and put money back in their pockets. I also listen to users who travel from urban and rural areas. I listen to people who must attend a hospital day after day, in some circumstances to either receive certain treatment or visit a family member who is extremely ill or receiving treatment. The Minister has said that he is fully committed to this legislation, as he and all parties voted for it back in 2022. And after having a brief conversation with the Minister, I also acknowledge that whilst a small step is being taken and one that perhaps should already be best practice, that the Department will launch an advertising campaign in the interim to alert people if they are entitled to free or concessionary charges whilst they are attending hospitals, because it is vital that this advertising campaign reaches people within all communities and informs them that they can avail themselves of these concessions where applicable. So to finish, I hope this legislation is fully implemented long before the new deadline. Let's learn from other jurisdictions and do this well, and let's scrap this unfair tax once and for all, because at the end of the day, it's not up to staff, patients or family members to foot the bill.
Alan Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, I rise, like others, to express disappointment on the delay in disposing of what many would deem as a sickness tax. But my disappointment pales into insignificance when one considers the disappointment of those who require frequent visits to hospitals, parents of chronically sick children, visitors with gravely ill relatives, and dedicated staff working shifts. They will quite rightly point to Wales, where hospital car parking charges were eventually dropped, and to Scotland, where charges were dropped approximately 15 years ago. At a recent Health Committee meeting, we had a letter tabled from yourself, Health Minister, informing us that at the Executive meeting on the 21st of March, he had sought and received agreement to defer the Parking Charges Act for 2 years. At the Health Committee meeting on the 11th of April, I have to say that I was very disappointed that not one of the officials from the Department of Health could give a guarantee that car parking charges would be disposed of, as is being proposed here today. I therefore ask you, Minister, provide that guarantee that you will not be standing in this House in 2 years' time, seeking a further extension to the Hospital Car Parking Charges Act. I read through some of the previous debates when the original bill travelled through this House, and I do have sympathy for some of the concerns that were expressed at the time, including the delicate balance between providing essential services, including the maintenance of health service car parks, and managing health budgets. And I do not envy you, Minister, having to balance financial realities against the demands of the public. But today is not about the rehashing of previous debates, as the case has already been made. I would, however, encourage you today to provide more detail on the permits that will be issued, how advanced this is, and when this will begin. And can I also ask you, Minister, in regards to the implementation timeline on the Hospital Car Parking Charges Act, at what point was it recognised that a parking solution was required? Was there an opportunity missed to begin the tendering works earlier to provide that solution, given that tendering processes can be prone to legal challenges? I look forward to your comments on the matter.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, hospital parking charges are a tax on health workers' wages and on the sick. There's no other way to describe it, and that's what the Health Minister wants to revert back to. Wages are down, bills are up across the board, and this executive is once again telling health workers and patients to suck it up. We've heard all sorts of excuses from the Minister and the colleagues as they've tried to justify this regressive measure. We've heard points about technological issues, about so-called practical obstacles, but cannot hide the fact that this is yet another cut which is aimed at working people and people who are unwell. The explanatory memorandum, Speaker, received by MLAs about the bill spells it out in black and white. The delay comes in the context of a wider austerity budget which will be paid for by our communities, and the Minister referred to that in his comments. The £6.4 million taken in hospital car parking charges last year is small change to the Department of Health. But it's a huge amount to expect health workers and patients to make up during a cost of living crisis, particularly when health workers have had their pay cut in real terms by the executive year on year. And now the Health Minister and others might repeat the charge that there is no magic monetary, that the executive has no choice but to penalise health workers for parking at their place of work. And unfortunately for the Minister, the Socialist opposition is keeping receipts. Last month we revealed the fact from an answer from the Minister and the Department that the Health Service agency staff bill has doubled in 5 years to almost £400 million, an astronomical figure, £400 million. So while the Executive takes from health workers and employs many more agency workers on precarious contracts, it continues to hand eye-watering sums to private agencies who are profiting from the crisis in our health service. Compare that £400 million to the paltry £6.4 million or so it will cost to give health workers and patients free parking at hospitals. Speaker, we will not be supporting this bill today. We think the Executive needs to get on with the business of providing free hospital parking to health workers and patients. It was promised to people, it was voted on in this building, and they should implement it. In the not too distant future, it needs to subsidise public transport to provide free travel for health workers and others, as was done during the pandemic. The law to abolish car parking charges has already been on the books for 2 years. 2 years, there shouldn't be any excuse to delay it any further, and to roll back at this stage, Speaker, flies in the face of the existing legislation and the views of workers, patients, trade unions and the vast majority who want these charges scrapped. We will not support the penalisation of health workers and patients, and shame on the Minister and the Executive for doing it. I get free parking in this building, MLAs get free parking in this building, the Minister gets free parking in this building. There shouldn't be one law for people in this building, and health workers and patients and people who need to go to the health service and health facilities.
Call the Minister for Health to wind on the debate.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank members for their comments, and I'll refer to some of the queries and issues that were raised by a number of members rather than naming many specifically in regards to the points they've raised. And I think in the chair of the committee, I thank the committee for taking this forward at pace as well. I think the spokesperson for the opposition indicated that the engagement at committee level was only for 45 minutes. Speaker, I can assure you my staff in the department made themselves available for whatever the duration of that engagement would have been in regards to the detail of this bill. So in regards to, I suppose, the specifics that have been raised, Speaker, and that is the application of the free car parking charges. And I think it was Ashley Riley, the sponsor of the original bill, realised and asked again about the promotion of those members of families, those people receiving treatment, that they make sure that we have an advertising campaign for those who can actually apply for free car parking, do that. And to highlight, Speaker, in regards to where that can be sought, is anyone in the care pathway for radiotherapy or chemotherapy the patient, the next of kin or partner and a relative can receive free car parking if they're transporting the patient, but the patient can apply for free car parking as well. Similar for anyone getting renal dialysis, free car parking is available for the patient and the next of kin partner or relative if they're transporting the patient. And again, for anyone who is in critical care or high dependency, free car parking is available for the next of kin or the partner. While they're in that, is also discretionary, again, for a further relative or visitor as well. So we will do what we need to do in regards to advertising those applications as well that are there for free car parking. Hospital travel costs, Speaker, is already a recovery scheme for patients who fulfil specified low-income criteria who may be able to reclaim car parking charges via that scheme, and information on the scheme is widely available to patients, care families and friends, and is available on Trust websites. So if an adult or dependent child has to travel for their treatment, for medical reasons, they can claim their travel costs too. You can claim hospital travel costs if you or those you depend on get at least one of the following supports: either income support, job seekers allowance, employment and support allowance, guaranteed pension credit, universal credit or child tax credit, with or without a working tax credit. So there are schemes there that we will be doing, making sure that we advertise are available for those who are applicable to them. In regards, Speaker, I did highlight that the concerns that were raised to me by trusts was access to blue light routes, and those are in the facilities where queues waiting on car parks will have that adverse effect as to those ambulances maintaining and being able to gain access to our emergency departments and hospitals. So it's the additional queues, it's the length of queues that will cause and has caused those additional concerns to my department or to the trusts in regards to what can be done as well. In regards to the issuing of permits and assessments, Speaker, one thing that was highlighted to me when I did ask officials to engage about if we could actually see if there could be a way of making sure staff members received either a reduced or a free parking permit in regards to the same number that is currently there, was in fact that there's actually an equal criteria applied across trusts in Northern Ireland. So I have directed that there's a consistency across all trusts for those who can actually apply to get those parking permits, which will now be and introduced as free of charge as from the date. So as to make sure that we have an equality impact in regards to those who are actually obtaining those free car parking permits. I did that, I mentioned that in the earlier speech as well. In regards to access for rural stakeholders, again, Speaker, the concern has been raised for those people who are travelling quite a distance for those regional services, specifically in Belfast, rural dwellers. If they travel that distance to Belfast and they arrive there and there's no available car parking space, they will have to turn and go home or not be able to access either their treatment or their procedure. So that is the concern in regards to access to rural dwellers, in regards specifically if our car parks become overfull due to this system. So delays in procurement process and the timeline of traffic management system procurement has been mentioned by a number of speakers as well, and I can say that Health and Social Care Trusts have been working to implement the legislative requirements of the Hospital Parking Charges Act by 12th of May 24, because that was their legal duty. At the time, Speaker, there was an available route to procurement for car park management and infrastructure, and that was actually through NHS England's Shared Business Services Framework. The framework was valid up until the 29th of November 2022, and renewal was planned to follow on from that date and shortly after, and that was the direction that my department officials have been taking in the absence of ministers. So by September 23, a series of delays to the national framework being available actually led trusts in Northern Ireland to themselves collectively establish a contract adjudication group to write a specific Northern Ireland tender for car parking solutions due to the uncertainty with the SBS framework in order to minimise the risk of not meeting the implementation deadline on the 12th of May. So a regional tender to introduce automatic number plate recognition closed November 23, but unfortunately due to legal challenges beyond our control, the contract adjudication group wasn't able to award a contract, and no matter what some members, the member of the opposition said about processes and procurement processes being so foolproof that they wouldn't be open to legal challenges. I don't think any department in Northern Ireland, or actually across government anywhere, has been able to do that. So following resolutions of those challenges, we anticipated awarding a contract this month. However, due to the technical realities of implementation, the system will not come online until at the earliest, and I do say at the earliest, September of this year. So that's after the new law is scheduled to come into effect on the 12th of May. And from the Chair's comments and queries earlier on, she asked, what would the implications of that not happening at that point. I've already covered that in regards to your query in the early stage debate. So in regards to the implementation by September 24, an initial high-level implementation plan has been set out by trusts, but will need to be refined with the contractor once they've been appointed. So in the period to September 24, it is envisaged that site surveys will be completed by the contractor to look at appropriate locations for equipment, assess ground conditions, assess signage requirements and order the equipment. It's also expected that installation of priority items and equipment would take place by that date. So a further 8 to 12 weeks is required for the installation, such as set down locations, make sure we don't, smaller parking areas, bus routes, delivery yards, and make sure there's no potential congestion. So over the following 8 weeks, there will be checks to assess whether the system is working as planned, and finalised management reports and adding data in relation to permitted staff registration details. Contractor vehicles will actually be put in place as well at that stage as well. Diane Dodds referred to child access to care. As I said earlier on, there are those specifics where members can, family members can receive those car parking passes. I engaged with the Access to Childcare group myself. I actually sponsored their lunch because, as a parent of someone, actually had a child in the Belfast hospital for 13 months. I know exactly what that means, and that's why I'm keen to make sure that this legislation doesn't have unintended consequences to others as well. So in regards to, I think it was the member made reference to access to public transport. In regards to that, it was an issue that was raised by the Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Affairs in regards to wider commitment for climate change and actually reducing the number of car journeys and the wider utilisation of public transport. And again, working with Minister O'Dowd in infrastructure, him and I have had a conversation in regards to how we look at pulling not just public transport but all those other transport routes, should that be school buses, hospital buses, to make sure we're actually utilising the full extent to that. In regard to Ashley Riley, the original bill sponsor, she knows I've had the conversations with her in regards to what my intended consequences of moving this legislation are. They're genuine, she knows that, and I did receive the support of the executive in bringing this legislation forward, but also to accelerate a passage as well. Alan Robinson referred to about looking towards the definition of those permits, and as I said in the earlier debate, I have directed Trust to make sure there is that consistent approach across all trusts, and I will give them the guarantee that I won't be standing here as Health Minister in 2 years' time to see a further extension of this legislation. So what I will say in regards to Mr. Carroll's contribution, my intention of this bill is genuine in supporting our health workers. When he said that 6.4 million to the Department of Health is small beer, I can assure him, and what I'm looking at in a budget for this current period going forward in 24-25, 6.4 million is not small beer in regards to the challenges that we will have to make in regards to the delivery of service. And he referred to agency spend. I will also direct him to correspondence that also has been circulated and was part of the answer that he received, that due to actions that I took when I was last in office, the spend on off-contract agency has actually reduced by £20 million. So where he refers to the increase over a period of time, he hasn't acknowledged that there was work done actually to start to address agency spend in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, if I've missed any further points that members have raised, my officials will look. Yeah, sure.
I know that you had put different timescales in place in your response, but again, just the bit where I'd say, can we get a date at which staff will get access to the free car park. It's been mentioned in the correspondence, it's been mentioned in several of the contributions today that it's going to happen, but it's just about that date so that they know it was expected on the 12th of May. When can they expect that from the department?
And I will say to the member, I don't have an exact date in regards to that, because I want to ensure that criteria is equal across all our trusts in the area, and not simply a first come, first served continuation of the permits that are currently there, and that's working with the original bill sponsor and members of the executive as one of the issues that we brought forward. So the number of permits that we have on each trust and each site maintains the same, but there's an equality of access, and that was, I think, the point that the chair of the Health Committee raised as Sinn Féin spokesperson on this point. So there's those people who actually need it, and that's why I listed the criteria earlier on as to who will be accessible. So there is a piece of work being able to do that, again dependent on this legislation going through in regards to that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I believe proper consideration needs to be given to how we manage and control the limited capacity in hospital car parks, and how provision and maintenance will be funded when parking charges are actually abolished. Mr. Speaker, I recommend this bill to the House.
The question is that the second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Aye. I think the ayes have it. No. Aye. Clear the lobbies, the House will divide. Order! Order! Members resume their seats, please. Order! If members would take their seats. The question is that the second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Mike Nesbitt and Alan Chambers. Tellers for the noes are Jerry Carroll and Alex Easton. Clear the lobbies. The assemblies will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members will resume their seats. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
64 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 7 members voted no. The second stage is agreed.
The second stage is agreed. Unfasten the doors. That concludes the second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. Order. As the bill is proceeding by accelerated passage, there will be no committee stage and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. I should advise members that as consideration stage of the bill is in the order paper for next week, the amendment deadline is 9:30 tomorrow morning. Item 6 in the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.